Welcome. I am Kel. I'm Kel's father. Playing that. Greetings, greetings. My dearest brothers, welcome to the blue chair with Uncle B. Are you good, guys? Pule.
Pule ka ntate.
Man, go siamele ka re tle raicho.
Hey, bophelo bo tswella pele papa.
Me bror.
Bophelo bo tswella pele papa.
Yeah. Ari.
How's your day?
We lost a member at church who died of a heart attack this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, and I hear you, you know. Bad as it is, but yeah, actually, I'm at a point where I'm asking myself for how far would I actually take this life. I mean, normally I would start this life at 12, but I realize it is too soon, quickly after I come back from church. And nakungu grebanya go nota ditsebe because but ho jewa lunch now I'm on live. You know home politics as well. Tabi, welcome, my dear sister. So what's up, my bro?
Yeah, there's nothing much, dude. There's nothing much. Can I leave?
Were you able to rest? No? Hi, KK.
Yeah.
Were you able to rest?
Yeah. Can I come back in a few minutes? Can I come back in a few minutes?
Okay, sure.
Can I just meet? I just want to meet.
KK, good afternoon. And thank you so much for sending me lives, Tabi. You know that I follow you, Tabi. You know that I always follow you and I always listen to your, I don't know whether to call them rantings or whatever, but I must say that I always enjoy what and my heart always o ka re bileng go tsene ka video man ke batla go ba ke itse gore ha o tshabe sefatlhego sa gago, but can you just switch it on?
But
Please.
le kae mara?
Go siame le kae tlhe Nthabi?
Ha wa ke teng dipalabalo di teng so la nka re sa
No,
phele.
a re ska balabalang. We just need to be thankful of the day that we're actually given.
Ha ona nnete ya ho feta eo.
Ka nnete. Ha ona nnete ya ho feta. Yeah. So how are you doing, Tabi? How was your day today?
I can't complain. My day was okay. I went to church.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that was just about it. Nothing hectic.
Oh. So it was an awesome time today. I wonder what they preached about.
You don't want to know.
I would love to know that, I would love to know that.
You know, kajeko o ne go utlwisa botlhoko ene go tshegisa at the same time. They were just talking about dilo tse di etsagalang now generally. Batho ba le ba bolailweng ko Soweto ko Tarveneng. So yeah, service ya today was about tsona dilonyana tse di bya gore batho ba modimo a ke le phaphameng go a swiwa. Batho ba attack dipoleke tse tsotlhe. It's not just ko di Tarveneng, le ko dikerekeng ba tlhasela ba tshwara batho dipoo ba tseya difounu. So we no longer safe. A gona mo re leng safe teng, so a re tie mo thapelong.
Yeah. No, that is so true. Thank you so much, Bonolo. Yeah. Noni dumela tlema. Good afternoon. We and Puleng, how was your day, bro?
It was okay. I rested and we got load shedding, and I think it's over for now. Maybe in 4 or 5 hours time we'll experience another load shedding out there for the day, I think.
And Kishore, it disrupted just about everything. Am I right?
You get used to this thing. Whatever now I always say to people, we are not paying as people were so and we complain like we are paying. At the end of the day, we are a problem as well, Robert. We just don't want to take accountability of these things. But then again, it's contradictory because one will question or we are not wiki. Or there's a lot of factors that needs to be taken into consideration when we say some things at all. Yeah, so that's
Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah.
Basically our stories as people of South Africa, accountability.
Yeah. Hi, Bongs. Yeah. No, that is so true. Amkele, father.
Oh, Angel.
Kunjani?
It's a blessed Sunday, except for the headlines.
That.
Yeah.
It's bad.
I wonder with many different.
I wonder.
I don't know. Death is becoming so. Yeah. Hey, we're experiencing more bad news than good news.
I think what the enemy wants us to do is just to be desensitized to death, to a point that we say, no, it has happened. So what more? Because
make it
one thing that I've realized is that when things start to happen, they can happen in pairs or let me say in pairs, because if something happens at a certain place, the almost direct equally so thing happens in another. If they kill a woman who's pregnant, July, it would certainly be able to also happen in GBV. Would just be a norm for a particular people. I mean, period, rather. So it is. I don't know what is there that we are not actually doing as South Africans, or what we have actually allowed ourselves to be able to do. That is literally being able to eat our youth. I mean, we're not. I mean, the question that I'm actually asking is that if it's not Nyaupe, then it's death. Good afternoon, Palisa. It's death, the killing of young people. And we are actually asking ourselves, where are our leaders, our future leaders?
Uncle P,
where are we heading?
Uncle P, I need to read a comment more now. A comment is saying, it started where I think this guy is saying gift the hustler, and we have to be ready for war in the coming year or two. Now, which war is it? Domestic war or is it international? Because at the end of the day, batho ba Soweto ba bolaiwe ke bo mang? Are we saying ke foreigners, or are we saying ke batho ba mo our black brothers or sisters? Because the story is not clear. We do not know who killed who.
Yeah. And the story is still unfolding.
Yeah, it's still unfolding. But regardless of who killed who, why? I think the reason is why more than who. But we need to know why more than anything else.
The motive behind.
Yeah, the motive behind the killing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a hard time. I mean as well, even in the Eastern Cape, surely there's a motive. Surely something happened, something happened there that we still do not get it. I don't know if anybody is actually getting it, but I think there are some loose strings that are still hanging. Truly, we don't even know what could have actually transpired,
Yeah, and it's been weeks now. It's been weeks, close to 3 weeks now.
Yeah. Are we going are we going to have situations like census where we can't even Soweto Tarven in Soshanguve in 2021? You see, where things would happen and we don't come to a conclusion. It's like we are running around in circles. So
Definitely.
I don't know if we are incapable to even resolve some of the issues that have actually happened. What
We
more
are
about these
capable.
ones that are actually happening?
We are capable. We choose to ignore.
Yeah, you see, we have a problem with power, Uncle. We have a problem with authority. We have a
Yeah,
problem. For instance, if you were to speak about the judiciary, you speak of
yeah,
a constitution-led judiciary. But however,
yeah,
it is subject to an individual, the one who executes that power. An individual has his or her own morals. Some of our ethics, they come from religion, some they come from culture, they come from tradition. And they tend to influence the outcomes of that which is written down, whether in the constitution, whether in the policies. If you look now, like the authorities in the Eastern Cape, they want to review the liquor, regulations and all those things. But even if they review them, the outcomes will also be subject to individuals who have been given that authority, to make such rulings or to come up with such policies, which is the problem that we have. Hence, it delays also. There are delays in terms of finding out what the motives are. Even in the Mayor case, we have lots of delays, and those delays are being caused by individuals, who who use the power that they have to their advantage. Even
yeah.
with this mass killing now that we just had, that was an individual who had the power of a gun in his or her hand, or individuals who had guns. The
And
outcomes of what we see now, they were subject to those individuals, conduct at that particular time.
yeah,
So we
and I
have a
suppose
problem of,
Amkele, I
yeah.
suppose Amkele, this is something that we used to see happening in the US more than anywhere else,
Yeah,
But but
definitely.
but but it's certainly gravitating. Is it the fact that our children are exposed to them to that media which is not even in control of we can't even control it as parents because
Yeah.
the YouTubes and whatever, they're actually taking care of our
You know,
children
you
rather
know
than
what,
we actually
Angela?
do.
Social media we need not to underestimate the power of social media. That is one powerful tool that influences many of the politics and the headlines that we have on a daily basis. You see our children, Lama 2000, they're exposed to these reels, Sago Instagram, these YouTube memes and all those things. But one of what they call soft life, you see, mind you, some of the people who take those videos, the video would last plus minus 14 to 30 seconds of the trip. You never know what truly transpires during the entire trip. Like for instance, there was this, I won't mention names, with the female who mentioned that now she would get flowers every time she was abused, you know. But mind you, Lama 2K Bona, they see flowers, Abafago 200, no 100 rand, and they're like, yes, yes. You know what? I would love that.
Yeah,
Some of them, they see those pages on Instagram, Abo Pick and Choose. They see people dancing to these Amapiano songs with savannas in their head, all these trends, these things trending on Twitter, and they're like, yeah, I want to have that kind of fun. So they go out in search of such fun. And hence we have these unforeseen, ramifications at the moment. Yeah, but
yeah,
so that is media. Instagram is a social platform, that tends to influence, because remember, I think we have lost also a sense of inflicting discipline. The Bible says, raise up a kid in a way so that when he or she is old, he or she may not deter, or even if the kid like derails, but trust me, but this is right, this is wrong. It's very rare now that during this time, singabantu abatsha siphatheki, because even if you look at the ages of these people who pass away kwento zobumnandi, it's the youth. Uyabo. So definitely social media, it has a very, very huge impact. Social media can influence us positively and negatively, but the negative part of it seems to be more prevalent than the positive aspect of it, you know. Because nyani abantwana babona umuntu ebhedwa phaya, babona ukuthi hey, Facebook, this girl got a pair of Air Force sneakers, oh she's dating that teacher there, and then obvious that one when she gets approached by a teacher, I'm calm. Yeah, because she knows what there are benefits in dating someone who is employed. Yeah, and it is so unfortunate that some of them, they cannot differentiate between responsibility and no badger. You know, they cannot. They want to engage in these transactional relationships that they see on social media. So definitely, this social media is playing a very significant role, one way or the other.
Baba Kamkele.
Yes, what?
Lama 2000 I touch up lento le that they use now. The example of to weekends, but I touch up lento le where they think or feel that money is more important than anything.
They take it from the narrative that the social media is giving them. That life. Remember,
don't blame the platform. Mama, don't blame the platform. The platform content if we are geek. We are the creators of content in the platform.
Yeah, I'm going there.
So we as adults are the teachers of these things, and what we say in front of this young generation. Obviously, they look up to someone like social media, and if that person is going to say, Mina, I'm not going to date a broke guy. Mina, I'm not going to date a girl on a savings. Obviously, the narrative of that person changes. Now, a young mind will always associate role model. So we are the negative and the positive, because we took it from somewhere else. Not we had that. We were children at some point, and we grew up admiring others, those that impacted our life in a negative or positive way. So, Khotmanam, in essence, we are just angazi how to put this, but we are the cause of this whole thing. Not social media, but the content that is produced through social media is the wrong content.
And of course, it is posted by us.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that.
So we are on the wrong.
But of course, Puleng, where do you think this thing has actually started? Maybe that's where we need to move from, because now I think we are literally holding this thing at the end of the stick. Most probably, what we need to do is to say, Gashe, where did it actually start? Because we are losing a grip in terms of being able to steer direction, especially when it comes to the youth, and to even look at people that are actually dying, especially in the Eastern Cape. I mean, those children. I mean, those are children, literally.
You know what, Uncle? To some extent, we can blame ourselves, but also to another degree, we cannot blame ourselves. Do you remember when there were these videos of Ama 2K beating their teachers at schools? Us 80s kids, we I don't know, maybe we did it, and then there were no cell phones to record that. But I think from my surrounding, from my community, where you'd see a student fighting or publicly disrespecting a teacher. So we cannot say they took that from us, because it was very rare from us. So there are things that have emanated from this generation. There are certain problems that started with them. And it is really difficult to really get the cause as to where it started, especially these things of them disrespecting teachers at school, all those things. Most of us in about my 80s, we never did those things. At school, we used to respect teachers. Tina, what I know is that at school, you would make a lot of noise, you would stand on top of the table, but as soon as you hear your teacher coming down the corridor, we would all tell, hey, nangu Caesar. We would sit down like we were doing nothing. So yeah, there's definitely a cause. There's definitely somewhere, somehow, up about Manako and influences, but we cannot fully blame ourselves in that.
Okay, Amkele, maybe I wanted to move from a premise of saying what happened to I don't know whether to call it a Bill of Rights or even the constitutional right of people, especially when it comes to children, because there was a period when you would be found in the streets with a cigarette, you would throw it to the, I don't know, or even because you are seeing somebody who's not even your father, all right, who's not even your mother, and you would make sure you would be seen not to have been seen, what you are actually smoking, or even mawuhlale ekhoneni usekhoneni mawuzomdala nje, there would be separation of entities. The other one would go that side, the other one would go the other way. And I'm just saying that could it be that now that there was an element ukuthi abantwana they and I'm not saying ukuthi to spare a rod was actually a right thing, you know. I think now in a process we've also created a generation which has I don't know whether to say it, an entitlement mentality in a process, and teachers and parents would blame teachers would blame parents that somebody is not doing what they are supposed to do, but I suppose in a process there would always be that element which somewhere we were actually losing it, and yeah.
Teddy, Uncle, can I just share something that now I feel we are shying away from as South Africa. Adults are in the wrong in this regard, regardless of the rights. Tabana. The fact that you can't respect me, Teddy, as Umakilwan, teaches my son or my daughter not to respect the neighbor. I understand a little again. So if we are able to love one another and learn to respect each other, it is easy for our children to do the very same thing. But because we can't do that, we speak badly about Makhelwane. We mistreat Makhelwane. What do you think this child is going to do the very same thing that you are doing as a parent? What we say in front of our children. It's unfortunate that we don't want to see the reality, that we are the problem, not these children. You will blame these children for as long as you want, but at the end of the day, you are a child at some point, and your generation was blamed for certain things. It is fortunate that we are privileged as well, because we've got these platforms where we can teach each other how to raise children, how to conduct ourselves, how to respect one another. You understand? And if we get to learn that, and if we get to understand that, umuntu ngabantu, then we can have a way forward. But so long as mina, we've got this mentality of mina ngeke bangitshele, akunamuntu ozongitshela, bangiphilela abantu. That's where we go wrong. Uphila nabantu at the end of the day, regardless of you saying you live amongst those people and you live with those people. You understand, Mandali? So
No, I hear you.
The day we start respecting one another, it is the day South Africa can be better. But as we continue to disrespect each other, children will not change, and we will continuously blame them, and it will never change up until we die and the next generation comes up, because the mentality started with us. If we had changed the mentality, maybe, I'm not saying I'm right, I stand to be corrected, but this is my thought, this is my 2 cents in all of these.
Okay, good
Yeah.
question.
Oh, Nico, are you?
Yeah, I'm the one who's saying good day to you guys. How are you?
Yes. How do you do, man?
I'm very well. I'm very well. I,
Sure.
I, I, I partially disagree with the speaker who just finished speaking now.
All right.
I'm saying this because there are certain families that we can see from a distance, even ourselves, that you see that house or you see that family, they've got respect. But the moment that kid, you can come across that, let's say you come across the kid from that house in a neighboring township or wherever you find them far away from their parents,
From their
or
home, yeah.
you see a totally different person. So actually the government itself have been assisting us in a way to fail our kids, because if we can go back, there's something that you mentioned that back then the 80s, they never fought with teachers and all that, and then we will respect in almost each and every parent that we see. If you see a father coming, regardless of whether you know that father that is coming or not, you will show respect even if you were not interacting with that particular person. It was made because back then it used to take a village to raise a child, but now it takes a document to raise a child. Why I'm saying this, I'm not sure. My profession have taught me a lot about kids. These days, actually, you see rights as a whole. When
Sorry,
the moment they
who
say
is talking? Is it Nico
it's
or Pule?
Nico,
Okay.
yeah. The moment they say you have got a right to do this, you forget your responsibility in the midst of those rights. For example, I'll give you an example of a policeman and a community. These days, simply because you think you have got a right to do one, two, three, you do not respect the police officer because of your rights. Same applies to those kids. They do not respect anyone simply because of their rights. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you get me. The industry that I'm in, I'm a cop. I have
Yeah.
seen things. I've seen things. You see, gangsterism. There's no parent who promote gangsterism, but most parents, they fail to show or to reprimand their kids simply because of their rights. You understand?
Yeah. You know
Even
what, Nico? The reality of this, if you could find a balance between what you are saying and what Puleng was saying, that's where you'd get the whole truth.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
other one is right. Both of you are correct, because as Choyo, they can yield to such outcomes that you both are mentioning. It's very important how we raise our kids. It's very important how we conduct ourselves in front of our kids, because they learn from us. But also, at a certain age, when they start to be conscientized, by other platforms other than your compound at home, when they start to read newspapers, when they start to have Twitter accounts, when they start to have friends, when they start to go to boarding school, which you, of course, as the parents, send your kid to boarding school, you can influence. Ungamgruma umntwana wakho, umkhulise, umfundise, umbonise indlela right. Kodwa kuzofika ixesha apho yena funeka azikhethele yena right and wrong. Yabona. When what you taught the child will only make reference to what you taught them. Yabo. And there's also it's fun, and the one you can enforce 6 o'clock. At 6, I'm closing my gates at home, to a 12-year-old, maybe a 10-year-old. But when they become 21, you can only enforce it to a certain extent. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, we have a role to play on this, but we can never be too hard on ourselves as parents. I am not ignoring the
No.
fact that we need, we
Yeah.
need to show them the way. We need to be strict. We need to teach them all these fundamentals. Yeah, but let us not beat ourselves. Yeah, when I'm 50 years from now and I look back at my kids, I will not beat myself. I will only beat myself for things that I wish I could have taught them. Yeah, and then realize that if I had taught them, maybe they would have acted otherwise. But I will never beat myself for something that I taught them. Wrong, and then I see them going through his dagamis. I wouldn't beat myself that hard. Yes, I will be hurt as a parent. I will try to be there for my kid and try to get him out of those drugs. But you know what? They will all. You know, at varsity how we used to behave, guys. At varsity, when we got out of from staying with our parents, it was as if
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
demon payana. Yeah, but alcohol. First year when they throw our freshers bash, we knew alcohol was wrong, Tina. Yeah, as a Kayan Ugutu, and even if you stole one sip of beer payana from around the corner, you get home, you go and brush your teeth. But at varsity, there was that sense of freedom. Yeah, but yeah,
Utuam,
with
Guys,
our parents, yes.
can I say
can
something?
I, is anybody, can I allow Ubongs to come in so that we hear a voice of a mother speaking?
Yeah, Uncle, can I say something and leave so that I make
Okay.
space? Hotman Nikone,
Sure.
I get that you partially disagree, Namine. This is
Yeah,
where
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
coming from with this whole thing. When I said we as parents, you are a parent, I understand. But
Yes.
as a parent, Nami, from my side, if I don't respect you, I can
Yeah.
never show your child the right way of thinking. Because I have a problem now. Do you understand it? You
True
can
that.
teach
True
your
that.
child, to be good mannered, to be a good person. But if azopumela estradeni and get toxic individuals estradeni, obviously he's going to adhere to the toxicness of those people. You understand? Because he spends more time estradeni than in Lini. But had he spent more time in Lini now, he'd then understand those people are toxic. But it takes a community to raise a child. You as a parent are not the only one who's raising a child. What your child is experiencing estradeni is also the learning curve, and he's raised in that form. Do you understand my point?
I get your
We as
point. I
parents.
really get your point.
Yeah, that's where I came. That's where I came from when I said to you, respect, Khotman Lam, unity. Remember, in the 80s, you always knew ukuthi umama wase next door umama wakho, ubaba wase next door ubaba wakho. But nowadays, that's not the way. Abantu base
Yeah.
next door, abantu base next door, akusiyo ama-parents wakho, abantu base next door. And for you saying that as a parent, you are now teaching your son to say abantu base next door. But as you said, these are your parents. Make no mistake, he'll never smoke in front of them. He'll never drink in front of them. Whatever thing that is wrong, he or she will never do in front of Abu Makilwa. But he's able to do that because we allow them to do so. Because we mistreat Abantu, Abamnyama, Abase next door. That's basically my point. Us mistreating each other is the reason why we are here.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying. Ubongs is here, but also let me also highlight and make a, I don't know whether to call it a disclaimer. The topic now is diagonal opposite to the topic that we're supposed to discuss today. Maybe because it's a situational topic because of what has actually transpired yesterday. But now we are trying to find the source of how did we even get there, where children were actually murdered yesterday, and children are murdered even in the Eastern Cape. Whether or not we understand what actually happened during what we call a
Sisbong Susasekon.
Ngisasekhona bhuti, I'm just wondering what happened to the host.
Nico, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still around. I'm still around. I'm just assisting someone with something, but just a second.
Okay.
yeah.
But I'm listening
So,
though.
but Bongs, let me allow you to have your say on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Uncle B. Hi, everyone. Just my two cents worth. I'm a strong believer that we are duplicating our parents. Remember, our parents used to say when they were perfect, and now we thought we knew it all. And this is the same generation that was exposed, and I kept emphasizing on the comments with Izo, exposed us 80s kids. But because we were still on mix it, social media was not on blast like it is right now. So everything that is happening now, you think it's too much, but it has been happening, right? When we were having a conversation about alcoholism with these young children, so-called AMA 2000, and I asked my friends, how many of you drink in front of your children? Or ask umuntu wakho acela ingane yakho ukuthi iyomdeshela. Uya ingane observes ubaba makadesha. He puts his finger in the alcohol, mix it up, and then he tastes it. What do you think your child is doing?
He's learning. He or she is
Exactly.
learning.
He or she is learning, right? Our kids, when they become adults at 18, it is no longer now your responsibility. However, everything they do from the age of 0 to 18 is fully on you. I don't care how you try to exempt yourself from it. It is fully on you. And you includes me, Uncle B, and every single person that is an adult and is a parent on this platform. Everything that is happening now is on us. In the same breath, everything nathi sikhule sesingasabakhulumisa omakhelwane because uma all of a sudden had inking. So ungasakhuzeki sese abantwana bama-rights thina self. Now we are the same ones who are sitting there in our high horses as if we never lied about textbooks at Imalisa Life. The same ones. So what I'm saying is that when AMA 2000 are doing wrong, observe self. When they are
Thank you very much, ma'am.
On they are trending on social media, behamba go Dubai, observe self. Because Indoda Mas did not come from AMA 2000. They just duplicated it on blast. Coming from these same called 80s kids. But that's my 2 cents worth. I'm taking my accountability and I'm blaming myself for some of the things. Because kufana nokungena nendoda endlini ucabanga ukuthi ingane ifundani lapho phela umama uyenza kaso kusho ku right yeah uSipho ungenile umalume uSipho next week umalume uThabo sho ku right mase ithela ingane lana you wanna be act surprised as if you didn't scold your child enough, but when now you are doing it, do as I do. It's like do as I say but not as I do. I'm looking at myself, I'm looking at the friends that I keep, I'm looking at Uncle B, and I'm saying, are these men going to set examples with my children? Because the people I'm surrounding myself with are going to be parents to my children. I'm looking at myself first, guys. I'm sorry.
You know, Bongs, I used to say this in church, all right? If I'm given an opportunity, and that is almost about 10, 15 years ago, if not, yeah, around there. And I remember I would say to parents that you don't pull your child to become a Christian, all right? Yeah. Because generally with us, when we get saved, we want our children to get saved. But normally, it took us a long time before we could even get to that point. Because you were thinking about your life, with the life, you know, I think I need to change. But even if umntwana lo ubona uBujabu no John getting in and out, you know, bayenza amahlalisana in the same house for 6 months, and omunye uyaphuma and then kungena omunye. When you go on a road trip, yokuthi now I need to change. You don't involve them.
Exactly.
All right. You don't tell them, hey, this life of mine, I'm struggling, but I want to change. You don't get there. Abantwana kulukutu uba umama manje sekathi uJesu uJesu umfelo umfela izono zami. Then immediately after that, you want to take them to church, and they're like, but we need to be desensitized from what you have actually done, because we don't even believe where you're at, you have actually changed. Most probably you're following, and now you want us to follow you. And
we Jesus is my boyfriend.
Yeah, we need to be able to observe and see ukuthi ngempela mama wethu has actually changed. All right. So, and I'm saying to them, give your children time to be able to be convinced ukuthi ngempela umama wami is a right model to actually begin to follow. Then from there, kancane, you get to a point where you begin to introduce this thing. Because bayakubona, and I'm trying as well, when you start praying, you no longer, because half the time, most of us as Christians, what do? When we pray, we close ourselves in a bedroom, we pray from there, but we are not even involving our children. All right.
What's about Uncle? Sorry to interject. What's about coming to think of it, ne? As you say, whatever you just said, ne? And I'm thinking of the past comments and the current comments that are happening currently. I'm thinking we are failing in this regard. It starts with family, relatives, close relatives. If we mistreat each other from ending, because it's going to be worse.
You hide those cousins of yours.
Yeah,
As if they are not your blood, they are not your nephews and nieces.
Yeah. You start mistreating family members. Starting, it's going to be worse. I'm thinking of it, manje masikhuluma. Actually, as blinded as we are, and as somebody said, we are silent, and our silence is the one that ends with this thing continue to be wrong. It is because we have taught ourselves, or we have taken lessons from people that we are not supposed to take. We are not mindful of our surroundings. We are ignorant in a way. We choose what is best, I think. And this thing of there's this word they call toxic. Family is toxic, friends are toxic, abantu basestradini are toxic. It's something that
happiness is toxic.
We need to be mindful of that, the words we use, because if you say your family member is toxic, you are teaching your son or your daughter to say the very same thing later on in life. You are not, you do not want to fight to change in narrative to see the world in a positive manner, and you leave them hanging and say they're toxic.
This thing of ijuskama, ijuskababa, it starts there. I say again, they might not do it in front of you, but out there, the world is not there to parent your children. No one is doing that anymore. So I guess ending, and each one doing that means that the community is then inevitably parenting, because lenda bayamajus and namahappy. You think lapha estradini angeke bazithole, because manje uma uyayenza and she's still alive, so drugs don't kill. Smoke does not damage my lungs because look at how old she is. I will then smoke. I mean,
hey, this is sad shit. This is sad.
Good day, everyone.
How are you, bro?
I'm good, and you, uncle? Okay, not to derive you from the topic, ne? I wanna killings that happened Orlando, Guanamzamo, ne? Like we're fighting an open enemy, ne? Why do I say like that? Also identify kanjani out to go to okay, lay out ipume Zim or ipume Mozambique, because they like us, basically. Bafana nathi. Stand there, maybe if you are khuluma okay, Salomon Law is not from South Africa. You understand? We busy since I'm a campaign to do and stuff. So aboning animal say cheese, epumendlalin. We hluthule futhi cheese waqeda ushaye bite encane uyihluthule cheese yakho ukhanya kanjani umuntu wakhona. These people, they come from wherever they come from their countries, from a poor background. Uza ngapha for a better pasture. When umtshela ukuthi okay abuyele emakhaya sekayitholile le cheese, ne? Then you fight him and I was to identify ukuthi okay is from South Africa or not. Bayafika bafethu bayabloma ethaveni bafika ukuthi okay namhlanje socisha abantu la. Ne tavern owner Eastern Cape, how sure are we he's from South Africa? Yena self, the owner himself. How sure are we he's from South Africa? So bayangena abafethu bayabloma baphuza amabhiya babona ukuthi kugcwele bathi hayi bafethu sekunjalo manje asikhiphe ibhamu siwise wonke umuntu phansi. Understand? Think of it as bad, man. You cannot identify them. We identify only if they speak. And ukutala ngahlala ngapho okay we understand ukuthi okay hayi lo akaphumi ngapho phuma somewhere. It's becoming a problem. Come back to the problem. The problem that is killing us and our politicians, they know ukuthi that's where they get money. Inyawo pesa yazi ukuthi okay ithengiswa ngobra Spicho, ithengiswa ngobra Bongs, ithengiswa ngobra Sipho. We understand? Extension in. Why don't we go kibo labantu laba ezimphakathi wesi sigijima ngakhona masiza ukuthi ubaba ka Ayanda ngumthakathi sifike simfaka itayere. Why singayiko abantu laba babulala icommunity ukudlula yonke into. We go kubra Spicho sikunikeza this final day. Sakuthola uthengisa inyawo phela ikasi bro wami kuzoshuba siyakucisha. That's where it's going to hurt my politicians more. That's why banganandaba because that's where they generate imali eningi kwama drugs. So blame ama Nigeria. In Nigeria ngeke ulibone ikasi lizothengisa inyawo. Lithengiswa ngubro wami. My own brother is the one who's killing his own brothers ikasi. Then so blame Nigeria ukuthi Nigeria ngaba ama drug pins and stuff. Look at the Chinese, ne? Look at the Chinese most of the time. Bayakola ama malls. Bathengisa namaphilisi la uma green tea nan. If you can check those people, they don't have a client base. The day they can run that store, bathengisa tea, maybe box 1 tea 40 rand for the whole day. But those people that are able to pay rent, ehlula stores that are big stores that are unable to pay my rent, but bona bayakwazi ukubhadala rent. Where do they get that money from? So bafrantas nandaba nabo, we know. Go to the mall, but now each and every mall it has those guys. That's how they generate money. Benz ama sleep, Benz ama print out ama sleep. Okay, we made 20,000 today. Yesterday we made 30,000 just for a tax return or babon tax man. Okay, these people are legit. But the truth to be told, those people they're not selling those products there. It's just a front to go. Okay, that's how we generate money. So if we want to pay in the drugs and stuff. Thina zomphakathi we have to arm siye kibo labantu labo ukuthi okay bafethu nendaba ukuthi uthengisa inyawo ekasi manje mayiphela because it's one of the reasons ezenza crime ibe phezulu. You understand? Going to parents abanikeza abantwana babo icarry eningi bacabanga ukuthi he's making his child special afile specialist girl. Angeke uzonikeza ingane i-lunch box umnikeze 50 rand ye-carry. Automatically you are telling that child ukuthi okay now you can do whatever you want because makafika sigela abantu bayahlangana ukuthi mfethu mina ngicarry 50 namhlanje wena ucarry malini mina ngicarry 40 ayithethe ahlanganise bafethu sobhaya ama drug because umcarry say lunch on top of that usamnikeza imali on top of that lunch box. So basically no uzobona ukuthi okay ngeweek ngiyakwazi ba ne5 clipper beside lengizoyinikeza endlini ukuthi okay ngizibhayela amazimba mangibuyile le yasesigela ngikwazi ba ne5 clip bagcina especially manje kule pandemic bangena 3 days in a week. Some parents they don't even know abantwana babo attend this girl because of this loophole ukuthi bangena 3 days 2 days. Ingane bengihlala khona emaflatini umama urealize after 4 months ukuthi ingane ayiyes girl. Thathi care thathi imali yokugibela bayahlangana eparkini baya ku ayabonga abazali bakhe basebenza bonke during the day kuyo host party kuyabuya umuntu ubuye ngathi because now we have created an environment ukuthi ubaba uthathe smartphone sakhe uye ekamureni uyozivalela umama uthathe smartphone sakhe nayo uyozivalela ekamureni. When last did our parents or abazali manje babuza ukuthi okay how was school ucela ubona ibhuku zakho awulethe ibhuku choose a random book uthi man wawenzanga nix esgirl. So that is always caution ukuthi okay hey if angenzanga any homework or anything esgirl time uzojump. So what we have created now sibanikeza the technology ukuthi okay hayi nayi laptop nayi phone sort yourself out when you hlala ekamureni umama naye. Sure.
Gift, I just want to interject on sorry to interject actually. I want to add on what you're saying. On the other flip side of it, with the economy the way it is, our jobs are not paying enough. And you find parents like me who have to do 2 jobs because then I clock my 9 to 5 and then I have to subsidize my salary with a second job. And now I'm not observing what is in that person's backpack. lumntana lo, and I'm not
Survival mode.
observed.
Survival
Yeah,
mode.
understand. So with survival mode, it's
Survival
almost like
mode.
it's a constructed sort of poverty.
And you get to lose yourself within
Yes.
that survival mode. Because
Besides,
you want to provide the best. You just want to
understand
provide the best.
the example I show you, now you have a parent sitting in the room on their phone. You understand? That's a different dynamic. Now I'm talking about parents who are on the survival mode. I show you pulling. I have to take a second night shift just to subsidize this life that I'm trying to create for my children. Now umntwanakho is starting to lose weight, usekanezipho lokuroliwiti. You're not even checking if the nails are cut, the bag is clean. You know, I don't know, guys. I don't know. At NAMI I've actually had to regroup and say no. I'm going to ask to say, Mina, I'm clocking out at 2 to fetch my kids, do homework so that I can start my evening job at home. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to sit kwamlungu while my family is collapsing, because without those kids, my lineage, my surname, my very generation is not going to it's not going to continue. Do you understand? So I'd rather take half of that salary and half of the other one, because I cannot afford, guys, to have druggies. I can't. I'm already a single mother. I can't afford that. It's too expensive.
That goes back to being a single mother.
I've realized the observation that I've actually made with the children immediately after COVID, they are not the same anymore. They are not the same. And I understand when somebody says something, it's actually off. One, we know that we used to have parents. Our mothers used to be stay-home mothers, despite the mega amount of money that our fathers used to get. But he would literally be able to take care of the family. All right. Kwamanje, women are working. The women and the men are actually working. So the question is that we need to ask is that who's actually taking care of those particular children? Right? Then government to now, it's even having an advantage in terms of the tax that is actually going to get from those particular two individuals, which means they are literally taking off almost 0.5% or half of what they are actually getting.
Yeah.
Now, abantwana, they are now in a position where they don't have a parent. So because we think we are affording, we buy them tools that would keep them busy. Now, I was saying the other day to somebody, today, not that some of us here, we never had an opportunity to see abo baba betu nabo mama betu buying before at some point, but it was quite a rarity, despite the fact that you were sitting in a one-roomed house where there is a division of wicketting, and because most of our kids now, what they do is they stay in a dining room, they sit there, they watch TV with the phone in their hands. Children are no longer playing as much as we used to, precisely because tina master tukudlala. After we take a bath or whether or not you are able to take a bath, but I can tell you this much, when you get into your bed, you are dead. You feel it, because you were playing almost. I mean, motor skills were there. All right. So kwamanje abantwana bethu they are becoming abantwana bamanje now, how big are they? I mean some of them, the way you would even doubt you'd actually look at them and say, but how old are you? Because one, they speak sense, the bodies are so real, and I suppose people abamzimba nyana umncanyana nje, you become victims of these young fellows. So it becomes unfortunate to even get to a point.
Hey, Uncle
They
K.
share when I have bongs, but
Hey,
share
boy.
again, you
In
know.
a full blazer, a full school blazer. I'd say,
Yeah.
hello, baby girl. That time you are in heels with the khakis just to show that I'm an adult. Uzongenzani?
U-adult
But
kubani?
continue.
U-adult kubani bongs? Ngoba u-adult
Wena, hayi bo babuza exactly that. Hayi bo bulengathi bowukhona.
u-adult kubani? U-adult kubani? You are an adult to those that know you. To those children, you are just
I said, no, but you're not
chairs.
my parents. Mina ngifuna
Yeah.
wena.
It is
Akuphelekezele
because
all the way to the escalators.
well,
Anandaba.
yazi enye into engifundisa
confidence.
topic
They've
ne.
got confidence.
That's
Mind you, they've got
umuntu
confidence.
shona le. Umuntu shona le umuntu wakhona. I-voice ingaka.
Last
Hustler,
what happened ne? I
they
was at
might, Hustler, can I just say this?
okay.
So, they might be having the confidence, all right? But they don't have the sustainability to go with it.
They
And I'll tell you
don't.
why. Because we have lacked even discipline at home, all right? To a point, what we do is, even when we want to tell our children the truth and where to get off, we are afraid, the next thing that they would do is to commit to suicide. And precisely because of that, that's what makes our children to be able to get to that point where they actually commit suicide. One disappointment, they go that route.
Like no, ne, it's painful. Couldn't game edlalwayo, they download this game. One is in YouTube, one is in Play Store. Enye bayibiza uGranny. So it's like the child is being commanded by that cartoon. Iyamtshela ukuthi okay, how many brothers do you have or sisters? Then uzophendula. Then uzokutshela ukuthi okay, go punch him. Ne? Ayihambe ingane like control emotions zabo. Izohamba ingane ifike ishaya ingane enye ngempama pha. Yabo. Ithi Granny ibuye back ithi okay, I did hit him. Ibumuza ukuthi okay, how did you feel? Then izorespond ukuthi okay, I felt proud, I felt strong. If okay, go smack him again. Like it teaches violence. It okay, go take a knife and stab her. Like ugcina control ingqondo yengane yakho, ingane yakho seyigcina enzima ihlolo ungayazi na ukuthi uyithola kuphi, because engathi it's like a programmed machine. Igcina iprograma nayo ingqondo yakho ukuthi okay, whatever that cartoon says to the child, uyibone right yena.
It normalizes it.
Yeah,
I guess
ikutshela ukuthi
I'm a
no.
very intrusive parent because I guess I will go through things. I guess because I'm still a child to my father as well. He still goes through my phone, so I duplicated that. So I'm very intrusive, and you can't be caught red-handed. So I wouldn't be a good girlfriend to people who want nudes, because it's not going to happen. You know, like Uncle B, I think the weekend, your Father's Day, my father was here, and he actually listened to live here because he was like, because he was hearing male voices, and they got to speak to him. So I'm that intrusive as well, you know. So hey guys, I think
I think
let's
that's the way
get back
to
to
do it,
being
because
Continue wearing lama heels. Uzobona wena. These children will come after you. It matters not what
and
you say.
again, that question, Gametsana, who's harnessing these children that we're complaining about? And I'm thinking, if I was that 30, 40 or 30 something year old who will just enable this child to, you know, to make me feel alive, to make me feel young, you know, I would go for these kids, because one, they're taller than me, so that helps. I like tall men, you know. You know, and it's gonna be immediately transactional. So who is to blame in this situation? The adult, obviously me. Do you understand? So I'm like,
you know,
no,
Bones,
I understand that you are tall and all of that. I'm not your parent. That's nice and well, but my dearest child, just for these 3 seconds, I am older than you, and I'm taking the adult responsibility to say, please walk away before I actually call security, because what you are doing is very wrong. It might be not wrong to your parents or wherever you come from, but it's wrong to me.
Bones, you know, my daughter the other day, I went through, I don't know whether to call it a counseling session, but I what I always do with these kids is to sit them. Sometimes even when their mother is not there, they would be sitting at the corner of my bed and we are talking about issues around life generally. Just this week, I think she was talking to her mother why the resentment and whatsoever towards the mother. Why did it actually happen, and why was she so resentful unto me when I met the mother, you know? And I can tell you now that my child was angry that the mother was with another child, staying with another child, and left a gable, but angry because she would see her once a week. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, abo baba bethu, abo mama bethu would stay for a year, if not 6 months, not seeing us. But when they come, we are the most happiest.
I think it's value, Uncle. I think it's value, Uncle, in that sense of teaching. It's teaching
and
value.
that's what I'm saying. And I think what the mother asked was that where did he change? He said, this man, it didn't matter how I actually treated me, he still loved me. And I remember one day she came here in the morning, on Saturday morning, after I had the COVID, and I was sitting in the sun in a dining room, you know. And I called her and I sat her down. I said, "Ngicela ucoce yonke into, uhambe, and call your boyfriend and tell him to come and fetch you." Because even I don't even know what actually got me sick. On that day, I could tell ukuthi umntwana lo manje, it's like how this man whom I thought ukuthi I'm dealing with is now picking up arms and what has actually happened. And I'm merely saying ukuthi ngesinye isikhathi we go around an issue, man, before we get to the issue. Sometimes it's okay to tell the child, you're not judging the child, by the way. It's not right.
Like Uncle Pine, what you saying? Mina, mangikhula ne. Ngiza nedisk endlini, ibhola, umama mangalazi. Bebuza ukuthi emfo, ibhola likabani?
Exactly.
Hayi, nelikaSiyabonga. Ngicela ulibuyisele kuSiyabonga manje. Hamba ulibuyisele kuSiyabonga. Lifunani la because likaSiyabonga.
Yeah.
Now parents benzani babona umuntu ungane zengefoni uyithole kuphi angichole eparkini. Okay, akunandaba.
Yeah.
So we change in the card. That's all they ask.
Mashiama is here. Can I allow him to come in?
Okay, I'll give
him.
Before I let Cutie to come in.
Is there someone else, Uncle B?
No. When I just hang on in there. Don't go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uncle,
Mashia.
let us speak.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Mashia.
I'm good, and you?
Welcome.
Interesting topic.
Yeah, no. This topic was hijacked by Puleng and was it Nyiko? No.
I want to talk on.
Then Abdela's dead.
I want to talk on
Ubani. Samkele's father, someone.
Samkele.
Yeah, Samkele. Yeah. So they
Abdela's father.
I want to speak on behalf.
They hijacked the life. Yeah. How are you, Mashia?
I'm good. I'm glad that I came live again, so I can say a bit, 2 cents of my knowledge as a teacher, as well as a parent.
Yeah.
You know, the problem, I said the first comment after listening to you guys, I said the problem, we have failed the master's plan as parents. Ne? How did we fail? The master's plan for human beings is there should be a mother and a father in a family. Ne? Unfortunately, with the families that we have, sometimes there is only a father or there is only a mother, which we cannot blame. Why did you do so? Because it happens. It's the life's challenges around the people. that one we leave it. But the other problem that we have failed in the master's plan is our government. Our government has taken the power of my parents unto them. Where if bongs you decide to discipline your child, then the child must open a case. So what we see is what we see is children getting more power when they are not yet ready to have power. Somebody said, "Mina mangkhula uma mami mangiza nebhola bekavela athi buyele emuva." Ane? Now you say to your child, "Buyele emuva uma ukuselelo bhola." Makabanjwa, the first person ozobuzwa if kwenzeka ukuthi uyarape endleleni is you as a parent bomukusaphi. Because one, the environment that we are in is not safe. Let's pass there. Let's go to us as teachers and the parent. Mina, I'm teaching, I'm a grade 7s, the young ones. I'm qualified to teach from grade 1 to grade 7. Now you'll find the child is being naughty at home, or let's say in class, and you say, "Man, I want to see your parents. Can you just call Upuleng to come and see me because I see there's a problem." And Puleng will send a message via the child. Utshele lo teacher wakho ukuthi I don't have time. So busy. Yeah, mina busy. Yena usemsebenzini, yena ufuna ukuthi mina ngiyeke umsebenzi wami. What are you sending the message to the child? Ukuthi, one, you are not important. 2, let your teacher see. Abu you bongs as a skolweni if umntwana une problem. You know what bongs will say? Teacher umshaye ngoba nami uyangihlula ekhaya. What are you saying to the child? You are saying to the child, even nami I cannot do anything. So mina ngimshaye ngizozwa umsebenzi for your child. So I'm saying to us as parents now, let us stop giving power to the children. Let us stand up as parents and say, enough is enough, government. You cannot control. And it's bati kunalenta bati imizo management, macro and micro. Micro is at home. Mizo is the community. My macro is community, and mizo, the big one, is the government. Let us, as parents, allow ourselves to micromanage our children. Because if we say the mizo must control the micro, how are they going to do it? How do you go from the government and come to the family? That is why we'll find abantwana abase Queenstown or wherever, where they got drunk and then they died. And then they say, "Last, blame the government." The question is, where were the parents? How did you allow your child to go out? Well, that's my 2-cent contribution.
Thank you so much, Mashid. I think you're correct. We find ourselves in a fix. Sometimes I think it's okay to touch a bandage, you know.
Yes.
And I also know
after that. Uncle,
bazohamba bayohlala lapha bangiripote khona ongiripotile uzohamba
it's fine. You are going to say this now, but when Nico comes, he's going to tell you one thing. I'm doing my job. You will only sort this out in a court. Me, I'm here to take you into custody.
Let's take it to court. I want to see that child of mine who's gonna take me to court.
When there are so many different ways that
one thing I know, they will not do that because uyayazi ama repercussions uzosala i1 baphoyisa ngeke amthatha umfake endlini yakhe uzomngenisa kwisystem.
And the other thing is, as parents, we need to be active. How? Find ways of disciplining a child. If umntwana misbehavior, don't resort to violence. Yes. there's nothing I can do ngizomshaya. Find ways. Angithi la ekhaya sibukela TV. La ekhaya sometimes we eat out and you say yabona njengoba wenzeka so next week mina ngiyakhola and then mina next week ngikhipha ifamily yami when you are not going there. Ungathi next week mayifika you are excited, you've got your money and you say let's go iphelile. So meaning that ukwazi kumbhanka umntwana. If I do something wrong, ngitshele ukuthi yazi as from today
it's wrong.
done this ngiyayikhatha mina i-allowance.
But
If
that
I
alone could
school
be dangerous. I get that you are trying to discipline a person, but that alone can be dangerous.
Yeah,
'cause
there's no
you
right
might-
or wrong. Because once
you are right.
imali uzojoyela kwi-boyfriend ukuthi mangingabehave ngale
Yeah, you
ndlela ifuna
understand. Yeah, he
behave
might
ngakhona
find a solution somewhere.
he's gonna take out there's no right or wrong about this thing, guys. Find the balance. Obvious nawe ngokuhlezi ubhukuza ney'ngane, you understand. But mina shame mina guys, I will clap here and there. Hayibo.
Mina nginokuthi
Hayi no
ngicala
mina guys.
ngibathusela
Ngakhuza kayi-3 angeke
but when mangikhipha ibhande ngimshaya in such a way that they think about what if he does it again, you know.
But until again, the measures of discipline. I think
and our
we need
kids
to-
are very
we
soft,
need
guys.
to align
Umshaya
ourselves with
kayi-1
that.
abese right. Umshaya kayi-1
Yeah.
because akafuni that repeat. Our kids are very soft. Thina bese ukuthi besinenkani and besi-rough because we
Ungashayeli
played
umntwana
outside.
final.
Thina besishaya
Guys,
njalo
ungashayeli
bese
umntwana
rough.
final.
Mina
Ungamshayeli
I like
final.
what uncle
Ukuthi mina
said.
ngi-rough, uma ngingashaya ingane manje ukuthi ngiyayishaya serious ngizoyibulala. So
Uyabona ke, ukhipha
that's the
enga
thing
yakho,
ukuthi
ukhipha enga yakho
exactly, and that's
ngomntwana.
the wrong thing. So that's why ngithi nje
Yeah.
mina clap nje 1 2 ukuthi ungaphindi,
Yeah.
otherwise ngizokulimaza mntanami and angifuni ukuba nesidumbu.
Yes,
So ngizokufaka ethuneni.
Bongs, the other thing that you need to be able to avoid when you punish a child, ukumshaya ngesandla, right? You don't do that. Take a belt or iswazi.
Okay.
Uncle, can you bring in Nico and I leave? Can you bring Nico so that I make space?
Okay, I want to
Right,
hear
sure.
Nico actually because he's a cop.
Can I say something before Unika Angela? Okay. There's something that your uncle said. Uti, one day you sat with your daughter and you discussed. They were saying a resentment. Bringing balance is making sure Uti communication in the family is opened and children can trust. Uti, I can speak to Baba Mangabe kukhona okungikhathazayo. Another thing that we need to look at politically now is that Mina was born in the 70s. Children of the 70s are Generation X. From 1965 to 1979, Generation X. And then kunalaba abavele bama 80s nama 90s. Abantwana abenkululeko, abo freedom fighter bonke.
Gen Z.
So labo bantwana, the discipline that we got from our parents, they were not lucky enough to get. When they were growing up, bekugcwele abonkululeko. Hey, freedom yethu, freedom this, freedom that, and then something went amiss. Yathi nje ukuthi kancane ba end up bangatholanga lemfundiso thina esiyitholile. So nabo manje they are expected to be parents, but because abana imfundiso right, they are struggling with parenting. So they resort to kutheni ngizomshaya ekutheni ngcono ngimiyeke uthisha wakhe akambona. And
Nico,
Hello, I'm here.
ushuthi bazongibophisa.
Kahle, I was forced to arrest another a father. It was on the 2nd of September. The reason why I remember the date exactly, bebalwela issue ya Spring Day. So hence I remember very well that it was the 2nd of September last year. So ubaba obviously mongathola umntana akho adlala ngamanzi uyamkhuza no ungayenzi into njalo. Yena in his mind or at the back of his mind it's Spring Day, that's it. Uyabona, so umntana wamtshela ukuthi hayi wena umdala, you don't understand anything. Uyabona, I don't understand anything. What are you trying to say? Because I'm paying the bill here. And then one jail, I'm paying the bill, and you're not supposed to play with water like that. And then he was going out. When he come back, still the child is playing with water. And you know how old is this child? I'm not sure. I don't know why I'm calling him a child, because he's 17.
Yo!
He's 17. So that's when he decided to slap him. Only one slap. It was done. We were forced to arrest him because it's part of
Okay.
domestic violence. Remember, domestic violence, when we define it, it's not necessarily about lovers. People
Yes.
that we, even if I have shared an apartment with you, sharing, we don't know each other. The fact that we have shared, should we fight? That's a domestic violence. The fact that we are friends, it's domestic violence.
And we fight.
So
and it's domestic
remember,
violence, yeah.
you know, if I can slap you bonks now. It might happen that I won't get arrested. I will get a warning.
Yes.
But should I slap someone who is defined as a domestic to me?
Yes.
It's immediate arrest. I tried to talk to my boss to say, check, we are black. We know this guy was trying to discipline his son. Is there anything that we can do? He took me aside and say, my man, let me save you from this thing. Should this boy go and hang himself or do something that is silly with a suicide note while with your name inside? You are gone. You are in for it. That makes no sense. So it's yeah.
I just want.
Yes, uncle.
There was an old man that was Bambo Pisa, all right? So he came with this boy to the house to come and apprehend the old man. But what this policeman did, uthe when this boy angena endlini, wayothatha iswazi ebhutini.
Yeah.
Then he murdered this boy. And I started asking questions. By the way, who's taking care of you? Who do you want to listen to?
Yeah.
And I suppose the rest is history. He was now online.
Nico.
Yeah. Hello.
Can I just come in here as if I can ask, do you agree with me, Uguti? Tina, as the law-abiding citizens of the country, we have failed. We are putting our weight of being parents onto police as well as onto teachers, which is not fair. You know what the government did? I don't know if we are SBST at school. It's a support-based school team where if there are children who are naughty, we will go and say adopt a cop.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, when you adopt a cop, then if there are problematic children, you call the cop to avoid problems that can happen. So what happens is, I don't know if you've seen that, but even if we've got that adopt a cop where we take some of the children to prison to check if depending on the naughtiness within the school, we can take the child to using the police. But what happens there is parents are not helpful. Parents like Bongs are there, but not all of them. Some are so young, utututi against the school and afika gqoke igown athi mina manje ngenzeni mangabastot ngimenzeni makastot bonani ukuthi nizwenzani, and mawuthi uyabona Nico will come to school and say ngizokubopha wena umshayeleni umntwana.
That's true.
And we end up
this thing of
police and teachers
parents
fighting each other. So mina bengizothi my advice would be as a family, make your own laws, which you are
Yes.
going to respect, so that you alleviate the pressure from the school as well as the police. If you don't make laws in your family, how are you going to make respect laws of the country?
Yeah. You see, West Part, like a person like myself, ne? I go out working there, and then I see how drugs affect children. How drugs turn a smart kid into a thief.
You?
And
Yeah.
then now, that day when I was talking to my commander, I told him something. I said to him, for me, I mean, I've got a 3-year-old son. Not to mean, you know what he did? He said, he just said, make sure it doesn't get you arrested, because even if he can just report you, we don't get arrest you. At the end of the day, something have been blocked on the way, and it's true. There are units that I cannot work in because I've been listed as a child abuser. You understand?
Yeah.
There are certain things that I cannot get because I'm listed as a child abuser. They don't list you as a person who have disciplined their child and then they get them arrested. They list you as a child abuser.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine, Nico. I'm going to be a child abuser. I want that child when they are 18 under the bridge to remember that parent. It's fine. Mina ngizobashaya shame.
And
Ngifuna
Bongs,
ngabantu.
you know, Bongs,
Bongs.
what you just said now. I want to share. It's
They
a very
must be
short
proud
story.
of themselves
I'll
when
make
they
it
are under
very
that
short.
bridge.
We know when I grew up, I used to, at the age of 8, I was a spanner boy. My father was a mechanic. And then around the age of 12, I was able to overhaul an engine and all that. You know, I used to see it as an abuse. Because when my friends come with a ball, and then bangishayela iflate but isikhathi ukuthi siye egroundini siyodlala, my father will be the first one to say, I know he's coming, he will come tomorrow, he's busy today. I thought, this man, why is he like this, you see? But one day when like fast forward, I was my first car, I bought a second-hand car, the first car. And then, you know, when you grow up, you do all those funny things before. So there was this other car that came next to me. I was like, this one cannot be faster than my car. Then I blew up the engine there. That's when I realized that my father was the father. He was never an abuser. Because I did not even have money, but I managed to fix the car.
You see?
Nico,
You see now.
you know what you have just said. It goes back into schools. You know, we used to have technical schools, which our government has stopped,
Yeah.
and they would help. And also, I wanted to say something to Bongs before. Uguti Bongs, when the case is opened against you for hitting the child, maybe Unyiko doesn't explain it very well. There's a human rights commission, human rights that's going to charge you. There's a police, Nico. There's also, I think there are 4.
Yes.
They are 4. Even us, as they, Tisha, we are able to say, umtana the way mshayanga corner, we can come against you, which I
Yes. Yes.
So when you hit a child, think about it. I'm just going to say, have alternatives around the family. But ungasabashai.
But what can
But
be those?
the truth
What can
is,
be
Bongs,
those?
Wena Mashia and
Yeah.
Nieko, I know what you are perpetuating what the master is actually saying, all right? Which is basically the government. But when this child is sitting under the bridge, you're not even, people are
They
not
must
even
call
going to
that
see.
cop. They must go to that school, that teacher. They must go there and thank them for being under the bridge. Because one thing I know, you are dissembling a family. A mother is gonna go to jail. A record can't get employed. You must take care of that child. I need
Guys, you
Take
are
care of
shifting the
them.
blame. You are shifting the blame.
Exactly.
Just look
Let
at
us deal with our kids.
No, I cannot let you. Remember, there's one thing that you must never forget. I'm also working for someone else. I've got kids whom I have to take care of. You understand?
So, take care of mine also.
No, let's finish up. Let me finish up, boss. I'm working for someone else, Uncle P.
Nico,
Uncle B.
Can you speak now as a parent, not
as a parent?
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. I'm working for someone else. That's number one. I'm already a parent. For someone else, I'm referring to my kid.
Okay.
I'm doing whatever that I'm doing in order for me to provide
So
for my
now
kid.
you are doing your job.
Wait, let me finish up so I can get where you want me to. But at the end of the day, should I let your son or your daughter report something to me, and then I don't do anything about it? I'm the one who's going to suffer the consequences of losing the job. Who's going to provide for my son? Remember, if the call, when they dial 10-111 was going straight to the police officer, most of the things were not going to be done. But it doesn't go straight to a police officer. It goes somewhere else. It gets recorded. They need a feedback. And then I come back and say, no, the feedback, it was just a domestic violence. They decided to sort it out. They record that, right? Then two hours down the line, they get another call. There's a suicide in progress, or there's an inquest. Inquest is when a person is already died. That person died.
Okay.
When they arrive there, they find they want to know. Okay, 2 hours before this,
What happened?
Chauke was sent to. Chauke is me. Chauke was sent to go and handle this situation. He gave a feedback that they decided to sort it out. Bongs, it's you now. I'm putting you in this one, and then now Bongs said to these people who are now investigating that this police officer who came here, he just told me to sort it by myself. I'm done already. I'm gone. And obviously, even if you did not say that, or I did not say that,
yes,
I'm going to be the one
like that,
whom they're not going to trust. Hello?
Can I just come in there and say, when you go to police or wherever, there's this thing, but they are the rules of engagement.
Yes.
Where you need to understand the rules of engagement. Like Amasocha, Mawahamba, IMP, they need to understand the rules of engagement. So I'm saying to Bongs and Uncle P, when you understand the rules of engagement, you won't say a police is to supervise your child. What are the rules of engagement as a parent now?
Okay, rules of engagement have failed as a parent. Now I am scolding my child. I am reprimanding them by using the rod. You come and intervene. So you mean to say there is nothing that parents can do to say no, and there is no defense for parents when they find themselves in that position?
I said to you, Bongs, look for alternatives to punishment.
The alternatives are there, are not there. They don't work. We all know this.
Those alternatives sometimes they don't even work.
We know, sometimes, all the time.
Hang on, Mashia. You know that the girls the girls in your school at that age, they are also fighting for boyfriends. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
You have cases where these children are fighting for girlfriends. I mean, a child who's not even in grade 8.
Okay, can I say something without saying the names of my learners?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call that.
No, we don't even know them. You can use studio names.
Okay. When Lena A was in grade 2. Yeah, when they were in grade 2, the Lena was left with a child. The Lena was left with a child, and when the parent went out, hey, there's a noise.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay, there was Lena A who was left with a 2-year-old, and the 2-year-old
who's in grade 2
bucket. Yeah.
Lena A is left with a child. Lena A is in grade 2.
Lena A is 8 years old. Is left with a child who is 2 years old. and the 2-year-old went into a bucket and drowned. Ne? When the learner A grew up, the learner A is now in grade 8. Ne? He grew up with guilt because in the family unit they would say, "You've killed the child." When Mabamkuza, ne? So learner A became so naughty and out of hand, people couldn't find out what is wrong until we call a parent. And the parent said, when my child was in grade 2, somebody died and the child was accused. And Nico's colleagues came to ask, and the inquest was there until, most when they question you about Nico, you end up being confused now. The child was so confused. I feel like guilty. Yes, I've killed somebody because somebody was saying when I did this. The help was not found until teacher B, who is me, went and dig the whole thing and find out what went wrong. So the learner A is now helped, but there is a problem. So who are you going to blame there?
Obviously, the parent.
All right, the parent.
That one is very obvious.
The parent. So
Yes.
the parent was supposed to be arrested for neglecting the child.
And murder.
There's no murder there. Murder is only when it's only negligence. Murder is only when I've planned. If intentionally I want to kill you and then I kill you, that's murder. That's why if you can go back to Jub's case, the issue of Jub was later turned into
Negligence.
something. He did not drive the car saying, "I want to bump those kids."
It's culpable homicide.
It's culpable homicide. So he did not take the car and say, "I want to bump those kids." So that's why it was later changed from murder. So there was no murder there. But however, the mother was supposed to be arrested for neglecting the child. It's the same as, should I leave my son inside the house and then I leave? And then the house burn.
And then
when the house burn, I'm the one who's going to be arrested.
Yes, Manje, here's my question, Nico and Uncle. Please listen carefully. Since the child is growing up with that sadness, and is going to meet your child who is not naughty, who has not been involved in such, because this child is already baggaged with something, obviously the child will, in a way, wrap something into your own child. That is why I'm saying to us, as parents, let us make the rules so that when a child comes home and say, "Hey, Yazubani, who's the so," you are able to relate and say, "Mtanam, Yazin, we need to pray for this child, or we need to make sure, Guti, you stay away from so and so because I don't think it's safe for you." A child comes in at home, bongs, they don't tell you, they become naughty because there's something that's eating them. You hit them, you are going to make things worse because already there's a baggage that you don't know about. You start hitting them when the thing is low. So make a resolution today that I would not hit my child until I speak to them.
Until you know what's wrong, exactly.
Yes.
I mean, and you don't reprimand somebody 3 times and just leave.
Tina no Nico sasifuna ukuqoshwa thina.
I think we need to admit that at some point abantwana abafani, all right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They are never
after
the
much
same.
communication.
And you also know and when as a teacher, and I suppose some of us are actually we are we are sold and sold unto the thinking patterns of the government, all right?
Yeah.
And to a point that we now we are actually captured in essence, all right? But the truth be told is that the very same people that are actually running this particular country The most unfortunate thing is that once we found a freedom, there was an element of abantwana bethu, they are not going to grow the way we actually did, because some of them hated their teachers. All right. So that's why they ended up changing this particular law so that it begins to favor the children. But truth be told is that we are now raising children who are not going to be leaders of this country. That is why it's even worse that the other countries are coming into our country. They are going to be leaders in this particular country. They are going to wipe all the loins that are supposed to be giving birth or creating children that are better people in this particular country, so that they are able to take over. Nico, you will be ruled one day. You're going to be ruled by Nigerian as a president in this country.
It's very close. It's very close.
In actual fact, they are ruling us even now before they even get to that particular seat. That is one of the most unfortunate part.
Don't you
now,
think?
We also understand that even in their country, you can't go there and do as you please. But you get into Kempton Park, there, the corner there, a station. It is only them. They will be touching you to ask you, no, don't you want a phone? Can we buy your phone?
Uncle P, you're bringing something else here.
Uncle P.
You know, I've been to Netherlands. I used to be a boxer, so we used to go. I used to go places. So the other day I went to Netherlands. I realized that in Netherlands they take you see, being illegal in Netherlands it's a very serious thing. But in South Africa, it's not serious, because so-and-so is protecting the illegal ones. So-and-so is saying the illegal ones must not be here. So-and-so says, they must be here. They are our brothers. But at the end of the day, there's something that Gift mentioned before he leave here. I don't know if you'll remember when he said that these people, we don't know them, but we only know them when they speak. That they are not part of. They are not from South Africa. Let me not say part of us. But there was what I wanted to add from Gift. There was this other Uju that was taking rounds here. People saying that we cannot be bullied by South African, so therefore we have organized guns and all that. We're going to kill people. I still have that Uju. They even went as far as saying there's a colored community that is willing to assist them. So when Gift mentioned that, we don't know these people, I remember that, and then I say, I know, you know what, we cannot rule it out.
You know what I can say?
Because these people, they're in South Africa, wherever they're coming from, it's hot. Now it's warm here. So when you want to take them to the fire, it's something else. Then they want to retaliate. It might happen that people who have done whatever that happened today, they are not South African. I'm not saying they are not. I'm saying it might happen.
Can I say something?
Yes.
It goes back into saying that Tina, as one, I'm going to take again micro, macro, and meso. As a family, we didn't make laws. Why?
Yeah.
If Mina, as a female, a South African female, I am able, I'm not saying Namini, but racist or what. If
xenophobic.
Xenophobic, tribal, yeah.
Sithi xenophobic. Thina abosisi bethu bala eSouth Africa bakwazi ukuthi abe nomntwana neNigerian ne and ubaba wami ajabule kabi azothola inkomo zamaNaira angaze zingaki ezigcwele lamabheki wakhona lawo. But you will never see a Nigerian female going for a South African lady, for a South African man. So it goes back to
Mashia, whoa. before you continue, let me highlight this thing. South African man,
Yeah.
we are not, I don't know whether it's culture or anything, but we are not easy to be able to fiddle with things that we do not understand.
Listen,
You are very
Baba.
right, Uncle B. You are very right.
Men will
Uncle,
always come through for
right.
each other. I
Uncle,
told you, Uncle B.
Uncle,
No.
Eh?
Men will
Uncle,
always come through for each other. You guys know your worth.
can I just explain something? Uncle P, can I just explain something?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's wrong for South African men. I'm saying that I applaud them. Ukuthi bona, they don't go to other nations. It's rare you find a South African man going to a Nigerian lady. But Tina, as ladies, we also so humble no oka. Is my
Yeah.
man no? Why? It's because it goes back to a family. These ladies are told, even at home, even if when Uncle P you wanted, they are told at home that when you get married, you are going to get married to your Nigerian man. Same as Indians. Indian ladies, if they get married to, in some parts of India, if they get married to other nations, bambulala, you'll be killed by your own brothers. Why are you doing that? But Tina, we are so welcoming family unit. It's not strong enough. And I applaud South African men for not going for whoever.
I'm sure even if these ladies are interested and they were not given, or they were given a right to be able to date us, it's very, very rare. It's very,
Yeah,
I think we
it was
love
going
our
to be
own South
difficult.
African sister.
It was going
Whether
to be
they diss
difficult.
us or not, we still love them.
Somebody says,
I
no,
know.
they marry them. They do marry them, but they are few. It's not like us. Tina, esikolweni sami, you'll have about 10 children. 2 abama Pakistan, 3 abama Nigerian, 5 abama. The system is broken.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something, Mashiane, that I suppose we know this. Uguti, there are gangs, older gangs and new gangs in Cape Town that are fighting each other. The others are those that are actually protecting the Pakistanians. And the other ones are those that are actually saying, no. We need to take over and become the owners of business around this place. So you see now, there is already a division. And a lot of young men are actually dying now, precisely because they are being killed by their own, who are actually being captured by this Pakistanian.
So would you agree with me when I say a boy child is attacked a lot, so that our families as Black South Africans cannot expand in a good way?
No.
I
That's what I've been
agree with
saying.
you.
I would say the woman is weaponized to an extent, but I agree on that angle that you're taking.
But Mashia, if you listen to me, you realize, Uguti, you are agreeing with me in actual fact.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Not that I was attacking you guys, Guti. You don't go overboard. You are fine.
No, it's true. It's true. It's not easy for us to
You
go
see,
to
Nico, I think we
other
can agree,
nations.
Uguti, not only do we know our worth, we also know our value.
Exactly.
True, Uncle.
Exactly.
Uncle B, just own it. Men know their worth.
I once
Me, I take notes from my father. Would know your worth. Stop talking about it. Practice it. Men know their worth. Practice it.
I once shared a house with Nigerians. Like they were couple actually. It's not like there were many Nigerians. They were couple. It was a family because there was a child involved. Hey, the things that we were smelling there was something else. So I asked myself that if I were to to date a Nigerian lady, how am I going to visit this lady? That's one thing that I ask myself. But our sisters, that smell is nothing. But Bona, hey, it's their nature actually. You come back from drinking, from smoking, you kiss her, she won't refuse. It's fine. So with me, it's something else. Maybe just because I don't smoke, I don't drink. Maybe I take too much into consideration. I don't know.
Or maybe it's because of the patriarchy that women were taught to endure. So anything that is going to provide for you shelter, all the monetary things that those people can finance, you will endure. Hence, we can sleep with a whole with his whole mkhaba amitha amaxoxo laphana, but siyagibela ngaphansi kwakho because you know why?
For the money.
We need them exactly for them. So also it's sad on the fact yokuthi if our men were protecting their queens and providing for their queens, we would have a better structure. So now the woman is weaponized to be the one who becomes the head, who becomes the father, and therefore we don't see a need for you, in particular South African men, who will go for someone higher than us, who's bringing bigger guns. We already are weaponized.
For the first time, I disagree with Bongs. For the first time, I disagree with Bongs.
Okay.
Women are being weaponized. Like how? Like explain it again.
In the sense, Yoguti, the reason why we are having these imbogoto tendencies, right? Because now we as women, we have unfortunately had to toughen up, because of the broken family structure. And it's not these ones that we are dating now. We're talking about our fathers. We have an issue there, So now he was not doing it. As a female. Right? I'm going to be strong, provide for my mother, do all the things that the brothers and the father were supposed to do. Right? Now, when you come, what's the need for you, Gonj? I'm going to need a bed rest. Do you understand?
All right.
Because now you are going to come here and then I'm going to tell you that I need 1, 2, 3. You can't even provide thinking. Just remind me to change or take my car to service. Can you just provide me thinking?
So
Thinking.
I'm still disagreeing with Bongs again.
Oh, it's fine.
No,
therefore now you have a bunch of you have a breed of women that do not need that see these not that they don't need a man. They see these men as bigger and better providers, right? Because at the very basics it was not given. So anything that is going to provide bigger and better provision, most women tend to gravitate towards that. And South African men now are belittled and seen as the ants, while the other ones.
The reason we are being undermined like that, it's simply because our system have drawn or they've got they've a plan of gender politics. So the fact that now they are trying to make a man and a woman be enemies, that's where the problem
That's what
lies.
I'm saying.
It's not really like you see back then. I'm not gonna talk about abuse because I've never experienced it. I will be wrong. Where if you can go back then where man was a man, I'm talking about years back. You will find that a man was a provider, finish and clear, and he was also the decision maker. But as we go down to 80s up until the freedom and all that, now
forgot protector.
a woman just because they've been now they can work, they find it not important to have a man because for them having a man is only about providing financially. And I want to tell you something. It's not really about providing financially. Even if I provide something that you cannot do, something else like myself.
You are literally
like I
agreeing
told
with me. I said
No,
provide
no.
ngengqondo. Where now you wanna deviate to
You know,
money, and I'm saying
you just
literally.
gave an example that person you find that they cannot even give a thinking. It was just an example. But now, our society now believes that a man must be a provider financially.
Remember,
One
women
thing
did
that I
not
can
bring
tell you,
that into the plate. It was you who said you are providers. Women must sit
no, it was not
barefooted.
us. It was the Bible. It was the Bible.
Oh,
It was not
okay.
us.
Uncle B,
It
I'm
was the
out. Nico's on another level.
Uncle B, am I lying? Am I lying? We used to
Uncle
say
B,
it's
patriarchy
natural.
said women are barefooted bearing children in the home. You go out and work. And we followed suit. And then we got tired of the abuse. And then we
Yeah,
said,
the
it's
abuse.
fine, let us work for ourselves. Do you understand?
No,
But
Bongs,
now I'm
Bongs,
wanting to say that it's fine, we need you, ne? But can you at least use your brain at the very, very least? Can I be assisted to be reminded about certain things? Because in the same way as I would come into your life and assist you, when you are in my life, I have to do all these things by myself. When you are there, when I have to run around like a headless chicken, Morocco, just
9 into 10.
assist somewhere. Let us show you what you can't do, I can do. And we agree there. Hence the example of, can I be a reminder? We have to file our taxes, we have to take our cars for service and all of that. But you find women overwhelmed and yet they still have to service one side of the relationship. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Bongs. Mama Gangri, how are
Yeah,
you?
she just reminded me something.
I'm good on you.
Okay.
Exactly, Nico. Ngicela ukhumbule service.
Yeah, no, just remind you know, this other day I was at work, I came across my ex, and then she was like, I greeted her. She didn't greet back. So I was like, maybe she's angry. When I passed, she was like, hey, so you just gonna pass me like that? I was like, but I greeted you. She was like, yo, you know, I'm thinking when I'm sitting here that I heard that you're working here. And if you were still there, you'll have done my service. You understand what I'm trying to say, Monk? Because I used to service her car free of
Yeah.
charge.
Yes.
Now
Oh,
she,
but
just because I'm no longer there, she go like, hey, I'm just thinking because she came to the police station. She think,
yeah,
oh, they said
busy, yo, change the oil.
works here, and if he was still with me, my car, I wouldn't have paid anyone for the service. My car would have been serviced now. So that's what I
Exactly.
was.
So there are
Can we
service
be
lost.
assisted? The
There
service
are
is
services
lost,
lost.
Uncle B. Magangi,
Mama Gangri,
we're ignoring Magangi.
Mama Gangri is here.
Ninjani.
Mama Gangri, are you good?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, ngiyanizwa guys. Ngiyanizwa. Mina, I am just going to say one thing, and I hope it hits home. We are not living in the 1600s, the 1700s, and the 1800s anymore. Cost of living is high. Over and above needing a man who is going to be cerebrally inclined to me, I also need him to be financially inclined to me. And angizukunyakaza nje lapho, nizongixolela nje. Nyiko, indoda must provide, full stop. You must provide emotionally, you must provide financially, you must provide spiritually, and you must provide physically.
100%.
Yabona nje lapho, it will never change. The only difference is that the cost of living is so high right now that it seems as if the only need we have for men is financial, because we are also educated now, and we are also occupying similar spaces that that used to only be preserved for men. And that was purely because of the patriarchal system that existed. Pofke, it still exists even now, but we've broken through. Uyabona? So, as a woman, mina, I will never say I do not have a need for a man. Nginaso isidingo sendoda
I do.
because the burden is it's heavy. So I can
Exactly.
imagine ukuthi for wena as indoda nawe uyi-one inzima kangakanani le burden. If nami as an individual it's heavy. The problem comes when we want to infiltrate gender roles into responsibilities as human beings. As a human being, whether I am male or female, I have a responsibility to sustain my lifestyle and I have a responsibility to keep myself safe. If you come into my life, you better be inclined now with those responsibilities, or else I've got nothing to do with you. If you cannot keep yourself safe, if you cannot protect yourself, I cannot trust you to protect me. Already kuyimanje every day nami ngibhizi ngizama ukwenzani ukuziprotect. My coming into your life must add value. Your coming into my life must add value. Full stop. The
Mama
moment
Kangxi,
And skills.
Mama Kangxi,
Mama Kanye agrees with us.
Yebo,
and also to
fully.
mention, Mama Kangxi, there was one Tuesday in the evening where I was going for a prayer meeting,
Mm.
and I was listening to a live which you were there. And at that particular point, you were just basically discussing or rather explaining how you met your husband. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Right. Now, my point here is that there are a lot of women who literally would want a ready-made. And of course, because they would want somebody that would be able to provide, somebody that would be able to provide the things that they might not even be able to afford. And when at the time, my belief is that you were able to afford some of these things that this man was not able to at the time.
Yeah.
All right. But the problem then, evelayo in this thing is that the women, some women who come into this relationship, including men, right? They want way above what they can actually be able to afford. But my point in this case is that they are not even asking how this particular man got what he actually got,
Got where they are. Yay, Uncle B.
right?
Yes,
So which
Uncle
therefore
B.
says it literally puts them a meter away from becoming the next sacrifice.
Yebo.
Because most probably, if somebody is able to go back and check where are the exes Zalomund, some of them disappeared mysteriously.
Mm.
So I'm saying, and that is why it has been the gospel that I try to bring in TikTok, and most probably people don't get me, and they think Uncle B is quite jealous about people. And I'm saying, you meet a man, you need a number of things. One, you need discernment. It does not mean when you experience the boiling of your blood about somebody that you see, immediately you need to get into bed with them. You begin to share your sparge, which is very problematic. In actual fact, we also understand now, by the way, feces is very expensive. It's very
Hey
expensive.
guys, you can generate electricity from that. Do you know that? From that waste product. You can generate
So
electricity.
which therefore says, Mama Kangxi, there are rituals that are performed over our sisters because of the love of this money.
Mm.
I don't know if I can say this.
this.
I don't know if I have to say this without, because you know this is a social media platform. I can open other people's wounds. which are healing. However, I'll try to put it in this way. There are certain people that we have been who are trending as men are trash. Ne? Those people, majority of them, they are moneyed. I don't know if you get my point where I'm trying to go. Majority of abusers. Okay, let me use a parable. Should you buy a shoe, Mama Gani? You buy a shoe. Nobody tells you when to put on that shoe. Am I lying?
No.
What I'm trying to say is that how you dress up when you have when you have used your own money to buy those things, it does not affect anybody. But the moment I use money to get love, that's where the ownership of such a shoe comes in. Now I look at Mama Kani as something as my person in terms of ownership, not in terms of love. Yeah, because Mama Kani, whenever she says I need 20,000, my mother's roof is leaking, I'll just give her. Then Mama Kani now she becomes the victim of abuse because I feel like I own her. That's what majority of people who are moneyed use money to do. Okay, anyway, let me use those names. If you can look at the late what's her name, by the way? Okay, I'll think of I'll get her name in the process. So what I'm trying to say is that majority of abusers, there are those people who our sisters have got already. They are well done. So if these people were to be cooked already, they were well done. You did not contribute anything. So hence people get to abuse people. Like, if I can give you my example, when I meet my wife, I was not working. When I meet my wife, I was not working. I remember my wife then, when she was a girlfriend, she tried to come to my place. I was depending on my brother for food. Then when I fix cars, sometimes I'll pay rent and all that. But for food, every day I will go and eat at my brother's place. So my wife asked me, can I come to your place? Yes, you can come. Okay, I'm coming on Thursday. When Thursday come, I'll bring another story for her not to come. Not because I was hiding someone, simply because I was hiding that I do not even have food where I'm staying. You understand? Up until she called me and said, you know what, if you don't want this thing to work, why don't you say? Because it seems like you've got somebody else in the house. I was like, okay, I do not have anybody in the house. The situation is like this. As you can see, I'm not working. I do not have food. I'm eating at my brother's place. And I do not want to carry a burden where I'm already a burden. Then my wife came to rescue me. I remember she took me to Dobsonville Mall, where we bought, I think it was 1.6 or something like that, grocery for me. That's when I realized that, okay, you know what, she seems to have direction in life. You understand? After some time, that's when I became a cop. I went to the college and all that. She was there for me. I remember when before at the college, you get stipend. I was paying rent only. She was doing the rest. You see? Now where we are, when I look back, we managed to buy ourselves a house. We managed to buy ourselves cars. So if my wife was looking for somebody who's a ready-made,
She would
where
have
will we
missed
be
out.
now?
Will
She be owning this house now? What about the cars that we have? You see, so our sisters miss that point.
Nico, it's not for me. It's not even about whether or not I would have the house or the cars.
Yeah,
She probably would,
yeah.
because she would have met a man who makes way more money than you. For me,
Most
it
probably.
is. For me, it is, would she have the peace of mind that she has now?
Exactly.
Guys, yabona, your peace of mind is priceless. It
Yeah.
is priceless. There is no triple story house you can ever drag me to for me to sell my peace of mind. Angeke, guys. Even my dream car, yabona Range Rover, Defender. Yabo Defender. Yo, angisho kwanayo. For my peace of mind, you can keep it, shame. Angicabangi. Angicabangi.
But honestly, 96% of our sisters doesn't think like you, Mama Kani. They don't. I'm
And
telling
I'm
you.
saying when Nyeko, the reason I cited her story, it's precisely to say sometimes she might be saying what she said, and people are not able to understand where she actually comes from.
Yeah, Pella, they'll think I'm shallow because I want
They-
something that's
yes,
ready-made. Kanti cha.
yes,
Yeah.
Yabona Nyiko,
yes.
your story is similar to my story with my husband. Blow by blow. He was also not working, living in a one room. And he would also be like, no, I'll come see you. I'll come see you. And I'd be like, "Ay, wena, what's wrong with you?" Ngafika lapha, and I was like, oh, I see. I was living in a 3-bedroom house at the time. I was living in a 3-bedroom house, fully furnished, double door, yabona, single door fridge. Nje kumnandi yena, he still had his fridge from university. You know, those bar fridges and stuff.
Yeah.
But I was like, wethu, angizelanga mina zonke lezi zinto. A year later, I assisted him. And when I say assist, I viewed Bagwetu. I went to go view flats where he could go stay. Now we're married. We live in our home. He is the one who is now buying izinto more than me. More than me. Ngikutshele Nyiko. He
We are
and
the same, actually.
manje.
We're the
Now
same.
and the thing now is that I now have relief, if I can put it like that. Like now there's relief. I don't need to stress about whether or not the electricity bill is paid. I know he sorts it out. I don't need to stress whether or not the car has fuel. He sorts it out.
And that,
Mine,
if I can tell you, ne, that doesn't come as a force. It comes
no.
natural, that thing. It comes natural. I also don't want to be
Maybe
told.
maybe just to highlight something, Nyeko, as well. Ukuthi, some of our sisters, if even boys for life, you're welcome, my brother. Some of our sisters and even our brothers, they would enter into such relationships without having the discernment that needs to be, whether or not they're in that particular relationship, Mama Kancane, to be able to help somebody or to take them to bed. Once that particular person finds themselves, they're gonna leave you.
Yes.
If that particular relationship it is not as genuine, they're gonna leave you.
Yeah.
And now you'll be saying men are cruel. While you lacked the element of discernment to be able to say whether or not I need to just help this person or I need to make this thing to be able to be a relationship.
True.
Boys for Life.
Hey, Uncle B
How
and
are you?
everyone, how are you? I'm good,
Very
I'm
well,
good,
very
I'm
well. How
good.
are you, Boys for Life?
Good.
Yeah, no, thanks for accepting my request. I was
It's a
just
pleasure.
triggered to request based on the initial statement or the entry, Mama Gangri, when she says men, their role is to provide. And I'm just only coming with a question, and I'm not opening up any kind of worms. It's just to find out, Tuguti, where is that coming from? Whose principle is that? Where is that documented? Is it according to the Bible? Is it according to a certain culture? And if it's according to a certain culture, which tribe? And if it's that particular tribe, who invented that? You know why I'm saying this? It's because people normally state this basing it from the Bible, the book of Titus, where it says, a man that does not provide for his family is more worse than an unbeliever. But my understanding as a learning scholar is that if the Bible is gender specific about men, all the translation would say men. But other translation says anyone, whoever, whosoever, which means that is open to anybody, because there's only one provider, who is the Jireh. Jireh is the only provider. And Jireh can choose whoever he wants to use in the family to provide. We see this with David at the age of 12 years. Saul took him, and David was the one who was providing for his family when he stayed in the palace, because the king said, anyone who's gonna kill this Philistine, I will give him my daughter, I will exempt his family from paying tax, and then he will come and stay in my palace, and I will provide for his family. So, and again, the other thing why I'm saying this is mainly because I think this kind of philosophy or ideology is the one that has caused women to be reduced to just people who are helpers and just seconders in the family. But yet, actually, according to the Bible, the woman is a savior. If you go to Genesis 2:18, God says, I will find him. God says it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him an helpmeet. That's the closest English translation that is closer to the original translation. And what is Ezra and helpmeet? When you take it back to Greek, because remember, English version was translated from Greek and Latin. If you take it back to Greek, are two words, Ezra and Nido. The word Ezra coming as the same as from Ebenezer. The Lord is my savior. And if you check the way the woman was brought on the man's life, it's the same way Christ was brought on earth for human race. And in the Greek Bible, the word Ezra is used 21 times. And it's only used for God and a woman. And then the last one, if you go to Proverbs 31, the virtuous woman, from verse 10 to verse 15, you'll realize that it says the woman provides. If really it's a man, I don't think the Bible would have contradicted itself and still say the woman provides for her own family. You understand? So it is. I'm coming from those premises just to understand and to learn, Guti. Are we not actually reducing women to seconders and just helpers? Because they are not helpers, they are saviors. They are strength to man's life. And also, in the Bible, I've never come across a single scripture that tells a man how to build a family or how to build a home. It only tells a man how to build a house. But every single scripture in the Bible tells a woman how to build a family. Proverbs 14:14, Proverbs 14:1. Proverbs 31 from verse 10 to verse 15, it tells a woman how to be the builder. I can stop from there. I just came to get clarity from this initial entry statement.
The funny part is Boys for Life. I think when you read either 18 Proverbs and 19 Proverbs, it says a house and wealth or whatever comes from the parent.
Yes.
But a prudent wife comes from God. And my point,
yes.
my point is, once we have to get married, we must always remember who established marriage, right?
Yes. Yes.
It is not the government. It is not man.
Yes.
But God established this thing. So which therefore says, and I always go to the principle of acknowledging. And I know with a lot of people, they don't get this one, because we are looking at how we actually feel. That is why people are now sleeping with dogs and sleeping with other things that we cannot even begin to mention, precisely because of this is how they feel, instead of following what God has actually said. And in this particular instance, my point is, there's a principle of acknowledgement.
Yes.
And that is why somewhere in Ezekiel, it says that people, the Lord will give you in accordance to the desires of your heart, because of that's what you want. Because we don't acknowledge to him, we think uNkulunkulu is a fool. We take whatever that we get that walks on two legs without even going to him to say, is this in alignment with my destiny, if not my purpose?
Yeah. Yes.
Which in itself, it's very, very problematic, and especially when it comes to having to choose a partner. People, and I always say to people, Uguti ushadeni, it's not an issue. Because I can tell you now, Uguti, the acknowledgement and beginning to present your issues unto the Lord would have actually saved you a painful 4 years in a week.
Yeah. And
After
unfortunately, Mama Gani is just stepped down. But you know, if women could know Uguti how powerful they are, according to the gift coming from God, if they know that they are not helpers, they are answers, they are saviors, they are strength into a man's life. God brought them to correct women. That is why I remember one of the preachers, I think it's Mandro, he says the woman is an incubator. Whatever that you bring into her, she doubles it. You know?
Yeah.
So women, they should not be reduced to just seconders and helpers. They are very powerful. Very,
and I
very
suppose,
powerful.
Boys for Life, I'm sorry to get in because I know what I might lose this one. And of course, we can look at the word helper. All right?
It's the Holy Spirit.
Either we can reduce it to the lowest level, or we can heighten it to the highest level, or rather even a dimension of it. All right?
Yes.
In a sense, a helper says it's the reason why she becomes a helper. It is to help you because you don't see.
Yes, but remember, the word help in the Bible, which is used for the Holy Spirit, and the one that is used for the woman are two different things. The Holy Spirit is the Parakletos. The woman is an Ezer, which means the Savior. The same as Christ. Christ is the Savior who came in on earth to rescue human race, sent by God. A woman is an Ezer sent by God to save the man. Because look at this. God creates a man in chapter 1. And then God formed the man in chapter 2. In the creation of the man that was spiritual, God did not see any flaws until chapter 2. Chapter 2 is only then God realized after he had formally made man that something is wrong here. And to rectify the wrong, he brings in a wife into his life. So the Parakletos one, the one who holds the power, which is the Holy Spirit, and yet he is deposited to each and every individual who accepts Christ. So it is about that you know what, if we can just give this kind of enlightenment to make our sisters know, Guti, you are not, as low as people make you to be. Which no, when I was a Caesar, you cannot hate. Listen to this. Peter says, husbands, love your own wife and understand them and their weakness, so that you'll be able to stay. That's the reason why most of us as men, we are unable to live in harmony and understand the Holy Spirit, because we have not learned and understand the Holy Spirit. Because if you look at this, the woman and the Holy Spirit have the same attributes. I'm sorry, it's a story for another day, but I will just quote only 3 things. Christ says, when I get to in heaven, that is John 14, verse 26, I will send you the helper, the Holy Spirit. And God says, I will create a woman as an helper. Again, God says, I will support and comfort you like a mother comforts her children. And Christ says, I will send you the comforter, the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Standiwa. No, we can call it in English. Standwa.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
I am good.
Welcome and a blessed Sunday.
Thank you. You too, guys. This is
before Standy will say something. May I ask Boys for Life something?
Yes, my brother.
Boys for Life.
Yes.
Yes. I want to find out something. Do you feel like women are being undermined, or they are undermining their own strength?
It's the way they've been orientated and been brought up to believe Uguti. They are they are under all the time. And that, let me tell you,
You know why I'm
if
saying
I
this?
keep on, yes, if I keep on repeating something onto you, you end up believing it. And you end up instilling that to your own self. Nobody else needs to come in because it has been said repeatedly until you believed in it.
Because you know why
So
I'm saying this? Because
it is both. Yeah.
the in-daughter must, a man must. On a serious note, we hear it most from our sisters.
Because it's what
You
they were
understand
made
what
to believe. Yes, because they're made to believe. And because of this, let me show you something that's very, very, very minor. So Sister Ndiwe, just 2 seconds. Sorry, I came in, but I just want to answer. Look at this. There are many things that have destroyed families today, which have been interpreted being culture or a tradition. Just because Uncle B uyibone yenziwa somewhere wayithatha wazoyi-implementa la ekhaya igcina seyi-culture or a tradition, everybody follows it, but akekho umuntu ona-understand ukuthi isuka kuphi. I'll make you an example. A young girl saw her mother and noticed her mother every time during family Thanksgiving. Mother is cutting a turkey 8 pieces. And she asked, Mom, why are you cutting it specifically 8 pieces? She said, it's the culture at this house. But Mom, where did that culture start? The mom said, I don't know. It was passed down to me by my mother. The child went to the granny, asked the same question. The granny said, I don't know. It was passed down to me by my mother. Luckily, there are 4 generations of women still alive in that family. When they got to the last one said, no. It's not a culture. It was just a norm. Thina kudala besiney'tofu nama-oven amancane and iturkey beyingangeni. So we used to cut it. And by just any form of, just understanding or just getting as a norm, we end up cutting it in 8. It's not that it's a culture. It's because beyingangeni kwi-oven. So you see with some of the things get implemented and we get to interpret them as a culture or a tradition. Sister Ndiwe, back to you. Sorry, sister.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, my dear sister. But let me also say this before you come in. Boys for Life, just last week, my daughter, who now has a child yesterday, we spoke to the boy's parent. And I could realize that in their heads, they are thinking, there must be uklaula that is supposed to be paid. Because I was saying to them, if Lomdwana has agreed even to us to Uti, Uyo Baba Gamdwana, let him bring his parents to us to say, this is what has actually happened, and I agree with this is my child. And I had to explain the issue of Uti, Mina Uyangam, and I think we discussed these points during the week. And for all intents and purposes, we go to Boys for Life. And with what I agree with Boys for Life. To say, into yoguti abantu fanuguti bahlawule. It might not be the culture that we think it is, or that has turned out to be. There's a high possibility that there is a particular family which was actually loved by everybody else. And everybody thought what they are doing would actually benefit everybody that is around. And they moved with that. So I'm saying we need to have, and I was just saying to them, if it's a culture, it needs to be reviewed. Because if my child decided uyolala nomfana, and now all of a sudden she's actually pregnant, in actual fact, we're supposed to be at the wrong because umntwana wetu has actually taken amaspenswa lomfana. Why should it be Itala Lomfana? All right? And people are talking about analogy and whatsoever. No. But all the same, this girl, if she did not open up her legs and begin to be able to wait for the right time, it would not have happened. Now, she took what belonged to somebody else.
Yeah. And incubated it.
But that's a discussion for another day. And I'm saying to you, what I'm saying is that I fully agree with you. Sometimes we follow things that we do not even understand.
Exactly.
And people get to a point of of attaching them to Isintu and whatsoever and all those things. But Standiwe, how are you?
I'm good, Nijani.
Sorry for keeping you that long.
Ngithi mina just nje to be on I'm not really disagreeing, but I'm not agreeing also with our previous caller ukuthi mina as a woman I'm married and I love being called my husband's helper because I do help him. I don't look at it as a ukuthi bangibhilitila. I love the fact that he can trust me ukuthi la ekhaya mengikhona izinto ngiyazenza ngiyamsiza while yena he's out there working asebenza nami ngiyasebenza, but I love being his helper and I've never looked at it as in ngicashalala ngaloko ngoba ngiyazazi ukuthi ngi-intelligent kanjani, ngiyazazi ukuthi ngubani, and my value doesn't come because I'm now married to someone and I'm kuthiwa ngiyi-helper. Mawuzazi ukuthi ubani before you even become the someone's wife, amatemu nanana bakunikeza wona don't really change who you are. I'm an intelligent, beautiful woman who works hard, who's able to be a housewife, who's able to go out and work hard labor. For some reason, because I grew up with brothers, ngiyakhona ukukhanda imoto, keep it high, wenza everything that is looked at as if eyendoda. But mase ngigqoka ikwayikwayi uhlangana nami e-mall, you wouldn't say. You understand?
Oh,
but
I'm proud of
I
you.
love being my husband's helper. I am his
Preach.
helper. And
No,
I've
it's true.
created a home while asebenza apusha. And the nice thing about me and my husband is because when we met, we had nothing. We both had nothing. And I think few months when we met, I think 3 months, he lost his job. I was still working. And I looked for work for him. Ngawuthola, waqala wasebenza. Currently, we own that company that esayithola kanjalo, you understand?
Oh,
Sometimes
that's
I do
good.
ask him, ukuthi, in the beginning, Miss Satandana, he never gave me money. He never bought me anything. He never took me out. But because I wasn't there for that, I never even worried about that. But I just kept on working and I was the helper that I needed to be. Because the other thing that we have mistaken it, Uti, I am still his girlfriend, so I'm not going to give him a wife things. You are a wife or you are a white material before you get married. It doesn't change
Thank you.
ngoba usofakwe i-ring. If you
Yes,
can't do izinto
true that.
ezidingakala emshadweni before, because if umuntu wakho something engakashadi, i-ring it doesn't change that. If I'm
No,
wife material,
it's a
I'm
fact.
wife material in South
All of a
Korea.
sudden, she
It
becomes a
doesn't, it
unicorn
doesn't,
and she
yes,
converts.
it doesn't. Just because I said I do now, tomorrow I wake up and I'm wife material. I was wife material when I was still a girlfriend because that is how I was taught at home. Ukuthi mawuthandana nomuntu, this is what you do, and awuyi ngokuzobheka ukuthi what can I get. You say what can I give and what can we do together. See, build it for our future, for the next generations that come. So I've never looked at being a helper of a husband in a
You
negative
know,
way. I know that maybe
you know,
it may
that
come
is very
from usually people say that helpers as maybe cleaners, and they always take those people lightly and look at them and belittle them. But the helper that I am as a wife, for some reason, I've always understood that I'm honored to be that. And the other time I was
that's
sitting with
very
my husband, I was like, you know what, love? I've always been a driven woman. I've always had goals. I've always been proactive and what. But there were times where I had to be home on leave. And when my husband came
and
home, I would have cooked, I would have baked, I would have done that. I loved it when he ate my food. I was, yo, today you tried, and I loved being at home. And he's saying, I think also it also depends on which way did you grow up, how you were taught, how do those people society like you on views ukuthi helper yini.
and
A
it's a
helper is
standing.
a person who like ama-helpers abantu abafika banisize, like most of the helpers abasebenza kuma-mentions nani. I don't know how those people do it. That thing is hard.
Yeah,
Usiza,
and it's a standing.
understand.
Just to share with you, there's a woman called Pastor Patience Msengan. She opened a lot of women's eyes. You know what happened? She said she was one of the women who grew up as Gutu Muteslisa must provide. And she said until her husband got into a car accident and sat on a wheelchair, and in 2 weeks' time, she got a business deal that gave her 2 million rand. And she said she went back and prayed and said, God, I've grown up ngitshela ukuthi umuntu wesilisa must provide. A man is a man because he provides. So now, since ahleli ku-wheelchair, does it mean he's useless? He's no longer supposed to be my husband. And God said to her, I am the provider. I can choose anyone in the home. Right now, it is my hand to provide you with that business deal when your husband could not anymore. I am the only provider. I am the gyre.
Because the other thing that I think we also should also look at is that mawushada ke kuthiwa yenza lezi zinto zifundisa umama wakho bekazenza yena emshadweni, but one thing I've realized being emshadweni is that imishado ayifani, and nama-rules nezinto eniy'thandayo nina enizenzayo for ifamily yenu azifani. Ungathiwa ukuthi vele ngishade ubaba othandayo ukuba yileyo provider, allow him to be that because that is what he loves or that's what gives him in. If ehlangane nomuntu wesifazane ngiya-enjoya mina ukuthi ngisize laphayana, he must allow me, otherwise mengizivala leyo nto leyo ngizincisha into engiyiyona nengiyi-enjoyayo ukuyenza ngiyenza out of uthando, not ngoba ngiyenza ku-compulsory or ngoba i-society yathi nani nani. For the fact of, because most men, I think also we've seen most men love buying for umuntu wesifazane or afika athi madoda yimi ngenzele. They take pride in that. So if you've got a guy who loves that, and then I come with this philosophy to him to say God bekathe umuntu wesifazane, yabona ukuthi sesiyalimaza kuloyo mshado ngoba umshado nomshado unendlela ezihlukene zokwenza ezibasebenzelayo. Unokuhlangana nomuntu wesilisa othanda ukupheka, ngeke ngayisho le before. Just because i-society ithi umama kuphela osekishini nanani, so uzomncisha umyeni wakho ukuthi ayeke lento enjoy ukuyenza. Uyakuthanda ukupheka, you understand? And because it is said ama-roles abantu I'm just asking ukuthi because it's been said ama-roles omuntu wesifazane or i-role yani. What if you meet someone mhlampe ukhuliswe umama unabosisi wafunda ukupheka wakuthanda uyi-chef, ngizomncisha ukuthi abe sekishini because i-society ithi.
And no, and it's not support. That guy has a passion for that. So if you stop him from that, you say actually he must stop being himself.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying exactly. There are men who love being providers. There are men who are not sure how to be men because most men that we have right now grew up from broken homes where there were no fathers who taught them how to be a man. You understand? So we do also find a lot of men who are lost, who don't know what it is to be a man. We do find a lot of women who are lost, who don't know what it is to be a woman because we never had the example. What you become most of the time should be taught from home. You understand?
Yeah.
So if you never had that example, kunabantwana abaningi abakhuliswa abogogo. Then manje nawe usuyashada, awukwazi how to be a mom. You've never seen how a husband and a mom. Now usuyithola usemshadweni. You understand? And then there's stuff that you learn by error or what's nibone nifundane nina ukuthi oh lo unjena then inenze into enisebenzelayo nina emshadweni ngoba the same way as njengoba bekuforce abantu besilisa ukuthi bama providers, if it doesn't work for that specific couple iyanilimaza ngagcina nidivorce nibanga nje ukuthi because uncintsha lo munye ukuthi abe into ayithandayo nalo munye into abe into ane-passion nayo because uNkulunkulu usidale sangafana. Ngeke abantu besebenze bafane exactly, ngeke abantu besifazane abenze bafana. There are women who love being at home and there's nothing wrong with that, being a housewife, and she enjoys it and she does it to 100%. So if now we put them under the umbrella which women are supposed to be providing, that woman now is in trouble because that other part that she's going to go to, first of all, she's going to hate her job. Ngoba she's trying to be that. If we specifically say this gender should be this gender should be a provider.
No.
I-relationship here umbone ukuthi lo muntu i-gift yakhe ikuphi nalo muntu i-gift yakhe ikuphi ngoba isikhathi esiningi uNkulunkulu unipha ama-gifts opposite ukuthi yakhe i-gift lalo awiki khona wena uba strong. Into engiyibone mina ngobaba endlini ukuthi ubaba la awiki khona mina ngi-strong, la ngiwiki khona ubaba u-strong.
Exactly. Uncle B, ngizocela ukuthi ngihlale phansi abanye abantu bakhona ukungena to give them an opportunity. No, Sis Bonk, I think she needs to say something. My last word are this. Have you ever noticed that in the Bible, wisdom is referred to a she or a her? Have you ever asked yourself, why is that? Why wisdom is referred to as a she?
We are wisdom, we are wise, but not saying that men are not wise. Because
no, not saying that. But look at this. That is why Peter says, even though Sarah was calling Abraham my Lord, but she was able to tell him when he was wrong. Uncle P,
Yeah.
ngiyabonga kakhulu for the airtime. Let me just step down. Sis Bongs, nice to
Voice
see
for
you
Life,
again.
thank you so
Welcome.
much.
And I think
And
the other thing that I could say is that there was a clip at the betting a man cannot be a man without a woman, because most of the time the only person okhona ukukufaka endleleni akutshela iqiniso it will be your partner, your wife. Your people, the other
Yes.
people can be lying to you, but umama endlini is not afraid. No matter ngabe uyi-CEO emsebenzini, umama is not afraid ukuthi hawu but babuphuma endleleni lapha. Emsebenzini
Exactly.
bangakusaba bakuncome anything.
Thank you so
She's
much,
there
guys.
to
Thank you so much.
Stando, I mean, I always say, ukuthi, the day my wife is unable to tell me ukuthi ngiphume endleleni or angikhuze, all right, then I know that she would have stopped loving me.
Yes. Once a
And I'm
woman
not saying,
stops reprimanding,
yeah,
stops caring enough to say we are phuma endleleni, no,
yeah,
abantu besilisa fanele bakwazi lokho. She's done, she's out. Abantu besifazane, just as males, I can stay with you for 5 years kudala ngakudivorce, but ngihlale nawe babe, maybe because I don't believe in divorce and I don't believe in breaking a home, but maybe you've showed me over and over that my words were not you didn't respect them, and opinion yami bungayithathi. Ngiyahlala nawe for 5 years but uthole ukuthi angisekho lapho. Just stay with you and just continue with my duties efanele ngiwenze, ngiyithande indlu yami nana, but uthole ukuthi angisekho because you have showed me ukuthi first of all I'm not allowed to reprimand, and second of all I'm not allowed to
and let me
remind you.
also say, ukuthi sinokulwela screwdriver la endlini, and
Yeah.
sometimes I say, you know what, at least I know ukuthi even if I were to die, ngeke asokole, Bongs, welcome once more.
Uncle B.
Ustandwa is here.
Yes.
It's because it's written, and being Englicized, it becomes
And also,
Tandwa.
no, please excuse me, go 16
I love
ubheki
how he
uyahamba
makes
la.
that mistake
Just to
all the
let you know,
time when you
guys,
are here. I'm like,
I
there he
might be
goes.
cut off. Go 6 obesine load
Okay.
shedding. At some point in time, I
Oh,
might be cut off, so you must know that on Go 6 we have load shedding.
okay, sure,
No
sure.
problem.
Yeah,
Would
but for now, I'm still here.
yeah, no, we thank God. Bongs Utini.
I want to agree with both Ustandiwe and no Boys for Life, because it's a 50-50, it's a double whammy, right? My situation in particular, Uncle B, I'm sure you are aware that I was raised by a man, so obviously I'm going to be a bit masculine and all of that, just my attributes. I'm the type to pick up a whole toolbox and fix a whole washing machine, Now, I'm not expecting a man to say you cannot do that. Do you understand? So obviously I'm gonna attract an extension of myself where I fall short, he will extend me. Do you understand? And vice versa.
Yeah.
'Cause I repeat again, I'm not the best of cooks. I'm not now gonna stop a whole man who wants to feed me from cooking. He must cook. So I really echo the sentiments, but of Usis Tandiwe, because I just think that we need to be very prayerful for the spirit of discernment. Again, echoing what you said, Uncle B, and seek, cry for wisdom, beg for her to come into your life. Do you understand? Let wisdom be like your subconscious, that even at the back of your thinking, at the back of the back, there is wisdom. So you understand that, yes, you are powerful beyond the social norms of you must be a helper and all of that. And your partner understands that power that you have as well. However, if he feels the need to serve you, whereas society says you are the one serving and helping him, no one is misplaced here. We all know who we are. We are powerful. We are in our element and in our roles. But it does not stop me from being a housewife and him being a provider, and vice versa. Do you understand? And I make a very simple example. In the same breath, I will not be stopping my man from making me pizza. I love his homemade pizza. Do you understand? I'm not going to ban myself because mina ngikwazi ukupheka istamp nobhontshisi nestew bakithi nje ngingixolele. Yena he makes cuisine. He loves to do that for me. Manje makufika besebukhweni bamfice esemabhodweni. This is our relationship. This is our house. Do you understand? This is our family. They will have to
True.
He's the head of the house. They will have to abide by his house rules. If he's cooking, he is cooking. Akunamuntu ozofika asitshele la ukuthi why umfazi ashintsha amathaya wena usemabhodweni. This is our house.
Yeah.
Uzofika la uzositshela ngother way. Do you
It
understand? So once you
works for you.
understand the power that you have as a unit, ukuthi the decisions that come from this household is what is law, that will exempt you from a lot of the external forces that seek to destroy people's very strong foundations, because people keep poking and they put pressure on the walls. They end up developing cracks that even the foundation starts to shake. If
Yeah. Sure. That's powerful. That's so true. And I fully agree. But more so even when we get into relationships, Bandla, can we have the fear of God? Yes. I think
and God
we have
will not
reduced.
bless something, Uncle B. He will not bless something he is not invited to. You don't invite him, he stays outside. Angithi masesibuya la then kani ufuna ko Uncle B esonteni. No, he was not there. If you are not going to say, is this the right person? Ngicela ungikhanyisele. You know, if you umuntu okholelwa kwabaphansi unabadala, ask for wisdom somewhere bakithi, just nje seek wisdom. Again, we're not testing waters and people become unicorns that become wives all of a Sunday, whereas you were not treating them as somebody ofuna ukwakha naye. Do you understand? And echoing exactly what Sister was saying, you are not nurturing this wife material that you want, yet she must just be converted into a wife. You are not laying any form of foundation, and vice versa. Do you understand? All of a sudden ukani uzothi yebo baba masekushadiwe uhluleka to behave or even have the grace to be treated well or treat somebody else well. You know, some people will leave relationships with an Uncle B and get into a relationship with a person who has self-mastered, and you show them basic human decency, and they lose their mind. They think you are the most wonderful thing that walked this earth because you show them human decency. Because they expect you to be a unicorn. Once you are married, you can't even show me basic human decency while we are dating.
Yeah. Because also the other things, Sis Bongs, is this. Ukuthi people think a character of being in a relationship changes ngoba in character something you build as you grow up. If you don't have character before you get married, you're not gonna get a character after. Unless when you say, you know what, the way that I'm going is not working, can I change it? Because the character is built. Personality, you are born with it. The character is built. And most of the time what we're looking for in our relationships is that intimacy, when someone sees you, when someone loves you with your flaws or without your flaws. But as long as those flaws are not ukuthi futhi akhantele who you are as a human being, ukuthi uthole ukuthi kusekhona umuntu oyi-one nje or keep giving omunye uyile parasite is sucking up the other
and
person's life.
honestly, sometimes
Should be
people, I read a comment like with the men that we are feeding are not on wheelchairs, they are just lazy. Again, if you are going to be a 10-gallon person pouring onto a 1-pint person, you are going to have a big problem assigning blame to everyone else that could not receive you. So spare yourself. Again, wisdom. How do I discern that this is not where I'm supposed to be pouring? Do you understand? Another comment was, you know, we would like to sample our outcome from upbringing yethu. Waphendula uMlambo wathi sometimes the teachings from home are not what we would like to practice going forward, and I agree with that. Hence I always keep saying in any conversation that I engage in is that you are not responsible for the things that were inflicted on you, particularly as a young child. Do you understand? But as an adult, it is fully your responsibility to own up to that and correct the wrongs. But in that correcting the wrong, because you can't correct something that you don't know is wrong. Hence, we are now beginning to question culture. You understand? You can't begin to question that if you are taught that it is right. But
discern, want to find out, even if you are going to keep practicing it, but want to find out, where do I stand in this? Because at the end of the day, I have to be accountable for my life, and I have to account to a bigger force than the people that have raised me. Do you understand? It doesn't mean go and be disrespectful, but be accountable, so that one day when your children ask you, and why do we still have to, you can account for that. You understand? And the decisions that you have made to change that in your own family unit. Do you understand? You must be very much accountable for those things. You are an adult. Sumdala manje.
And also kube kune-comment la ekhuluma when there was someone who was talking about ukuthi yena wamsiza umuntu wakhe engenaniksi engenamsebenzi and bagcina beshada and manje it's vice versa, ubhuti usemenzela yonke into or something like that, and someone said, you feed them then they leave. Don't regret what you did out of love. Lo muntu megahamba, that means maybe they were not supposed to be in your life. When you did who you are out of your heart, not expecting something back by the time umthanda the way umthanda ngakhona, you were doing you. Ukhona vele umuntu
Yeah, and I
ongamenzela
agree
everything
with that
umsize
comment, but it also begs to
Mese
say, Guti,
phezulu
now that you
akushiye.
know that people leave, stop feeding people. Hey guys.
Not necessarily kanjalo, because you know what the other thing njengoba sikhuluma ukuthi kunama other forces that play i-role. Uyothi usuthola umuntu oright, but have it, discern, pray, ask
Discernment.
God ukuthi nani nani, ngoba sometimes uyoluza manje just because you had a bad experience, usubona ukuthi nalo nje bezile uzoba kanti manje sekumuntu wakho wangampela kanti awazi. You understand? Human beings are human beings. Bakhona abantu vele who come nje azoparasite adle athole ahambe, just like we do have women who do that, and then also badle bese beqedile bahambe, or umuntu une-straight sakhe but khona umuntu abhizi ngapha amsakha imali and all of that. It goes vice versa.
You know?
Because also, like for me, my husband, there was a time where I had to hold him for almost 6 months to a year because situation yakhe ibingavumi. Yazi after local, before azabe husband there was a time where I was pregnant with our first child. He said to me, "Sana sami ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi ku-heavy nakwi-retail." For a whole year, that God set me at home and he paid me the salary I was getting paid, which was 8,000 every month for just being at home. Because he said to me, when I was down, you were there and you were working and you didn't leave me just because I was down. You understand?
So
it
I
works
suppose
differently for
Sandiwe,
different
no bongs.
people.
As we
But
welcome
then,
Ukapagati, maybe something that we need to be able to say is that there are people who are able to understand and catch the drift of the purpose that the drift of the purpose that they are finding themselves in, especially when it comes to relationship. But abanye bethu sishayisa nje amabonda. That is why after we have helped somebody, because we did not discern whether or not we need to be in love with this particular person or to help him, then at the end of the day, we paint every other man or every other woman with the same brush to say the men are trash instead of, and there are people who can actually literally see the treasure in the trash that you think you actually have, you know?
Yeah. And it also goes to say, we all have our good intentions, but God looks at the motive. Sometimes
heart.
you have to, he literally looks at the motive. What's exactly why umsiza this person? Because some of us, we help these people so that we can keep them. In the same example that boys, I don't know if it was Unigo or somebody was giving an example. You would say, when somebody is providing for you and you're thinking, oh, this is so nice. Kanti umuntu he's as I am building up ammunition or power ukuthi control, and therefore in most cases we have seen that it has led to this domestic gender based violence cases, you know. So it really begs the question at hand, are you praying and seeking wisdom? Because at this age, guys, you can no longer say manje ngamsiza wagijima. Okay, you've made that mistake, forgive yourself. Yes, you chose that because perhaps even your motives were not as pure as your intentions supposed to be, because God is looking at the motive. While when you are here with your nice intentions, God is really searching good.
Kanti there's a point of brokenness in you that needed that person to feed and fill that gap of a man in your life. So hence you needed to rescue him. You couldn't rescue your father.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah.
Sanbana.
This person, and we make people projects. Sorry, Kapagate, let me just finish this point. And we make people projects, and when those projects are complete, now we don't know what to do. And then the project can sustain itself. Now we are angry, wanting to name call people. Which when you left me, the project is complete. I need to see. The project
Yeah.
can sustain itself, and it leaves. The projects tend to leave. So stop making people your project. You don't own the problems of the world. Stop owning other people's demons.
Bugs.
Sure.
Sanbana.
Welcome, Kapagate.
Nichan. How are y'all?
Good, my mama.
Hi, kuhlekeke guys. Yo, Bugs. And sometimes there's even with intentions that are just purely good. And right now I was stuck at a point of, do I just give my all and just so bona ukuthi kwenzakalani, or do I just withdraw? Because sometimes you give without expecting, and then when you give without expecting, kube nalento lena yokuthi yabona mayisehambe kudala umuntu, and then you realize what you gave to this person. Like when you think back, kukhona lezi
Yeah.
insuku la ohlala khona ebusuku ubuthongo bungafiki, and then this person just comes in your mind, and then you think back and you like, ish, yazi nami kodwa I should stop doing these things, because kube ngathi you drive them away. Yes, I would admit some people have
Yeah.
bad qualities, and I'd like to believe ukuthi nami I'm not all that good, or I don't have
Yeah.
all the good qualities, and some things maybe that I did made people feel some type of way, and that's why they left. But nje khona izinto ohlalelayo ubuka mawusu analyze ukuthi I gave a lot. I don't know if that person deserved that much, but I gave a lot.
Yeah,
And
And
it
that
comes
is why I'm
with
saying
your
that
time
when
or your space to give sometimes.
Yeah?
Kapagate. That is why I'm saying we need a lot of discernment when it comes to all these things. All right. We find ourselves in a ditch precisely because we move with the pace yokuthi ngiyathanda. All right. But you're not even aware or even sure whether this particular person, ama intentions wakhe and the heart is actually at the right place. But we always do, because this is how we actually feel. And sometimes somebody might actually come. And I always say, you know, the funny thing about God that He has actually made, you'd be having questions, but your answers, the answers that you're actually going to get are not going to come where you think they're supposed to come. You might meet Nje Iperchi along the way, and it begins to speak to what you were actually asking. And there's a possibility that you're not going to take that, because you're asking yourself, ukuthi package le khulumayo ubani? So I'm saying there's always been the fact that people are talking about red flags, and I'm saying maybe they are not even red flags; they are actually banners to say, "Hey, boss, be careful." But we avoid that. We always avoid that because of how we feel. And as the word, as a Christian, the word would say, He'll leave you to your own devices, because you're not even acknowledging Him in a process. So that is why half the time, because and this is what would happen. Some of us, we get married to such people. Masteta, when things are not even working, even at the beginning, they were not even working, but we decided, oh, we are going to marry this particular person. Now, when things go south and manje frustrated to the core, you go back to the same God and say, but the man that you have given me, and he says, but it was, I did not okay your marriage. Who do you blame? Who do you blame? And let me tell you this: there are ladies that I know that God said to them, and He did not even speak through the prophet. He told them straight to the face, "Lento uyenze phuma kuyo, because this man is not even your husband."
Agree, I was there. I was one of those women.
Asking Bongs, can you tell your story so that people learn out of it?
I was one of those people. So after my baby daddy passed on, I was in this relationship. Uncle B, I was determined not to lose another person to death, and I was convinced with Mina, said I'm prayed up and it's going to work. Yes. If you're listening carefully, you will hear the tones of I am being the savior in this whole scenario. So I stayed there and I remedied the deaths of these people and all of this. Yeah, so I understand the outcry of women who are saying, I'm not going to be a builder. I'm no longer going to feed a man, because people have been burnt before. And unfortunately, like I said, projects leave Batum. And it left me in a state of destitute. Because that person was my project, I was going to fix them. I was not going to end up like my father who lost a spouse. Although I had suffered a loss myself, I was not going to be miserable all my life. I was going to make it work by any means necessary. But the project was fulfilled and it left. And this is the issue we are having as people, is you have given your all, like what do you do? Do you now withdraw? Do you hold back? Or do you just give your all your shapambi? And it didn't work. So all I'm saying is that next time, take your time like I did. I would not recommend 5 years like me, because I'm a bit crazy. But seek the Lord, because I only realized that afterward this was a person who was my choice and not God's choice, because I picked this man, I fixed this man, and yada 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 yada, me. I left with those repercussions, because unfortunately, like the swindler issues, when you are left there with the person has taken your money, you are still liable to the banks to pay the debt, So same issue.
I suppose, Bongs,
I had a debt for the next 3 years after that relationship that I had to clean, and it was not a pretty sight. My car was almost repossessed twice. I had to beg my dad and tell him the story. And it's not nice when you go there, bakuzile, and they will just rub it in your face. Yeah. So yeah, I get the bitterness, but also I had to look at myself, going through therapy to say, stop with the savior syndrome. This is not, you are not here to have projects and fix people. Only God has that much power.
And mhlambe-ke, Bongs,
literally.
you might be
acronym, Uncle B, if you watch that movie, in EU guys to the T, if you've watched that movie. That is my life. So yeah. But
sure.
I did not end up at the bottom of the sea, thank God.
Yeah, no, which is good. I suppose sometimes you are allowed to go through stuff when Bong, so that you are able to wise up, all right?
Yeah.
And precisely because you've been blinded, he allows you to knock walls, so that at some point you begin to wake up from your slumber. And
Yes,
sometimes it
yes,
takes people a long time to actually get
yes.
there. But as I always say,
I'd rather
you
get
never
there
go
late,
to sub
Uncle D,
D.
than never.
Hey?
I am saying I'd rather wake up from my slumber late than never.
Yeah,
Wow.
true,
Yes.
true, true. Lunkulu, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I saw that you there's a comment you made there. Can you keep
Yes.
us up to speed?
All right, no problem. So, a while ago, I met this person. Actually, there was a post going around saying people from each generation, Yama 80s, 70s, and 90s, are struggling to find companionship. So I shared this post on my Facebook with the caption that says "No lies detected." I was just sharing it, nje, not because I wanted anyone to see whatever, or maybe trying to signal to someone that I'm single. I was just sharing the post. And then
Yeah,
one of the ladies that I go to church with commented on the post to say, "I know just the perfect person for you. If you don't mind, I can arrange for you guys to meet or to get to talk." And I thought she was referring to someone from church, and I was like, I see, I don't want anyone from our church. And then she texted me on my WhatsApp. She sent me pictures. Fast forward, this person was ubaba wake, but not like a biological father. Uputika baba wakho mncane. And then we
yeah,
started talking with this guy. We lived in different provinces. So there were always issues when it was time for us to meet, but we continued to talk for a period of over 8 months without seeing each other physically, without
yeah,
meeting, like a physical meet up. And then no, inceku angiyiceli. And then we met. We met for the first time. It was all good. It was a magical experience because the connection was on another level. It's okay. The affection was there. We understood each other. We were like on the same, the frequency was the same. Like we understood what it means for people to be in a relationship and all of that. But the thing is, we were talking and behaving like people are already in a relationship. Meanwhile, we did not formally consent to being in a relationship, if you guys understand what I mean. We
Oh yes, we
didn't
get it.
like plan it out. Uguti, yeah, Uguti, now you are my boyfriend, I'm your girlfriend, but everything else was saying these people are in a relationship because we were talking on a daily basis, contacting each other, all of that. All right,
Mm.
and then it happened. Uguti, we met for the first time. It was an impromptu type of situation because even uklangana kwetu, we did not plan. Uguti, okay, we're gonna meet on this day, and this is how we are comfortable. This meeting a corner and all of that. It just happened. Uguti, he was coming from Durban, and he decided from the airport, instead of going to his place, he's gonna drive straight to me, and then we're gonna meet. Okay, and then we met. It was all fun, roses, everything nice. After that, I asked him, maybe a week later after our physical meetup, I asked him, "What's okay? I understand, Uguti, we've been going about this thing for a period of over 8 months. We've been talking like all the time, every day about everything. The connection is there. But I need to be clear. It's either we are doing this or we are not. You need to tell me if this is now a formal relationship or like what is going on, because now we've ticked that one box that was always an issue ukuthi asikakohlangani in person. So now what's the way forward? And then his response was, Mina, as a logical person, well, he always brought that up. Ukuthi yena, he's a logical person. He prefers to think things through before he takes decisions, blah, blah, blah. So as a logical person, I believe I need to give this some thoughts and make a decision from there. It's okay. When will you get back to me with the decision? And then he says, I'll get back to you on Sunday. Like this was months ago, right? And then on that Sunday, when he was supposed to tell me the final decision that he got to when he was thinking about this thing. He says, no, I got very busy at work. As you know, things are hectic. Can we postpone it to Tuesday? Aibo, Figo Tuesday. On Tuesday, he says, no, actually, my sister is sick. She had like a mini heart attack or something like that, a heart condition. So let's rather talk about it on Thursday. On Thursday, before he even sent me a thingy, yes, he was deciding whether we will be formally dating. Before he even sent me a message to say he is telling me what he thought about or whatever, I sent him a message. Ngati, today, it's either you tell me ukuthi ucabangeni or you don't. Because honestly, yes, we've been talking for such a very long time, but I don't think we've invested enough ukuthi sengizozingife manje if kuwukuthi awuphenduli. So if you struggling with making your decision, let's just end it manje kusase clean. And then he says, no, tonight I'm definitely getting back to you. Okay, fine. Fika indaba yasebusuku, and then he calls me, uqale achit-chathe, talking about random stuff. How was your day? Blah, 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 like stupid stuff. And then he finally decides he's going to get to the point. It's, no, look, before I met you, before I got introduced to you by my niece, okay, when he was introduced to me, he was my friend on Facebook. He was liking my stuff, but I wasn't paying attention to him because I didn't know who he was. And he was not one of those people, comment. He was just basically liking and reacting to my posts. So he then says, before I met you, like got introduced to you by my niece, I had just come out of a messy relationship. I had a nasty breakup. I knew that I needed to heal first. I wasn't ready to be in a relationship. There was a lot going on. My business was going through hardships because of COVID and wara wara. So there was just so much going on that I needed to deal with. So I knew I was not ready to be in a relationship, and I was not willing or ready to give and receive love. But I didn't think anything like anything a nice will come out of this thingy of us communicating. I thought it was just going to be like, hi, how are you? And we'll get bored and we'll delete each other's numbers. Phele kanjalo. But now, as we continued to talk, I realized, Uguti, I was connected to you, and we were bonding, and I ended up loving you. So yes, trust and believe I do love you with all my heart, but the decision is we are not continuing. Kwaqhuma cricket, fireworks, pa 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 pa.
Sure.
What do you mean we're not continuing?
Wait, Lukulu.
And then he
After
says,
all that
no,
build up,
the damage. Yes. I'm telling you,
wow.
Sissy, I cried tears. Yeah, what man gets tears?
Wow.
Hey, wait for it.
Wow.
Get a minute. Okay, I didn't even know what to ask. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know Guti masuka lapho sikhuluma ngani. But then I remember in the list of my questions engawabuza, after that, one of them was, so if you knew from the onset, Uguti, this was not what you wanted for yourself, because you still needed to heal, you still needed to fill your cup and all of that, why did you allow us to proceed up to this far? Because like we've invested so much emotion, so much time. Like leave aside indaba yokuthi we just met in person, but this emotional attachment that we've built, the emotional connection, like he literally knows my secrets. Mangiba ne panic attack, I call him and calm it down, all of those things. How did you allow all of that to happen if you knew Uguti, this is not what you want for yourself as a person? Ngati, hear me correctly. I'm not against the decision that you are making, but make me understand. Kona nami ngizoba at ease. Masiphatha mawezi, usiwaphathe clean. All right? And then he says, the reason I allowed for things to continue this way, Ingoba, very when we started talking, I didn't expect Uguti it was going to last long. And then when it lasted long, and when I got to know you for who you are, and I liked the person that you are. Excuse me. Do excuse me. And then I liked the person that you are, and I felt so deeply connected to you. I then felt ukuthi maybe it's possible for me to heal myself while in the elementary stages of our relationship that we're trying to build. Yazi kwaphela amathe emlomeni, kwaphela umoya. I remember I cried. Like, the funny part is, on the other end of the phone, he's also crying. It's, no, I don't need this. I don't need this in my life. But the first thing that I said, quick comment section before I joined, the part le ebengifuna ukuyisho that is in line with what you were saying, Uncle B. Uguti,
Yeah.
prior to that event where he had to make a decision, where kwakukhona ama fireworks and we were crying and all of that, I prayed. Like, I'm going through a season in my life where I feel like I'm at a cinema and I'm watching my life, my encounters that I have, the experiences that I go through, portrayed on a big screen. Like, in feel like a movie. Yeah, but when God is literally forcing
Showing.
bad habits out of you and ukubeka la akufuna khona. That's the season I'm in. Uguti, even the things that I've always known about myself, Uguti, okay, I love this. I'm passionate about public speaking. I love to do it one day, but I'm not confident enough to do it. Uyangikhipha straight athi go and do it, and ungathembi lutho enye. Just know ukuthi I will make you capable of doing it. So, Njevele, my life is just a movie currently. So, before that, I prayed. And I was just sitting this one day watching some music videos, some songs, listening to some songs on YouTube. And then I started praying, Ngiti, if there is anyone or anything in my life that is not in line with your journey that you have designed and planned out for my life, that has to serve your purpose and your purpose alone, eliminate it. I don't care how much it's going to hurt. I don't care who it is or what it is, but if it does not serve the purpose that you had originally planned, ukuthi impilo yami izoyiseva. Because my existence in it doesn't have to be high and mighty, but it has to be impactful. Even if I impact one life, just one person. But if there's anything that will work against me trying to be impactful, trying to pursue my purpose in you as God, like, remove it. Remove it. Manje, oh God, I'll remove this very person that now calls you every day, that you now feel very comfortable with having around. I'm like, God, like, why? But maybe a week after the incident, I sat down with myself and ngayibuka, because any into, if anything, in my years of existence, I've learned that, number one, I need to acknowledge my contribution to matters, whatever outcome. I need to sit down and realize and acknowledge the contribution yami ukuthi ngifake lokhu. The reason gine outcome a bad or a good, this is what I did to contribute to this matter. So I also have to be aware of everything as it is happening, and try to remove myself from the situation at hand and look at it from an objective point of view. So I decided to, like, forget about the pain, forget about the hurt, forget about the fact that I invested my emotions and all of those things, and just realize the situation for what it is. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is God answering my prayers. I prayed for this. So ukwenzeka kwayo should not be a disaster, because I knew it was going to happen. At the back of my mind, I just kind of knew, ukuthi, no, this is not gonna end the way I would want it to end. And then it ended. It was not even a hassle. Like, I when he tried, he said, no, let's continue talking casually. You can always count on me. We can always call each other every day, even if it's just casually. We're not gonna be anything until I'm ready. Then I'll tell you when I'm ready, and then we'll continue and make it a formal relationship. And that's when I was like, Booty, you made your bed, lay on it.
Yeah.
Mina Uguti, I was still connected to you. I'm still feeling like some type of way towards you, but I know for a fact that this was my prayer, and what I prayed is now coming into existence. So let's part ways. We parted ways.
You
There was
see,
no
Ndlunkulu,
hassle. So guys, Shem, imthandazo
Ndlunkulu,
yethu lento that you mentioned, Uncle B.
yeah. You see, once
Yes.
you start by acknowledging, all right? You acknowledge.
Continue.
Can you hear me? Okay. You start by acknowledging, but also laying. Because remember,
I can.
I think if we go to Isaiah, I think it's 14:4, where it says that I will grant you because you come to me knowing exactly with idols in your heart. That's what he says. All right. So I will grant you the idols that you have in your heart. But the problem that we have in that case is that we are not even acknowledging to God that we have idols in our hearts. We think Uhud is lame. All right. You have given this particular
Yes.
person, well, still you have given this particular person his patch, and you say now, "Nkulunkulu, let him marry me now." And the Lord begins to wonder and say, but there's a purpose about your life. There's a purpose about his life, which is not even connected to yours. But you want me to force this one. But you see what you did by acknowledging ukuthi Nkulunkulu, if this thing it's not aligning to your purpose over my life, please let it end. And he did not say ukuthi, no, when it ends, it's not going to be painful. It becomes painful because remember, there is an investment of emotions as well in a process. So, but I'm glad that you were able to get there.
Clear.
I think Ndlunkulu, her line is breaking.
Ndlunkulu, are you still there?
Abafana ama-666.
Uncle P, I don't know if you heard that.
No, I didn't.
Abafana ama-666.
They will dribble and they
Satan's
cry
pets.
as if you dribble them. Ha, ama-666. Amasasane asimnyeke bafethu.
Amaslamus.
You.
Amaslamus. Ndlunkulu, are you still there? Mhlambe kune-load shedding la khona.
Yeah.
There should be load
No,
shedding.
but I like
Because
the
I
way she puts
wanted to
it.
ask ukuthi, like Ubongs who had to go through that. Now, at least there's someone kunokhanya okuthize, all right? Okubonakalayo. So I wanted to find out that, you know,
And also
is there
sometimes
a
we need
light
to be
in her life
asking
now?
for
You know, because
partners
remember,
who
sometimes the pain that we actually go through, it prepares us for the joy to come.
yes.
Yeah. So
What I was
welcome.
saying, Uncle P, is
Yeah.
that
Hi,
maybe
Uncle B.
sometimes we need to, seek and be seeked by partners who want to find God to find us.
Yeah.
If a person it can reach you in any shape or form, maybe there's a problem there. You need to be so
Yeah.
hidden that they have to go through someone. They have to go through the person that you report to.
Yeah.
I always say,
Yeah.
I think, and I learned this from my partner, that he will keep saying that I am not yours. I am borrowed to you.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah.
to report to a higher power to get to me. And I never understood that for the longest time, but it goes to
Yeah.
say that he
And
reports to someone, and if I'm not going through that channel, I can miss him.
yes, but to add to that, when bongs, all right, that is why I'm saying, Uti, the fear of the Lord, it becomes a better foundation for any relationship. When I met my wife, I think I've said this before, Uti, one last almost twice, all right? Because I was in there to respect her as a person, all right? Not even as a woman, but as a person. Uti, as a Christian, I'm not going to sleep with her until we do the right thing. And I understood, I've made mistakes before, all right? When I thought that this is it, and unfortunately, this thing did not even work. And ngapha kusho ukuthi soloku angidliwa umntwana bathi isikolodo. And I can tell you now, I always say this, and I was saying this to the live on Friday, because we were dealing with things that would become stumbling blocks in terms of us being, and Uzo was actually there. I understood one thing, it is actually easy for anybody that you slept with, ukuthi angakuloya, if that happens. Because now he's literally one with you. So he has a right over you, over anything. And that is why even when he goes out, ayosixola, makathi kuye vumani bo, makathi siyavuma, kusho ukuthi uvuma nawe, because he's carrying you now. Because this thing is so spiritual, it's not funny. And the other thing is, the enemy, you can find you are having a good thing that is supposed to actually happen, and the enemy accuses you because of what he sees that is actually going to happen. He says, but how then do you actually bless her? Because but it's like somebody decided he's going to take the fruit before he could actually be allowed by the owner. So he accuses you as a person to say, blessa kanjani, ubana kanjani nale. And then you start fighting for some reason that it's not actually known to you. So, welcome, my dear sister. Bengithi nje ngidlulise leyo phela.
Ewe, inkosi yanti ninjani? But for now I'm still connected.
No, you are here. You're still here.
Yes. I'm gonna be short to share my story. You know, when you meet someone and then you are all excited, you're having a great time, you're chit-chatting, blah 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 blah. Anyway, out of the blue, Atike brothers, you know, since I think we both want to be in a relationship, I would like to inform you that I get the tola spousal allowance. That freeze Uncle B, because my concern was, why was he telling me I was not ready for that? So wow. La affection is gone, Shem, from my side. It really scared me. Because I think I did ask Indoguti, so if you getting the spousal allowance, why are you telling me? Obviously, he's a divorcee. So his response was, which really made me a bit, no, because since this is a start a relationship, I want to hear your side. Indoguti, should I carry on now with this? Or maybe I terminate? Hey, so I was asking myself when they were both divorcing, in settlement. So why all of a sudden, okay, fine. He would rather either cancel it so that blah blah blah. I asked that even though we still talk, it's just that I don't want to meet him anymore. That is not honest in terms of why I'm always busy, blah blah. So I will make excuses of no, I'm traveling, blah 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 with work. So he really kind of scared me, and I was looking forward to. Sorry.
So, not to intrude, but I need to ask, what was his reason when you asked him why you want to cancel your spousal allowance?
Kaloku his reasons are the fact that since me and him intend to be in a relationship, he wants to start in a new slate, and then he wants to be honest about his life as a divorcee.
Where is he being dishonest?
So
Since
which
it was
means
decided by the court.
So I just felt that maybe I didn't need to know that part of yena nto ukuthi yena uthola ipulver.
so you did not know
That's what I
uyithola
you see, that's what I
kanjani
failed to understand. Into ukuthi no, I was just even I did not know. Andithi uthe divorcile. So from my side, I presumed that it could have been a settlement, a divorce settlement. When he said which I found very odd, if it's a divorce settlement, then when after you meet someone, ne, and then are you saying if we both decide to be in a relationship, then uzotshintsha na settlement clause to say no, you're no longer needing that money.
That makes no sense.
So ndisendamoyika ke ngoku.
So which says that you literally, I don't know what you did, but in this case, the reason I'm saying this, it's because I just wanted to find out, Uti, did you go the route yaga bongs or yaga ndlunkulu in terms of praying?
No, I didn't really go that far. Basically, we were still that thing of trying to get to know each other. So I didn't really pray about it. It was just a more of a friendship engagement with intentions, though.
Yeah. QT, I don't think you are able to connect because there's blue and red dots here that are around. So which means maybe it could be that it's a network problem. Maybe if we can you can re-request again. Let's see if it would be able to allow. So I hear you. So you were not, in actual fact, you did not have a problem with this divorce.
Load shedding.
Can you hear me? Ezo. Hi, Michelle.
Oh, hi. Okay, now I see myself because I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, no, there were blue and red, what do you call it, dots which were running around. I thought Mshambe there's a problem, okay?
Hey,
Yeah.
network. Guys, I just came back again because of load shedding. It went off and then only came back now around 20 past. So I'm not sure where we were now. What?
Oh yeah, no. We are now at a point where we're discussing issues around the choices that we make without God in them. All right. And people are actually telling their stories. And of course, abanye, they did not even pray, but things were able to be clear even at the beginning. So Undlunkulu, I think she told a story about the man that he met, and I think either a week before, she actually prayed to the Lord to say, if this is not aligned too, and guess what? It brought pain unto her, but she was fine. She was able to find comfort over the fact that at least uNkulunkulu has been able to answer her. All right. So Ubongs is here. I think mhlambe Ubongs will just tell you a little bit. I mean, the beginning and the end of it.
Hey, Uncle B, I'm in a tight spot. Michelle knows the man that I'm dating, so I cannot repeat.
So you did not disclose that. No? It was not necessary.
I posted the guy. Imagine Michelle is like, yeah, I know your person. I'm like, damn it. No one's supposed to know this guy.
Lalela Bongs, Lalela Bongs, what happens in Rome stays in Rome. Don't
There.
worry. I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
continue with
So
your story and then I'll speak after you, Bongs.
No. It was
We
one
are
of
good.
those pay for people's debt situations. Not the proudest moments, but with a little bit of
Yeah.
intervention from the men above, I think. Uzo it said with your story, it sounds like the movie Akrinobi, acronomy, however you pronounce it. But I'm only grateful for the fact that I did not end at the bottom of the ocean.
yeah.
I learned
Yeah.
my lesson, and I think nothing ever leaves your life until it teaches you a lesson. I think I only needed to learn it once.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
God I did not need a repeat. I got my hands burned once, and I learned the very hard way. Because
Yeah.
I even made an example with we all watched the movie The Swindler, and unfortunately, as much as we can point at the man who was trash, you still need to pay that debt.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey?
Yeah. Yeah. Unzunkulu is here. Unzunkulu, are we able to hear your voice?
But Michelle, please, this story must
Yes.
not leave this home.
Hi, I
No
think
one
I'm
knows this
back.
No,
Can you
home.
no,
guys
it
hear
won't.
me?
Okay?
It
The
won't.
man,
Yeah, we can.
as far as the man is concerned, I'm pure. I'm a saint. I've never been tainted. Keep it between us. It's again,
No, no, it won't. It won't leave the room.
especially men.
I promise.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can. We can,
Tunkulu, we can
Unzunkulu.
hear you.
She with us. I
Tunkulu,
can't see her on the thing, on the box.
she's here, but I'm
She's
not
here.
hearing her now.
Mm. Ha, no, ni. See, people when testing, give you testimony. My life.
And yabona ke wena Bongs. Kusho ukuthi kunabanye abantu, you must not actually be able to invite them to your wedding when it happens.
Our Michelle so.
Or rather, they should not be part of they can be guests, but they're not going to speak.
Listen, Bongs,
Yeah.
Bongs,
Keep them
don't
at the
worry.
back.
You and Uncle B are in the same boat because I know both of your partners very, very well.
Sure, that's the issue.
For many years, I've known them for many years. So don't worry, it's
Yeah.
not just you.
Yeah.
And
Unoni
Noni, you
must
must keep
just
your
be a
mouth
maid
shut
servant.
because I don't have a choice. You are gonna be one of those bridesmaids, but
Exactly.
keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
No, don't worry.
You-
I'm
you-
not gonna say anything. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but
say anything.
yeah. So Michelle, we were just talking about that when cute. That's how far we at now.
Yeah.
I think this
Um.
thing like a chameleon has changed shape, and not only shape but color.
All the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what conversations are about nowadays. Like one leads to another.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what I've noticed a trend that is happening lately, especially on TikTok, when we speak of these things, some of us find healing and some of us
Yeah.
find truth in our story so that we
Yeah.
can actually see it for what it is and
True.
be able now to walk differently or be aware and be more intentional going forward. Because I think each and every one of us here has made a mistake on love. Because most of us, what we would do is when we choose a partner, we first choose the person and then we go call God when izinto zingahambi kahle, or when we hit a brick wall, or after the effect of intimacy. And then we're like, hey, Lord, I'm inviting you in this mess. And this is where the problem is. And one thing I've noticed about Izindo that you don't include God in, you have to work at it. You have to put in the work. You have to strive. You have to prove yourself, and you have to be consistently trying to be chosen. There's nothing worse than being in a relationship where you are striving all the time and you are doing everything that you can just to prove or say, you know what, I am worthy. And and what is amazing about God is that even when you don't do much, He still chooses you. Even when
Yeah.
you don't, this is the purest of love that I've come to experience with it. One thing I know for sure, that for real love to exist, I don't have to do anything different, and I don't have to act outside of myself for me to be accepted. And I don't have to strive for someone to choose me. People who want to be in my life will choose me automatically because of who I am, and not because of what I bring or what I do or the extra things that come with it. I know, Ruthie, I made a mistake, like biggest mistake. Mr. Fresh. Mr. Fresh, no, I've heard men who've been in a relationship like Batia Umjolo is, yeah, umjolo is a no-no for them. But my point is, one thing I know for sure, and the reason why I'm not settling now is that there is no way that I can be the person that I am and not a partner exist to reciprocate what I can give. There's no way. There's definitely someone there. As much as a lot of people would tell you, ukuthi, "Eh, le nto uyifunayo ayikho," or it doesn't exist. So just nje give up or give in, and just nje nawe unyiswe umjolo
Lower.
once. Because,
Yeah. Lower
yeah.
the level.
But yes, I refuse to lower my levels. I refuse to lower the standard because I believe, Okoti, the work that I've done to get to where I am requires me to be this person in order for me to fully bloom in whatever that I'm doing or in whatever calling that I've been called. And I feel, Ogoti, no longer do I need or feel the need to succumb or to dim my light so that you can shine. No longer do I feel the need to suppress myself so that you can shine. And I've done this in the past because I was begging to be loved, or I was begging to be chosen. And like Ubongs, I've also done a crazy thing, ngihambe ngiyokwenza loan for a person that I loved, and shaking ngizosikweleti and pay it because it was my choice. I did it out of love. And unfortunately, the choices that we've made in the past cannot define the people that we are becoming, or the relationships that we have in the future, or we're about to have in the future. It's Michelle Ndlugulu. And unfortunately for me, well, fortunately for me, I've come to be to a realization of what, in order for me to strive and in order for me to walk in my fullness, I have to be truthful and fully honest with myself. And I have to do the journey of healing, and I have to do the unlearning, and I have to do, you know what I've discovered? There's unlearning, and there's I don't want to say relearning. There's
Teachable.
deschooling. There's deschooling and there's unlearning, because here's that program of being taught ukuthi, a woman must do this in a relationship, and a woman must act this way so that you can be chosen. And we were never taught to go to, now you are also the one who does the choosing of your spouse, because this is a person that you are going to be able to live with for the rest of your life. You are not going to wait in a corner somewhere acting perfectly like a wife is supposed to, or like a woman is supposed to, so that someone can be able to choose you. But when as a when as a person, you have your own vision, you have your own calling, and you have to learn to love yourself the way that you feel comfortable, the way that you feel at home. When I say feel at home, there's a certain level of loving yourself that comes, that brings you closer to a perfect picture of self, where you are able, now I'm able to love Bongs from a point of, I know how it feels to love me. So when I love Bongs, I love her fully with all her flaws. I'm not trying to love Bongs so that she can turn and be me. I'm loving Bongs because she's fully herself. And I'm able now to appreciate every flaw and every perfect, beautiful thing about Bongs. And now, when Monks and I are coming together, we are able to create magic because of our differences. So,
I couldn't have said it better myself, Michelle. You're learning.
yes.
Brenda McCarthy,
You're
please,
learning.
please.
So
You're
it's a
learning.
Auntie
beautiful
B,
journey. Hey,
Oh,
Brenda.
Auntie
Uncle
B.
B, how you doing? Oh, how you doing? How
Good,
you
good,
doing?
good.
How you doing? I've been listening on and off. Thank you
Yeah,
for the platform.
it's a pleasure.
Um, Thank you for the platform. I am so grateful. It started where it started. I was listening to the COP that was talking about lack of Ubuntu
Yeah,
in our society, lack of humanity.
yeah,
For those that don't speak our tongue, and it's true. It's very true, because it also speaks to this topic that we are currently having, botho ba motho, you know, how you choose hore o batla ho etsa lelapa le motho o jwang, you know.
yeah.
um and it is so, you know, Uncle B, I I am learning that the more simple something is, like, simplicity is bliss, and it is joyful, you know.
Mm.
And I'm not
Can I
saying
just
poverty.
can I
I'm
just
not,
add
you know,
to
like,
what you said?
yeah,
Can I
yeah.
just add? In actual fact, I put it this way: simplicity is the most enjoyable, complicated thing.
You know, like, the more people try to unravel things,
Yeah,
and I guess it comes with I won't say I completely know myself, because at times I surprise myself with the things I put up with. However, with that said, I'm realizing that as much as we are talking about um, things coming to pass and things coming together, that you know, like, and Ndlunkulu's story, you know when it's not gonna work.
yeah,
Like, you just know this thing is not gonna go anywhere. Um, in life, relationships, especially the ones that hurt you the most, tend to be the ones that shape you, because you then decide, Horem, I am not gonna stand for this.
yeah,
I am not gonna stand. The examples will be a man who's not truthful. I would rather you hurt me with the truth. And God forbid, gives you a man who can't tell you lies. Even when he's done some stupid stuff in life, they just can't lie to you, because you've asked the universe for that, you know? And as much as you can call it God, as much as you can call it your ancestors, it doesn't matter what you believe in. For me, I'm not one to say that's right, that's wrong. As long as you believe in it, it works for you. Hey, let's go forward. We all, it's like you whisper to yourself. It's like you whisper to yourself, and if you don't listen to yourself, you then do stupid things. And I'm grateful that Michelle has said, in this life, we have done so many foolish things to know thyself. It was a journey. And at this crossroad, you have realized you have the pearls that you can tell other people, hopefully, who are going through the same thing as yourself, or who will be able to see it coming, you know? And like I said to Michelle, I couldn't have said it better myself. What I wanted to say, it's literally, yes, you can have just, sorry about that. You can literally just it's like you took words from my mouth, you know? Learning thyself, you will go into pits, you will go up hills, you will swim where you literally can't even, you may have drowned somewhere and something woke you up. But that is life, you know? And at this time in my life, I am so grateful for those things. Ngara, I can get the people in one room and go like, remember that thing that you did to me? Oh, I thank you for that, because now I know my value. I know my worth in my current position, my current ship, you know? And even in working environments, you don't want a boss that always dictates. So even in ships, don't allow people to dictate to you. You know, knowing thyself means not allowing another person to dictate. And when they do something, you see, you literally see it coming on left, eyes yandao. You know, hence I'm saying grateful for the platform. I am seeing a lot of women shaping up, and some people are being shaped by other people's utterance and experiences, and it is a wonderful experience. I must say, it is beautiful to hear and watch.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Auntie B. Indeed, it's amazing how, is it right to say cathartic when bongs? I'm not so sure if it's a correct word, but
Say the word for me again, Uncle B.
Cathartic or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And of course we tend to realize or get into a realization mode as well as we listen to people. I mean it's amazing what actually, for those who were here last week when we spoke about the issue of siblings and rivalry, but you realize, and I sent, and that's the reason why we and QT, it means we still have to discuss that because we have not even touched on it. But it says to me that almost everybody that went through that, all right, they might be hanging on the issue of what I call unforgiveness or anger, but they've become great people, if I should use that word. All right. So for me, it's also, and of course, as we are listening to the stories now, when I be of people that had to make mistakes, and I loved what someone said here, Uguti, wisdom and pain are actually friends, and I can tell you now, the worst thing, if not, it depends, Mr. Fresh, actually, yeah, the worst thing, if not the greatest thing that you can actually do, is to go, is to ask God for wisdom. I can tell you now, Uguti, the experiences that you're going to have will be as painful comes. But I can tell you now, it is like he says to you, don't look at the pain, but look at what you're actually able, what I'm actually allowing you to be taught in a process. And for some people, you even are able to look at a person that is abusing you, and you're finding reasons why they're actually not even supposed to be to be punished for what they've actually done. Precisely because you realize that this is a lesson for me.
Yeah,
All right.
Uncle B, what you're talking about now, especially when it comes to violence, you know, when you say that a person might think, no, if you pray, God will change things, the universe will do something. They forget what a lesson starts with self. You need to say, am I for this or not? And if the answer
Okay.
is not,
Brenda,
as painful as it may be, you need to
Brenda,
move from it. I'm here, Uncle B.
Brenda, you know, I also understand that we need to get to a point of looking for self inside of us. And I always say that the most unfortunate part is that in that particular process, if you are empty, the result of it will become depression. And I'm saying, as a Christian, I also understand that finding myself needs to be in conjunction with the God that is in me. All right? Because I can tell you now that a whole lot of people today we have buried some of the most wisest people, or not even wise, but intelligent people, or even buffons in this world. They're dead now, precisely because they searched they searched for themselves inside of an empty shell.
Okay, I get
All right?
your analogy.
You get,
Let me give you let me show you my
perspective.
thinking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to use perspective, but I want you to, okay, I take you and I throw you in a well, okay? And it's an empty well. It's dark right at the bottom. You will only see the sun when the sun is above you, okay? And you can see that this well was built with bricks, meaning there are some areas where you can put your fingers and you can elevate yourself and climb out of the well. So when I talk of self, I talk about, as much as you've given me a gruesome scenario, and it's true what you are saying. However, I'm saying when you look within self, self will tell you, Gore, I can get out of this well. I can get out of it. I need to open my eyes at 12 and see which bricks I can put my fingers in. Whether the sun is above me or not, I can still climb because I remember where those bricks are, more or less. So when you are in a relationship that is abusive, for an example, you know you're not supposed to be there because period. No one likes to be slept around. No one. However, there are people that when they are put in that well, fear takes over and it cripples them. Gore, should I get to the top and this person has been waiting for me, who put me in this well, they can do that again. They can do it again. So the power that you possess as a person is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I think if you are now going to look at it philosophically, everyone that keeps on saying these words, it's in you. It's in you. They are not talking nonsense. They're not. When Uncle B, I have family that I have seen with both my eyes going through very chaotic experience, like where you would have probably come out and said, "Nanke ke ipolaile," types of situationships. And they come out of them. And some say it's family, it's love, it's this and it's that. Now from my a school, I look at it and I'm like, I am so proud of the soul because they chose themselves. They dug deep and they got out because they understood they had the power. That's the type of, when I say try, haribui, like we're so shy to talk to ourselves. We're so shy, like waitaba. Like you can't even, I have this phone in my hand, but there's comfort that there are 3 people who can respond to what I'm saying. However, if I was talking to myself, there are people that could be very uncomfortable. Hence, some people can't go live on TikTok because there's a period where you're just conversating with self.
So, Brenda, you are touching such an important point.
Thank you, Bongs.
I always say, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird. I like to have meetings with myself, and I will sit there in the mirror and I give myself an hour. I give myself an hour because I know it's very uncomfortable. Because then I have to tell myself the things that no one will tell me, or the things that I will not accept from other people. Because remember, I am the only one. If not even my therapist can get through to me the way I can get through to me.
Absolutely.
And I'm the only one who can confront. Actually,
yourself.
I have to walk my journey and confront my demons by myself. The therapist can give me tools to master my life, but they're not going to master it for me. So I know those meetings are very uncomfortable, but I take them anyway. What you're talking about when it comes to fear, until you said fear, and then I realized, damn it, she hit it on the nail. Because honestly, a lot of people will say, how do you search with self within? How does self get to say, here's a brick when the sun comes up, 1, 2, 3, actually if I get to that point I can be out of here? And then fear says, I'm waiting for you. Just now you try. Dare you try to get out of it. And fear has crippled careers. How many people walk around this planet without living their full potential? I'm one of them. I put my hand up for all intents and purposes, because I know I should be somewhere, but I have missed opportunity. And I wrote, fear will cripple so many destinies than lack of opportunity ever will. Opportunity will be there, or the lack thereof, but fear is but when they say fear God, after God fear women, I fear basically. Like literally, I'm and I've always, because in therapy they use the comfortable words of anxiety and all these nice cushioning words. And I've actually realized, because I had to go through scripture and go through my family's past and history, and have realized that people have gone only to a certain point and then they got afraid.
Yes.
And
They could have been afraid to a certain extent,
yeah.
but then they only walked to this certain mile and then they got afraid.
Yes.
Because
And
how
then
dare you be
you
great in this environment? How dare you be great in this tribe? How dare you
absolutely.
challenge stepping out and being bigger than what is, because there's a parameter that's been set for you. It's like, okay, she'll be she'll study science, but she'll only end up as a chemist somewhere in the corner of the lab there. She can't now go and
Mhm.
write a whole thesis and because we end here.
And
This is
and you
we
know
end
what,
here.
Bong?
She can't
You
be
know
a
what
professor.
I
She will teach
discovered?
until she's only teaching grade school. She can't now go to varsity. We end here in this family. And fear.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
what I've
It's
realized.
true. And that's why people, when Bongs and my sister Michelle, people always go to the so-called, and I'll say it in inverted commas, the so-called comfortable but uncomfortable state, whether it's of mind or of being. It's that woman that Uncle B was talking about, who was abused, thought of going, the fear crippled them, they went back, and at the end of the day, they they've passed because of that result. Meaning they didn't learn anything. They
Yeah.
didn't they didn't
And
push themselves to literally achieving the living and have left a position, you know. and
you know,
and and, and, and guys, I really, and I know you guys are Christians, and I appreciate that. I mean, my family is full of Christians. I think I've told Uncle B like my spiritual journey, I think, and Michelle as well, because at least she asked and I told her. It's so important when you are, you know, mawuzisaba, and abantu abaningi siyazisaba, guys. We fear what we are capable of. We fear that. So when you are now learning, and abantu abafana nathi that have tried to figure things out, you end up literally unabantu abayi-5 in your life, and
Yep.
and because you can see the nonsense coming, you can decipher it. You can decipher it. You can see good when uzongizela drama. Any drama yakho is narcissistic. When
Yeah.
uzongizela drama yakho, you are a leech, meaning you're a vampire spirit. When
yeah.
like you can see the mess coming to you.
And
So
without fail, the universe reveals them. You're like, yeah, I
exactly
saw
what
you coming.
exactly. Yes.
You know what is
So
interesting? You know what is interesting, ladies? Ukuthi, the same place your trauma was birthed is the same place your fear was birthed because of the applaud. Remember when we were kids, and then the first time we experienced trauma, we were put in a shock. And then remember, this is the same place where you used to get applauded because you walked 3 steps. And then this is the same place you were applauded because you washed your first dishes. Or this is the same place where you were applauded for bringing a report from back at school that says you did great. And now, as you are growing up, you realize, Guti, no one is applauding you anymore. So now you operate from fear. You do not understand what I'm doing worth the applause, or is anyone ever gonna notice what I'm doing? And now
Constantly
am I
seeking
gonna
the
get?
validation.
Yes, yes, because we are constantly seeking the validation. And what fear does is it puts that light on, no one is here to validate you. So try and do it. And because no one
Advertise.
is there to validate you, you feel because I don't have validation, maybe this is not gonna work. Because I don't have that validation, maybe I'm not gonna be able to be successful. So let me just keep quiet, because anyway, nobody sees me, so I'm not gonna do it in front of anybody. And at the
it's
same time,
Michelle.
you are
Or you
at the
do the
same time you are
opposite and you advertise, and then you end up advertising wrong things.
You attract wrong
yes.
people. You know, I remember I dropped Unkanyezi is now a very good friend of mine. We talk like almost on a weekly basis.
You know, I remember I dropped her a voice note and I said this to her. We were talking about helping young women in South Africa in terms of ama periods, you know, learning their cycles and healthy ways of the your women, you know what I'm talking about. And what dawned, I literally uttered these words to her. I said, please be my Jack Russell, meaning be my cheerleader. Always bark when I am not delivering. And I asked myself, after I had sent it, and now I couldn't delete it because I'm like, why did I say that? It's exactly what Michelle is saying, that as people, we want people to applaud. We want people to say you're on the right track. We want external forces to tell us we're doing good. Why can't I do that for myself? It's like missing I was going to say it before I left, missing the book club meeting. Sorry, Bongs.
I'm judging
Yes,
you.
I was going to say I'm sorry at the end before I left. But what I'm saying is all of these things that we put up as walls, because I have already said to myself, you won't push yourself. You need an external force. You won't remind yourself to do things. You need an external force. You won't
Because of the
do it
applaud.
unless someone says your hand. Already, I've got these mountains that I've put up for myself. I have these mental blocks that I've put up for myself. And today, during the day, ngikhuluma nomyeni, I'm like, baby, you know, I don't know why I have not done these things. Because I had, the idea came from me. I birthed the idea. So why am I not being confident enough to at least execute, ask for help where I know I cannot? Do you understand? Like there's that thing where you need someone to say, oh, no, we are good late department. And then I go to that department. I go. I don't wait for someone to open the door for me. And that's what I did to myself. And I said, I can't do that to myself. Let me try and do what I have asked someone to do for me. To ask them to be my Jack Russell. Imagine. And I'm like, no, I have to do it myself. Today in his cuisine, I'm like, no, I have to do it myself. I've got to push myself. Even though it's hard, it's like gymming. It's like having your weight loss journey and you
Thank
hit a
you.
brick wall.
I said to Unoni that she needs to
You,
cheer me up and motivate
you,
me.
you
And then I
can't.
realized that actually Unoni is not going to give me the summer body. No one's coming.
No one. You have
No
to
one's
stand
coming.
up and do it yourself. And that is what I'm saying when I say you. And I'm saying remove forces where you get strength from. I'm not saying all of that. I'm saying at the end of the day, the person who has to wear the big panties is you. It's you. So as much as singahlangabezana nabantu and abantu bakutshela ukuthi sisi indaba ingawe, you know that song, that house song, ingawe vele ayizuyandawo until you decide. Uncle B, that's where I was going with the
And it's
self.
okay to say and ask yourself, what happened to me? Am I okay? And realize to say that whatever happened to me, the unfortunate things that were inflicted on me are not my responsibility. I don't own the demons or the problems of the world. However, as an adult, I always say when you are talking about adulting, people think it's chores and going to work. But being an adult demands, because now a lot, again, that scripture that Babam loves, to whom much has been revealed, much is required. Now that you are an
Very
adult,
true.
you have seen, you know, these errors and all of these things. It's no one's coming. It's now on you to correct
And
those things.
and
You
you
can't say
know what,
because now
Bongs?
I was abused, now I'm an abuser, because no one graduated in my family. I what's the point? And all of those things. And you're always pointing at an external force rather than to look within and say, so what? So what? Now that this thing has happened, now what? Because no one's coming to say, I'm sorry. No one's
No
coming to
one.
come and take responsibility or accountability, but you. Now you have to come to a consensus to say, okay, what happened to me? Askis. Can I fix it? I can't. What can I do? You know, all those funny meetings that I have with myself, those are the crucial questions. And that is what I call adulting. Because at the end of the day, all have to clean our homes and go to work. That is
And have you
just a
noticed?
basic minimum. You are not it's like saying, I've never been to jail. Of course, you are not supposed to be in jail. It's when we are not graduating from life just because you didn't go to jail. You are going to work, you have not graduated from life. You have to go to work to earn your keep. Do you understand? We are not clapping hands for you. And now
Yeah.
the
And you
responsibility
know
is your
what?
day in, day out choices. That's where we clap
One,
hands for you.
yeah.
I think
And
Uncle
one thing
B,
about
I
adulting.
said a mouthful. I hope you understood where I was coming from or where I stand. Because
Yeah,
you went blank there, and we were talking as your
no, no,
your
no.
your guest.
I understand where you actually come from.
Yeah.
Equally so, with the hope that I'm also understood.
Very well. I got you. I got you very
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
Yeah, and I get my sisters too. Like
yeah.
it's such a beautiful gumbo dish that we have. There are those, Yabana, we are four here. There are people who will understand what I'm saying, who will understand Michelle better, who will understand Bongs even better, and you and Uncle B, with your wisdom. Um, we are here feeding different streams of people. Some will get me, some won't.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And
Yeah.
you know what, when Brenda, what I've noticed, what I'm just pushed by this comment, fresh. Jesus had Judas. Isn't it possible? This is what I just thought now. Okothi, isn't it possible, Okothi, each and every person who came in our lives to teach us a lesson, was put there to push us to a better position of knowing self and being
True.
fully um who we are supposed to be, because now our thing was we considered them enemies instead of friends because they hurt us in order for us to learn the very valuable lessons that we needed, and we considered them enemies because they came kissing us instead of stabbing us, and then we think that they
Mm,
are enemies, but they are actually setting us up to be in a place and in a position of knowing truly who self is and being able to operate in a position or in places where the self is required to operate in. So um just like how the eagle, when he has
mm,
his babies, when the eagle has the babies, as they grow, they start to make the nest uncomfortable for them to live in so that they can finally get out of it and be able to fly and stand for themselves. As eagles
mm,
grow, what they do is they take their babies and throw them down. And to
mm,
Tina, our thing would be, like seriously, this parent is abusive or this parent is whatever. But they were put there to position us for the life that we're supposed to walk in. And now we are finding ourselves in position where we are hating the very people who set us up to become wiser or to become the people now we are proud to say, you know what, because of that hurt, I'm able to walk in this way. Because of that hurt, I'm able to say I am wiser, or I learned to stand on my own 2 feet. Because of that hurt, I was able to die to self so that the new me can resurrect and become the light that was needed in this world.
Remember, Michelle,
Michelle,
that Jesus
let,
knew
let, let me
Judas
just let me just
from
make a
day one that he
comment
was a traitor.
on the Judas thing. Sorry, but I just want to make a comment on the Judas thing, to say it is true, because I can imagine Christ didn't have to go to, wouldn't have actually gone to the what do you call it, the cross, if it wasn't of Judas. All right, but equally so, if it wasn't of Judas, he would not have actually asked the Father if he's in the right path. I don't know if I'm making sense. All right. So I'm saying there are things that we choose to be able to do because we think we have found ourselves, because we think they are right to be able to do so. And most probably it's okay, because that's what we actually believe in. But I also say that there is a process as well that we need to be able to align to what we begin to make as a decision, to say, is this in line with? Because sometimes it is okay to do a good thing, but it might not be godly.
True.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes.
Hi, Norma. How are you? So I'm just saying that I suppose Christ, as I put him in this particular discussion, you realize that even angels were not with him until he said, "Let me drink this particular cup because you say so."
Yes.
Can I add? Can I answer you when Michelle? So in this
Yes.
manner, yes. I would say, as your sister, I would warn you and say the person that put poison on the table for you to consume, and you did, and you went to hospital. Don't forget what they did. That's the lesson.
Yeah.
You will never get to learn something until you are on that other side of it. Do you understand? So
Yes.
if someone hurt you and now you worked by yourself to get over the pain or to heal yourself, when you're on the other side of that healing, you should not forget what they did. And you must forgive yourself for allowing that person to hurt you in the first place. It's with you. It's with self. You must forgive yourself for allowing that person to hurt you. What that means is once you forgive yourself, that person don't matter if they are alive or dead. It doesn't matter because you've learned something from them. However, you will never be hurt like that because you are going to see the signs that this person, Brenda's going to put this poison on my table. What's the lesson? What was the lesson? Don't drink before they drink. They must drink it first. And if they don't drink, we don't drink. Did I answer you?
In a way.
So when a person hurts you, how the question was posed, it sounded like you're talking about a person who was your lover, and
No.
that okay.
No. Not.
Okay.
This is why I made an example of the ego, because as a parent,
As a parent, yes.
yes,
Okay.
because
A lover, a
are
caregiver.
conditioned.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we are
Yes.
conditioned to think that whatever
Our
that comes
parents are
from
supposed
parents
to
must
protect us.
only be
Yes.
It must only be sweet. It cannot be harsh. It cannot be difficult. It cannot be painful because they are the parents. But their job in the world is to prepare you for the person that you were called to be. That is their job. Whether it hurts you or whether it is nice at times, but that is their primary job, for you to become who you were created to be. So at times, it's going to feel like you are dealing with an enemy. And at
Okay,
that point,
now that you've brought it, ne? You instead of me trying to figure out, now that you are clear on the subject, with that is that person was not supposed to literally show you how to. They were just supposed to support you.
Yes.
You know, when someone says support you, a person can say, but then umntana udama drugs, how are you gonna support me? You know, you can give me different scenarios. Someone has an abusive parent who's physically abusive or emotionally abusive, whatever the case is, they would have failed you. And how do you then say to that person, thank you? The lesson there is, how would you treat your offsprings? There are people who go through traumatic experiences and they decide, I am not going to give birth to anybody. But in life, they then adopt people. They then adopt friends that might have kids that they might have to take care of nini. So that thing of that lesson being learned, I am not supposed to look at someone's child and sabawell them. I'm not supposed to look at someone's child and want to be to gym boxing kabona. You know, that thing then comes back, which was a lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it comes back in that form. It morphs into something that you are now having to experience the joyfulness of it. Like, this is how I was supposed to be raised. This is how I'm supposed to show affection and love. You then you are then giving of the things you've learned you didn't get.
Yeah.
That's where you are now healing yourself. So in the past, I beg your pardon, in the past, you learned to do what? You learned to forgive yourself for being in that position. And now you are healing yourself by being positive to others.
Yeah.
So with your positivity, you then learn to be supportive. Even when a person says, I want to have a YouTube channel, you can't say no because you want them to do dangerous things safely. You support them. But you know, when you have parameters, you know, like parent, what, it doesn't matter. I'm not really a tech person, but yeah. You know, you've guarded them. You know, when they maybe upload, you're always there, bloody, blah, to know what they're doing. When they're editing, you know how to cut things in. This is a scenario where a YouTuber who's a child now. Someone who was abused, that is a journey on another level. Like, an abused person, you must understand, when your body experiences any trauma, any pain, your body cannot decipher what pain it is. That pain is pain. Like, if it gives you adrenaline, is the adrenaline that you would have gotten when you are in a car accident. You know, like your body reacts in a certain way because of trauma. So when your heart was broken by a man, your body will excrete certain things, chemicals that would react in a traumatic experience. So that's I hope my answer was clear, Michelle, and not cryptic.
The body.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Fresh, how are you?
Oh, hey, Fresh.
Yes, absolutely. The body keeps
Um,
score.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm all right.
Welcome, man.
Oh, thank you. Wait, it's the first time I'm on Uncle B's live. Come on now. Come
I say
on.
welcome.
Yeah, boy. But wait, I don't- so I feel so weird because like I just came on the live because Michelle said I must come and I don't even know what to say.
Wow. Wow.
It was what you were saying there. Let me just read the comments that you were saying. And I was like, can you come and explain yourself? Because I didn't understand what you were trying to say.
Okay.
And then you said, just coffee. I'm trying to see.
Okay. While she's
It's about
looking for that, Fresh.
Oh, wait. What?
You said
Sorry?
you actually stopped asking God for wisdom. And I actually wanted to say to you, I've started asking God for understanding. All right. But more so the fear of him, which is not fear, but reverence for him. So why have you stopped asking God for wisdom?
Oh, I haven't stopped. I'm on a break. I'll come back and ask for more. I'm just on a break. My heart is still getting back together. Wow. So that's the thing. The reason why it's because of the fact that
Bree. All right. Thanks, Bree. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So the reason why is because sometimes I feel like there's a holy trick that the Father does to us. Especially with his
somebody say trick now.
It's a trick. Woo! Anyway. Michelle, don't expose me like this. Like, wait.
Yeah,
I'm just here to laugh at Fresh.
my tentacles are now up when Michelle, you know. I actually want to ask him, you know.
What happened, Fresh? What argument did you have with God?
So it's just that, have you seen the thing is because like most of the things of the Father, the things that we want and the things that we require, they always come with pain. It's so funny. Like for example, if somebody will come and say, I want to be a prophet, God, please make me a prophet, the person will actually suffer so much from not being heard by people. And that person has to learn how to handle rejection so much before they can actually become a successful prophet. If you need wisdom, it's like pain has to come with it as well. And then it's like if you want the gift of healing, you have to literally go through compassion. Your heart has to go through so much compassionate pain that you feel the pain of the people. And that's why you need to be able to heal people too. So it's like with everything that the Father, like, it's like sometimes I even stop to ask the Lord for things. I'll be like, Ish, do I really want this? Because it kind of seems like mostly everything, I'm using mostly everything because I'm not going to say everything with the Father comes with pain, but it's just that the beauty of pain is what actually makes every gift that he gives to us to be pure so that we can be able to handle it well. So it's really profound.
If
So
only he
that's why
was a
like
genie
I'm just saying
and
that.
give us all the nice things.
Can I Fresh?
Yes, Uncle.
I think you've gone to a point of saying that it is all about you having to seek him even more so that he begins to reveal more to you. All right.
Yes.
But of course, the other truth, at least according to me, is that he normally would give you things that you don't actually need anymore.
Sure.
But at the time when you ask for them, because you and of course he's think I suppose he's at a point where he says, my son, if because he wants this thing and urgently, it might become an idol to him, which will shift a focus from me. All right?
Yeah.
The day utola, you then begin to receive this thing, and you ask yourself, but what was I crying for actually? Because this thing is here now, and I don't feel what I thought I'd actually feel.
Yeah.
All right?
It's I'm just sorry. You're just triggering me. That's the thing.
Askis. Sorry. Bongs, am I a tricking person?
You are.
Really? Bongs,
You
you can
really
say that.
are.
Can I just comment, Uncle B? Look. When I'm saying triggering, I'm actually just saying like you are triggering me in a good way. Like that's the thing. Like it's not like it's in a bad way.
No, I hear that.
Yeah.
I
I
hear
think
that.
for
I
me,
was
when
just
it
asking if I'm
came to the culture bit, you really triggered me, and I had a lot of homework to do.
sorry.
You know, when it came to the culture, I remember we were talking about reviewing culture. I really had a lot of homework after that conversation, and
Wow,
it
Askis.
took days. And I'm like, and then I had to speak to my father and say, "Baba, kanti buya phi?" You know, and it was just so much homework just because you triggered Uncle B. You go and trigger people. Hey,
Oh my
now.
way. Michelle, I suppose, will be the one to protect me in this case.
Yeah.
Uncle B,
I suppose, Bongs.
I doubt it.
Michelle.
Because I can't speak for you in this case, Uncle B.
Oh my way.
There are a lot of instances where you've actually triggered me to go back and say, listen, I thought I was here, but I'm not. But it's in a good way because I remember there was a conversation that I had with Mr. Fresh, and exactly the same thing happened. There was also a conversation I had with Bongs. Exactly the same thing happened because I believe when we are triggered in a positive way, it sets us up for the next step. You know, it sets us up to be able to go back and either fix what we were missing or actually be open to receiving what we were missing in our lives. I know with Bongs, she said something, it related to relationships, how she now have learned ukuthi you do not really just work in things and take them in face value and just be lovey-dovey, but you have to logically, like when you got hurt, you use your logic as well. Because most of the time what we do is we walk in with that whole thing of ukuthi, hey Musa, we walk in with that whole thing of, no, I got this, or oh, he's so perfect, he's so whatever, he's so this and that. But because of her experiences, she refused to make the same mistakes again. So when she walked in on this one, in order for her to finally found and say, okay, this one is good for me, she had to walk him through ukuthi ubonga ufunani. Not ukuthi yena Bongs, she's gonna succumb and be the choice that he is making. But yena Bongs, she must also choose him for her because she knows who she is and what she wants. Do you understand? So that for me,
My point exactly. I
yeah, that's
suppose
what
by
I'm
now
saying.
we know that God knows us better than we actually know ourselves. All right?
Yes.
Yeah.
God does know us better.
But of course, I hear you guys. I was just pulling your leg. But yo, trigger, yeah. I still have to write that with big letters, Simon.
No, it's just that Uncle B, see it in a way, Oguti, you make us demand more from ourselves, and which is a healthy thing, because
Yeah.
you can't just be okay with being okay. You know, sometimes you have to dig deep and say, oh, okay, but then there has to be a reason to why things are the way they are. And what is that
Yeah.
reason? Because I can't just be comfortable. And again, I'll circle around the fact, culture for me. And that particular point in that would say, oh, okay, but then now I'm gonna be an ancestor one day. Is this the legacy I want to continue, or are there things that I feel that are under question here?
Yeah. 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 No. I understand. Fresh.
Yes, Uncle B.
My dearest brother. I'm glad actually that you're here, you know.
The way Fresh laughs is so contagious.
Oh my gosh. I'm also glad to be here, and I will not lie. I'm actually happy. Kumnandi kuba la.
Yeah.
It's nice to be here.
I remember the last time when I spoke to you, you were rushing to get into a show, and that's a long time ago, eh?
I even forgot what show you are talking about. It was
Yeah,
a long time ago.
no, it was around 6 o'clock, and I was like, yo, yeah, no, there are high-profile people here that you don't just see.
Oh my gosh.
As often as you want to.
Wow.
And you'd actually wonder, but wait a minute, how do you even get to a point where you trick them? You know,
I think one thing that's very beautiful about being really triggered is, wait, oh, am I still being heard, or is it me that just,
We
like,
are left alone.
what's going on?
Fresh. Don't worry.
Oh,
You're
we
not
are.
alone.
Oh, okay,
I will
okay,
babysit you.
okay. Please, like, I love engagement. So now being alone, I was like, hey, no, this is not nice. I want, yeah. What, like, one thing that's very beautiful about being triggered, or let's just say when truth comes. I love it when we say, we are lovers of truth. We need to be in the truth. But one thing I realize is that, guys, the truth is very dangerous. Ah, my gosh. Um, I love it when we say the truth will set you free, as Jesus loves to say it. The truth will set you free. But with what I've realized is that the truth now literally brings you to death first before it literally brings you into freedom. Because most of the time it's like truth has to come in to literally remove every lie that we have literally deposited inside ourselves about us and about how we know God. And then next, it's like he comes and he says, I need to break down everything that is inside, especially the idols that we have. That we be hit so much in our idols and everything, as if like freedom has to strip us so much until truth says, now let me introduce myself. And then you get into a place of what is this? You come to a place of newness. Have you seen where we like to say, I'm gonna do something new? Especially that Isaiah 43 verse 18 to 19. I'm gonna do a new thing. It's very beautiful and it's very nice, but it begins to scare me when he says he's about to do a new thing, because it kind of seems like there's certain things we need to let go of, and what we have literally camped around. And he says, let those things go and come into the newness that I'm actually putting you through. So it's beautiful with all these truths and everything like that. I don't know, I don't know why I said that, but
Yeah. No,
being
you're
left
right.
alone
In
that you
actual
fear,
fact,
Mr. Fresh.
for
Ma'am,
me,
I'll even say this. I do not want to be alone. I was not created to ever be alone. I don't want to be alone. I love community. I love relationships. I never
amen.
want to be alone. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Amen. I think I'm taking you with that one. I love that as well.
Awkward, but okay.
That is why when things, when the wisdom that I requested had to separate me from things that I thought I actually loved, I still maintain that I will never be alone. You know. But Mr. Fresh, I think to a point, in agreeing with the new thing, it is more like repentance. It's like you move from what you used to know and believe, and shifting your whole focus onto something else that you never thought you'd actually be able to go to. You know,
Excuse me.
that's being new there. Ndlunkulu?
Yeah. Guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Nyangis.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We can hear you, man.
There is something in Kolelwa Giona. What I believe in is you need a new birth. When we were on the comment section with Mr. Fresh, you guys will tell me Masa Ngasazwagali because my network is very unstable, ne?
Yeah.
Right? So when we were talking on the comment section with Mr. Fresh, we highlighted how important it is for a person to die. So I believe, Uguti, as a person, you need a new birth to gain a new revelation of yourself, a new revelation of God, a new revelation of life in its like holistically. You need to continuously die from your old ways, die from the things that you've been exposed to, core beliefs that you didn't even understand, that you got introduced to them by chance, by the society, by the people that you live around, to gain new insights into life as you grow as a person. So you need to continuously die ukuze uzithole kabusha and get introduced to the highest version of yourself. So the key to accepting death is that you treat it basically as an old form of your life that has played itself out, that has exhausted yonke into that it had to offer and has no use anymore. So allow yourself, njengoba kade ngisho on ama-comments ukuthi sometimes we do not need to over-exaggerate our importance in situations or overestimate situations or magnify them from what they originally are. Because some enemies we do need. For example, in my situation with the story that I shared when I joined eLive earlier on, it was hurtful. It was the most hurtful experience, but I made peace with it, and it didn't even take its catasite because I allowed myself to objectively observe the situation for what it is, removing myself as a victim of the situation, because the moment you adopt that victim mentality, a lesson that you are meant to learn from whatever it is that you are going through, you miss it.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
sometimes we'll go through the greatest adversity, the greatest crisis that we never thought we would ever encounter or we would ever recover from. But allow yourself to go through all the stages of life. There's a verse, Le'eti, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Well, my biblical bank knowledge is not very good, so I'm not going to quote exactly where it's
Come on,
from,
somebody.
but we are all familiar with that verse. And normally we use it if we are trying to reassure ourselves ukuthi ngoba uNkulunkulu is all knowing, ayikho into impossible with him, therefore I can do everything. But now when I view that verse or that scripture, I come from the point yokuthi I reflect on my life. I've been through different seasons. I've seen myself experience various I've been through different encounters. I've experienced the goodness of life, the hardships of life, defeats, adversities, crisis points. I've been through all these stages. And now, me saying I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me says, I know ukuthi at some point in my life, I had literally nothing. Fine,
Sure.
sometimes if we measure ukuthi whether our life is stagnant or it's progressing, we normally look at the tangible things that we can hold in our hands and say, I have this, therefore I can go out to the world and say I have progressed. Mina, I look back and see ukuthi there was once a point in my life where I was selling curry powder to people who are working the sugarcane farm. There was a point where for over 15 years, my parents would not afford to buy me clothes. I would wear clothes, secondhand clothing that were donated to me by family members, by people from church, and all of that. And I've driven like a nice car. I've had a nice job that allowed me to put all the knowledge that I have into great use. I've experienced all these different seasons. I've felt and tangibly touched the goodness of the Lord. Therefore, with this verse, ngithi ngoba I have been through all these seasons, I can do all things. So, my strength as a human being from the Lord, of course, is not dependent or based on what the Lord has given me, is not dependent on the battles that I've gone through with God and He has conquered. I don't even need Him to conquer battles on my behalf. The knowledge of His existence tells me that I can do all things.
Sure.
So, what I'd like to say to all of us, myself included, Uguti, when we go through these hardships, let's allow life to unfold the way it was meant to, and let's allow it to expose us to these lessons, to introduce us to this wisdom, to this higher version of ourselves that it wants us to get to, without trying to dwell so much in the pain or dwell so much in that situation that we've been through, but allow it to bring us to the point la esifune ukuthi sibe khona, right? I was this one day I was looking back because I recently did I recently relocated. I used to be in KZN and now I'm in Gauteng. So before I left KZN, I was working in a detective agency, right? As it's a private investigative company. So when I was working there, the situation, the environment was not like good. There was intense racism. There was a lot of things there were actually a lot of things ebezi wrong. So I decided to resign, and after resigning, I got a call from a job that I had applied for a while ago. I did everything, all the tests, all the assessments, the interviews, all of it. I passed everything. And I was contacted by the person from HR to say soon they will be calling me to come and sign my contract and start M17. So it was a better paying job from the one Lebengi Sebens. Okay, and then I waited. Weeks went by, I didn't receive a call. Months went by, nothing happened. Until I decided, no, you know what? Because I've been planning to move, let me just answer the call to adventure and relocate. I'm relocating at that point. I was relocating without a plan. There was nothing promised to me. There was like nothing in Pretoria. I was just trusting God with my journey and everything that is there for me in that other province. And then I went to another interview. I passed that interview as well in Durban. When I passed that interview, when it was time for us to start working, they said the company, it's a big company that was going to sponsor the project, no longer has funds. So the project will be put on hold. And then at first I was frustrated because like now I left my job. I do not regret that I left my job, but all these things that were promising, I knew Uguti something was in the pipeline, and I was confident Uguti it's gonna turn out the way I would want it to. But nje, there were just unexpected closures. But then it brought me to this realization, Uguti. Yeah, so sometimes I there was a video, like a snippet that was trending. I don't know if you guys saw it. I saw it on Facebook of Usomizi saying, when we go through hardships, we don't need to do anything but be still and allow the situation to play itself out the way it's supposed to. I was frustrated. Trust me, it was hard. I went into like depression a little bit. But then again, I said to myself, in life, we need to trust God with the doorways. Some doors will open, some will close, but trust Uguti, he knows better. The reason for him to close or open a door is better than when your willingness for that door to open or close. So that season of my life, that experience yokuthi ngithi sengenzile ama-interviews, ngithi yonke into sengazi ukuthi it's promising and it's gonna happen, I'm gonna get this job, ivesane iphelele emoyeni, taught me to trust God with the doorways. Same thing with this relationship that I was hoping for months ago. When that relationship ended, at first I was like, he had all the time to tell me, Uguti, he still needs to heal, he still needs to fill his cup and all of that. Why didn't he? But then again, I had to sit myself down and understand and acknowledge Uguti, it was in line with the purpose of God. Some things nje we don't even have Uguti, we don't even have to hate the people abasenza sidlule kuzona. We don't even have to feel anything towards them because it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the process.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
That is so powerful. Bongs. This is what I want
So
to.
I believe Uguti, some testing situations that we go through teach us how to deal with our own inner resources. So instead of you questioning why this is happening to me or questioning the existence of God,
Oh, snap. She's only catching
do
on now.
continue,
That's why
Uncle
she's
Bill.
quiet. That was a long one.
No, I think there's a late there's a delay on her part, but we can literally
Yeah,
be
so I'm
able to
saying
hear.
instead of us questioning, can you hear me,
Oh,
guys?
wait. We can hear you.
Very
Just
slow.
your delay.
Bootylicious,
Okay,
it's
let
not
me
even
get
me
off
that's
and request
talking.
again.
It's thingy. It's not even me.
Okay, let me get off and request again.
I hope that's wise enough to do that because we can hear you. It just said to you, oh, Bongs, I am fresh. I'm not so sure how far are you in terms of answering Michelle, all right? But what I also want to say is we have to land this plane, and I would love Bongs just to take us through in terms of the discussions that we've actually had or started from 3 p.m. I mean, it's almost 5 hours now.
My gosh.
I'm not going to do another 12 hours or not even a 9 hours shift. But yeah.
Yeah, it's
So,
been a
but
solid 5 hours.
yeah, it's about 5 hours, and my daughter is here, but my grandchild is not here. So I still have to talk to her, find out what actually transpired. But all the same, I would also, at some point as we end, then we'll ask Fresh to be able to pray for us. I'm not so sure if Michelle is able to come back on Lunkulu just to conclude. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Fresh, are you answering Michelle?
I do not know how to answer one because I know one thing I know is that she was talking about the enemies and was like saying, can I please clarify about the enemies or something like that? I think I don't know if I still need to even explain it.
Please,
So that's the thing.
I missed it first. Can you please, if you don't
Okay,
mind?
so it first started with the way that we were talking about pain and that I was asking what if like so we're moving from pain and that betrayal causes pain, but it was the betrayal that literally led Christ to the cross anyway. And
Yeah.
I was like, he was even though Judas was an enemy. So who
Yeah.
is an enemy then, and how do we treat enemies? Because even though what's this who's this Judas was an enemy, we too were enemies to God, but Jesus died for us. So the way that we deal with enemies, I think we might have to literally just return back and literally hear how the Lord literally dealt with enemies because we were enemies once. And then giving our lives over to Christ, we didn't become enemies anymore. So it's like, then it means that the same thing that means we need to come to a point of literally dying for our enemies as well. So what if also cutting off our enemies is also cutting off our alignment into literally coming into his will?
First, are you saying we must die for our enemies? The way I used to say. Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
um, I
Just
know it's a hard,
okay, but I will listen. I will heed to the
so
education. But yo, wait, what?
I hear, so I hear that what's this, that it's hard to literally die for our enemies, but it's the same thing that Christ did. He died for us because of the fact that we were enemies to God anyway, and he died for us. So he was teaching us on how to literally die to our enemies too. Because why would he say, pray for your love for your enemies, pray for those who curse you, and love your enemies, pray for those who hurt
We
you,
use it.
and also who use you. Also at the same
Yeah.
time, bless those who curse you. So
Yeah.
it kind of seems like somebody who's literally casting witchcraft on us. Let's say if somebody is casting witchcraft on me, and if I say what is this back to sender, I'm not moving according to how Christ does. I'm
Yeah.
actually
No,
supposed to
no,
be
not at
sending
all.
love back
Yeah.
because what's this? Is it Romans 12 that says, "Oh no man, nothing but love." So no man means anyone. Any
Yeah.
man in the whole world is literally put in that even
Yeah.
my enemy deserves my love
Yeah.
because that is grace anyway. I don't know if I'm making sense.
That is why when afresh, there is a
You are.
we are called to be able to renew our mind. All right.
Sure.
Now, once you are called to be able to renew your mind, it literally means that begin to see things the way God actually sees them, not in your own way. All right.
Sure.
Which therefore says the analogy that I normally use is that it for me, I get a picture of a child sitting on the shoulder or on a lap of the father and seeing exactly what the father is actually seeing. So which therefore says it also calls us into the maturity of who God is. All right. Into the maturity of Christ. And what it actually says is that the maturity of God or the maturity that is expected of us as being Christian is that we are not independent but dependent on who God is, to a point that whatever that we do most of the time, it's not what we want to do, but what He wants us to do. And I think it connects so much with what you just said earlier before we spoke, to say it's like we are being tricked, by God.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But in essence, he says the reason why you have to go through that is because you need to see things the way I actually see them, not how the world. Because remember, most of us, we are actually influenced by the world, all right? And the world has said to us, Bongs, you have to forgive, for example, someone because they've asked for. But in the kingdom of God, he says, no. They don't have to ask you, but you need to forgive them.
To
That is why
forgive
he
them,
says,
yes.
that is why he says, those who spitefully use you, all right, and those who curse you, and fresh, Ogar, you were there even when this thing go back to sender was very rife. I mean, about 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was an in thing. And I remember I said to people, and that was not even that was not even the church that I went to. But I said to people, I don't think we are doing what Christ asked us to be able to do. And I can tell you now that most of us, whatever that we're actually doing, we might end up where we don't want to, because we are doing what our flesh says we must actually do instead of what Christ is asking us to be able to do. All right. And I always say that, and maybe as I would also request those that would go through the Bible to say, maybe for this week, just go through the book of John or the book of Matthew for the whole week. I mean, just read the whole book and read the red letters, so that we are able to immerse ourselves in what Christ is actually saying.
Sure. The thing is,
You really needed that apology. On that
So
side,
sorry,
that was on that side.
can I just add something, Uncle B?
Yeah.
So basically, what you are saying is that, like in simple terms, our existence needs to bring us to a point where the true nature of God is reflected through our existence.
Yeah.
Everything that we do, whether we agree with it or not, it needs to reflect the nature of God. So that's where the forgiving your enemies part comes in. Uguti uNkulunkulu wakwazi, he was able to forgive his enemies, not because it's desirable to have enemies and make peace with that and forgive them, but for the purpose of displaying the nature of God, we will do it.
I'm kicking and screaming on that bit, but yeah, anyway. Homework.
I know.
Bongs. You know my struggle, Uncle B. Hi guys, no.
And of course, I Bongs, maybe just to say this, Uguti, I've always been in a position where I always ask myself, what is Christ saying? And I can understand Uguti Fresh and Bongs are actually making sense to me. But what is Christ saying? Is it in line, or I'm in error with what he actually says? That's where I move from. All right. So I'm saying,
yes.
Fresh.
Oh, please finish, Uncle B. Please finish. I was just going to take a different tangent.
We had a very lengthy talk about the issue of forgiveness and kindness, and for me, Bongs made so much. Actually, there was no one who could argue with her, including myself. No one. We stayed on what we believed in. She stayed on what I think at some point we even said, hey, if I am wrong, may I be convicted. And if you are wrong, may you be convicted. But in a process, there was always this voice that was saying, are you in error with what Christ is actually saying? And I said, I God, if I am, please forgive me. And And it was clear to say, this is exactly what Christ actually said. You need to forgive. All right.
Sure.
True.
And for me, I went to that scripture as well when after saw Matthew 5, where he says, I think it's somewhere 42 to 45, where he actually says, even those who use you, you have to be intentional in terms of you being able to forgive them. And they don't have to ask you to forgive them, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. You
It's like
have to be like me, because I forgave people before they could even ask for forgiveness, when they actually thought they don't need it.
Yes.
sure.
That is why I said in the cross, he says, forgive them, for they do not know what they are actually doing. And
Sure.
a lot of people and bonds, because we have grown, we think we are very matured. We think that everybody who does something, they know exactly what they're doing. But it has always been proven beyond reasonable doubt that people don't know what they're actually doing.
I'm
Yes,
struggling,
that's
but okay, I'm
correct.
listening.
That is
I'm
very
struggling
correct.
with but I'm listening
Look,
to you.
Bongs, like one thing that we can
And
even look
another
at
thing,
is
Uncle B, people are not as sane as they look. They are not as sane as they look. So I would agree with you on that one.
like Bongs, like with one thing that we can like literally say some people literally don't know what they are doing is one chapter in the book of Romans literally scared me, and I was like, oof, yeah, guys, we literally don't know the Lord the way that we say we do. So for example, he speaks about who's this? Pharaoh. He speaks and he says, I'll be merciful to whom I'll be merciful to, and I'll show compassion to whom I'll show compassionate to.
Yeah.
And then he says, I even used Pharaoh for what's this? To actually show forth my glory. And then he speaks and he says, and then he goes and then he speaks about Jacob and Esau. And then he says, I'm literally speaking about Jacob and Esau and saying that what is this? It is all about election and all of those beautiful things because it's about grace. But what I'm trying to say is, even Pharaoh himself, whatever he was doing to the Israelites was actually orchestrated by the Father as well.
Ordained.
Yeah. Ordained by him as well
Yes.
to literally show that, listen, I'm going to show my glory through you. Like, for me, it still messes me up that literally, how can Pharaoh be used in such a way to say, I'm going to show my glory through you anyway? The same way with the, what's this? Like, for example, in 1 Corinthians 2, I think it's 1 Corinthians 2, verse 8, for had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. That even he really needed people to literally crucify Christ. Christ couldn't go there and just crucify himself. He needed our help. The Pharisees did not even know.
Yes.
They didn't even know what they were doing. But it was actually ordained by the Father so that they can actually do that, so that actually the blood of Christ can literally be shed for us. So sometimes there's certain things that we don't know. Like, even if you look, I think if you go to John 18, where, what's this? The high priest of that time speaks about Christ and he says, it's better off that Jesus literally dies for the whole nation, for one man to die for the whole nation, rather for the whole nation to be corrupt. That kind of shows that even the high priest himself was examining the Lamb of God and actually saying, this Lamb of God is literally now dying for us. And therefore, and I think John even writes and says that even the high priest did not know that he was actually prophesying. So sometimes we don't even know what we're even prophesying at times. So it's weird. Ms. Klunkulu, I actually
Fresh.
wanted to comment on
Yeah.
something.
You fresh.
Yes.
You know, you're saying something, and it's like, I don't know whether it's a light bulb moment. All right.
Yeah.
To say, you as you're speaking, as you're speaking now, I'm brought to the fact, Yaori. The question that I needed to ask is that, whatever that happened to you, Bongs, or whoever, did it make you worse of a person, or there are things that you learned out of it? And my answer was that it means if I've learned out of it, there is a benefit that I actually had. So which therefore says it does not give me any right not to be able to forgive. You know, in actual fact, it gives me a path to be able to forgive. Because remember, it has shifted from what I used to believe and thought that it is. And unfortunately, out of pain. And I suppose, surely, when God allows all these things, there's a high possibility that we might actually be able to say, if we have to think the way we actually do, we are not even supposed to forgive him because he allowed these things to actually happen to us. But remember,
Sure.
it's for the better. It's for the better good of us. So which means, in actual fact, the reason why we are actually forgiving, we are literally saying we are actually thankful that now we are drawn towards. And look at what Stephen even does himself. He says, do not count this against them. Because now I'm seeing the throne of God. If it wasn't because of their hate for me, I would not have seen the throne of God. I'm just saying. I mean, that's what is coming to me now as we are speaking. Fresh answer.
So now, Uncle B, what you guys are saying brings
I
me
believe
to
it's
a
true.
point where
I don't know. I don't know if everybody. I don't know if. I don't know.
Nkungulu, you were
Fresh.
still saying?
okay, can you guys hear me? Oh, Nkosiamle network.
I
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can.
you.
We can.
Must I continue?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
I'm saying it brings what we are currently talking about is bringing me to a point, Yoguti.
Am I
Sometimes
frozen?
we are broken on
Wait,
purpose
am I frozen?
for purpose to prevail. What is going on?
No, I think Fresh is not
So,
a.
Fresh is it's getting a delayed message.
a call or a delayed message. Okay. So sometimes we are broken on purpose for purpose to prevail. In that way, it serves us. It doesn't do us any good for us to hold grudges, to dwell in the bad things that people have done to us,
Yeah.
and it's not good for us to not forgive, because number one, all of it is in line with the purpose kaNkulunkulu, right?
Yeah.
Yes, as Wakal.
Yeah.
Look at it this way. Try to analyze impilo yakho as a movie and impilo yawo wonke omunye umuntu okhona. We have all been villains in other people's stories, not because we were bad people, not because we had sinister motives, not because we intended to harm those people, but because we were placed for that particular assignment in those people's lives. We ended up harming them. We ended up taking them through undesirable experiences and all of that. So if you do not forgive, meanwhile you yourself have caused pain to another person, whether intentionally or unintentionally, shuti you do not understand ukuthi kahle hle impilo yonke was planned, was orchestrated by God. God is a very intentional being. So he will place us in these people's lives to perform these assignments, whether they paint us as bad people in the end, but if it is lined with his purpose and if it is lined with the original plan, then it will happen.
Sure.
So we don't need to dwell so much in all these horrible experiences that we go through. We don't need to hold grudges. We don't need to claim that we have haters. Sometimes you don't even have haters, because the other mistake that we make, Uguti, we are also very quick with assumptions. We are good with assuming non-existent things and concluding on baseless things,
Hmm.
right? So
Brenda,
let's just
do you
allow
want to come in,
God
Uncle
to
E?
introduce us to.
So sorry, Nkunkulu. I just want to find out if Brenda wants to come
I'm
in so I
about
can
to finish.
pop off.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. All right. So sometimes we need to just allow God's plan to go the way He had planned it without
Sure.
trying to question anything. But another thing, if you've not reached that level where you understand Uguti, everything was planned by Him intentionally, don't beat yourself up. The issue comes when you have learned this lesson, you've been introduced to this truth, yokuthi ukwenza konke ngentando yakhe, on purpose, for his purpose. Don't then continue with the same mentality as if you do not know this.
Sure.
Yeah. No, thank you, Nkunkulu. Fresh?
Yes.
Like, yo, guys. Look, here's one thing I'm just going to say. I just
Yeah.
love talking about the word. The word is just like whenever somebody just talks and then like it's like so many things open up inside me. Like you see, for example, with dwelling about pain and stuff like that. It's so weird because of the fact that in this walk with Christ, one thing that I've realized is that how we really handle pain reveals our belief about Him.
Yeah.
Because one thing I've realized is that
True.
one thing I've realized, I'm coming to a realization. The attributes of the Father, each attribute has an offense, each of it. And it's so weird that when He's saying, I am merciful, He will literally be merciful to people that we don't want Him to be merciful to.
Yeah. Yeah.
That we really
Yeah.
believe that He cannot be merciful to somebody. That we
True.
will even write them off, but His mercy will literally not write that person off.
Yeah.
And His grace, the love. It's like if we are not able to literally handle just the pain with one another, it's gonna be hard to literally handle the offense that comes with His characteristic. I don't know if that makes sense. Like for me, I remember there was this thing that came to mind. How
It
would it
does.
be? Like, how would it be, right? If the father would be merciful to a rapist and say to the rapist, I want you now to be the person who's literally going to bring families together. The same person who literally broke families is the same person that the Lord will literally say, I want you to bring families together. Like, someone would be like, no, it's not. So, like, what's up, Black Copy?
Mr. Fresh, do you know Heidi Baker?
Yes, the missionary who's in Mozambique. Yeah.
She has opened hundreds of thousands, literally, those that are blind, their
Sure.
eyes. All right. Not only on a spiritual level, but on a physical level.
Sure.
I suppose that's a grace that the Lord has actually given her. But in a process, there are over, I don't know how many orphans, but over 50 or so thousand orphans that she's actually taking care of. Some of
Sure.
them, she would bring them in a home. Whatever God is actually doing through her, it's just amazing. Now, one of the kids he brought, or rather one of the men that he brought into a house, raped her daughter.
Yeah?
Yeah, literally, raped her daughter. And she it was like she had a problem, and She suffered from being able to, because you know, when you do the work of the Lord, you always ask him, but wait a minute, how do you allow such a thing to happen to me while I'm doing X, Y, Z? I think we
It
tend to
happened to
be
me.
to be in that level.
Yes.
Now, but guess what? Years went by, and the Lord continued to say she would get an invite, and only to find out that the very same man that has raped the daughter is there. And by the way, this guy is now a pastor. All right?
Guys.
He's invited somewhere.
Oh my word.
This guy is supposed to be preaching there. And he
Just
says, but
silent.
if you are a fair God, I don't think I'll take this one. But the Lord, because the Lord is like very, very patient, you know, with us.
Sure.
Despite whether we throw our toys and whatsoever, he's still there, and he says, you need to go there. And he's not telling her what to do when he goes there, when she goes there.
No.
One day, she just resolved to say, no, let me go there. And when she ascended the pulpit to preach, this lady,
Sure.
the Lord started revealing to her to say, you need to allow this man, as you forgive him, you need to allow him to pray for you. I mean, you can imagine.
Oh wow. Okay.
The bonds, this and she acceded. She acceded to that. She went there and said, I forgive you. And then the man said, you know, I sense that the Lord says I must pray for you.
Sure.
She prayed for her. The girl had a condition at home. Right?
Sure.
Guess what happened? She was delivered from that particular condition because she was able to, you know. I'm reminded because of what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
And when she speaks about it, she says, you know, how many times we can actually be able to miss what God is actually allowing, or rather, God is not taken by surprise, by the way, with whatever that is actually happening to us. Actually, he's not taken by surprise. But the problem is, are we preventing him to be able to allow us to go to another level or dimension, rather?
It's true.
Yeah.
For example, I think one thing that I decided to do when I was reading the word, I decided to literally put myself inside the word. And what I mean is this.
We are.
Like we have to look at what when Jesus literally he encounters Paul, and then Paul falls to the ground, and then Jesus says something so beautiful for me that I'm like, guys, we are really
very
loved.
profound. Yeah.
He says to Paul, why do thou persecutest me? He did not say, why did you not persecute my people? He's saying, why did you persecute me? As if Jesus is literally saying, I am literally afflicted by by my people's affliction, and they are mine. I am not going to separate myself from people's afflictions. I feel them as well. And then straight off, like after that, Jesus goes and tells Ananias, I want you to go pray for Paul. Ananias says, me, I'm not going to go pray for Paul. Are you sure? He's even asking, look, Jesus, are you sure? Like, are you sure? You want me to go pray for that guy? Like, I really wouldn't be weirded out if he literally said, I think I'm talking to a demon. This is definitely a demon. That's telling me to go pray for somebody who's literally been murdering us. Somebody who's literally been putting us in jail. And then he's now saying, go and pray for him. One goes and prays for him. And then after he's done praying for him, he gets healed and now he can see. we need to see something here. I now understand why people are literally persecuting Paul. Because one, bro, just a few months ago, you were literally murdering us.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, anyway. How I was asking myself, how will it be if you are somebody's son and you are somebody's son that got murdered by Paul? Now, oh wait, you are somebody's son whose father, your father got murdered by Paul.
By Paul, yeah.
Paul is standing up and saying, love is kind. Love literally, what is this? Suffers long, and with love, with love as well, it doesn't keep any wrongs. That 1 Corinthians 13, he's literally quoting that in front of people, and then you know that this person murdered your father, and now he's saying, yo, I know I killed your dad, but please forgive me because you say you love God. If you do not receive that preaching, you do not get saved. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
This God for me is literally very offensive. But it is beautiful as well because he literally needs to offend our hearts so that we can actually let go of the idols that we have. Sometimes we may not say this, but idols are also unforgiveness.
True.
Yeah. Unforgiveness is also an idol. Though we may not say, we like saying idols are only these beautiful things that we have.
No.
But unforgiveness is also an idol that the Father is actually saying, you need to let go of it. If you don't let go of it, you might not even see what I want to do for you. What if guys, this God. Like you see when like for me, I look at Paul's life and I look at Jesus's life and I look at these people's lives and I'm like, I'm not even near Paul's life. Jesus, I'm even far. And it irks me. But I really pray that we can literally get to those points. Because with what Miss Ndlugulu was actually saying, when she was saying that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. In the context of that scripture, Paul was speaking about something like I've been hungry and I've been full. I've been in abundance and I've been in lack.
Yeah.
But I've learned the secret of being content.
The
Therefore,
juxtaposing things.
Therefore, because of that, I can literally do all things through Christ. It wasn't for me to literally be able to get a degree. No, it is the fact that when I'm actually in abundance, I can still do all things through Christ. Even though I'm in lack, I can still do all things through Christ. There's nothing wrong with both. We just need to learn to be content in both juxtapositions. That when I'm in lack, am I still content? And I don't feel bad for being in lack. When I'm rich, am I still content at the same time? Because I think the way I act when I'm in lack and I'm not content to being in lack, I'm going to be in discontentment. I'm going to be in discontentment even if I'm in abundance. And if I'm in abundance and I'm literally discontent, I will still be discontent when I'm in lack.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even about, oh no, I need to be rich first before I can be content. Be content wherever we are. So in unforgiveness, I need to be content there as well. Guys.
Yeah.
So can I be content, not forgiving? Just I'm joking. Just a bad joke. That's a terrible joke.
Yeah.
I'm joking, guys.
Now,
but I hear you. But Uncle B, I think you know where I stand with this. I'm fine. I've heard it all.
I know where you stand, and maybe you should ask yourself the questions that I asked. All right.
I did, Uncle B. Remember, you left me with hope, and I really did.
Yeah,
I think what you said is that until God brings about a sense of conviction, whether to you or me, they can maybe start to speak in the same direction.
Yeah. And I suppose maybe you need to add what I've just because I did not share that with you at the time to say,
Yes.
am I in error? You know?
With what God is saying, yeah.
Yeah, with what God is actually saying.
Yeah.
Actually, with what God, Christ is actually saying, to say, we need to get to that point where we actually forgive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Bongs, can we land this plane?
Yes. Yes.
I've said this, I think, an hour or so ago, if not 2 hours. You know, and it's settling. I mean, we can see OR Tambo, but we are not landing. You know,
Yes.
it's
At,
settling.
at this point,
So
I think we have covered the
And
necessities. I'll let you fresh close for us in prayer.
yeah, Michelle.
you can't land when it's you will land at 9. The
Michelle is
runway.
here. Oh, I didn't see
We
her.
can't be landing at the. Yeah, we can't literally land here. We need to land at 9 because 9 is better. I get you, Michelle.
Listen
The
to
runway
this.
is open at 9.
Oh my word.
Uncle
We
B,
could have
I
landed
did
it
see you
after.
eat though. You ate your supper, ne?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought you was eating the other time. I'm
You see
worried
what
that
I was?
this. Oh, that's what you were eating. Okay.
It was. Yeah.
That's the thing about hosting lives. You can't move.
Yeah, but I can't go through what I went through on Friday. I mean, from 10 until 7 in the morning.
Yo.
My gosh.
Okay,
And
that's
people were still, the numbers were actually growing. And I'm thinking, no, it can't be.
Hello, Rovan.
It can't be. Now I can't even download that thing because maybe it's too big, to be downloaded. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know what to do. Michelle, can you? Oh, no. Bongs, you were here from 3, all right?
Yes.
Literally. And you were on. You were literally of all the people who are here. You were the one who was here throughout.
Yes.
On request.
Yes.
The only load shedding you had was your old age. That's all.
Bah.
All right.
Uncle B, do you have to expose me like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know.
Oh God.
No,
With
sorry.
confidence, my phone is plugged there. Uncle B, Mike, it's easy to be and match. It's not switched on. Yo, did I not
Yeah.
laugh at myself? I'm like, wow, guys.
Brenda, that's exactly what I wanted to do, to download it to YouTube. But firstly, I think you have to download it to yourself, to your phone, before you take it to YouTube. I don't know if you can take it from the app itself directly to YouTube, because what it does is it lends into your what I call your pictures.
Mm. So, just to recap,
Yeah.
the beginning of this conversation, I'm not sure the main intention of the live was, but I got in when we were talking about discipline towards children. And I think we all agree partially that, to an extent, parents are disempowered when it comes to disciplining their children, because the day you slap your child, they will send you to the police. And Minage, I said, in my house,
Repeat.
I continue to not spare the rod. I stand in that conviction. I am not moving. So if they want to go report me, one day when they are under the bridge, they must go thank the policeman. But anyway, we then moved to a premise of not involving God when we're meeting people. And I think that is when we shared these unfortunate stories, these unfortunate love stories of people assisting people and well, people making other people projects, myself included.
Yeah.
My hand
Yeah.
is up. And to say that, once that project is done, projects tend to move away and we suffer a sense of loss. And I think I emphasized on the point that we all have these nice intentions. We're thinking we're doing good, and we're helping people. And God is searching for the motive, because if you really look deep into the stories that were told here, there was a need, there was a gap to be filled, there was strife and pain and validation needed. So yeah, and I think we then ultimately move to needing women to realize their strength, and we ultimately got to a point where we're talking about God and His calling and why there is need for self-mastery. And I think to where we are now, where basically God is not going to sit and negotiate with us whether He's going to use us or not. And some things are uncomfortable for me when it comes to the point of forgiveness, because I have my very strong opinions about it. But yeah, that in a nutshell was our 5 hours. A beautiful session, might I add.
Wow. Bongs, you just hit it on the nail, eh? That's
In 5
so.
minutes,
I
it
think.
took us 5 hours.
I wish,
Listen,
and I wish I had your head. I had your head.
and here I am wanting to take everyone back because Eskom robbed me of this 2 hours.
No, Eskom is a thief, a thief of knowledge at this point. You.
Listen, I want to go back now. Ngithi ey'ngane zenzeni and how creating inbox so and
Exactly, ngoba mina ngithe ngiyazibhodloza nje, ayikho nje ingane next one angeke yo hey bo.
Yeah.
so I just wanted to
bayikhuluma kwaba nothisha lana, kwaba nephoyisa, hayi
Yeah.
basitshela ngathi besoboshwa ngakhona. Ngathi mina then when I'm out of that prison, they must go seek refuge at the
Yeah.
policeman's house. So
Yeah.
it was
That's
quite
how captured we are.
but again, sorry to take you back, guys. But again, when we hit our children, why are we beating them? Like, what is the reason behind it? I want to understand it from a parent's point of view. Or to my eating your tata, whatever, a belt or whatever, eating your mshayla, what? Because of the thing that they did, or because of them not understanding that they should not keep doing what they're doing? Why?
I think I might keep doing if I have reprimanded you with more than 3 times. Yes, I think I also learned something from Tisha who was here. Do not resort to violence. But I think also the explicitness of the words we use, it then disempowers the parent from what we so call not sparing the rod, because now it looks like you are attacking your child. You are no longer disciplining them, and who then defines what is
Discipline.
is discipline?
Yeah,
Who then
because I want
decides
to understand this.
do you fist fight
Kuti,
your
when you
children? Do you now hit them with a belt? Do you talk to them? Do you, is you slapping them esandleni, that 1 2 3 we all used to get, on your hand, would stop doing this? Is that violence? Does that constitute as domestic violence if you now slap your child from playing with the water and they've been at it for 7 hours? I just think it's quite unfair to say then you are resorting to violence when you are literally slapping your child's hand to stop doing exactly what you have been warning them about for the past 8 years.
my understanding though, okay, because most of the time when parents resort to beating their children, when the time comes to hit them, they do it out of anger and frustration. I'm angry and I'm frustrated, so ngizokushaya manje. And it's never a thing of, listen, my child, because I told you, you must not do that 1, 2, 3. Now, because you know ukuthi uzwala endlini says ukuthi after 3 times ngikutshelile ukuthi ungayenzi into, that means I have to hit you. So please bring me a belt so that I can hit you, and I will give you 5 strokes because you didn't listen to me. I understand ukuthi now I'm speaking in a calm manner, but most parents will be like, and then you start eating. So now I want to understand that line. Yes,
You
Uncle
know,
B, I see your hand is up. Oh,
a
Uncle B's
certain
hand is up.
okay, Uncle, can I it's just before I lose my train of thought, sorry. One of my occupational therapists said to a certain group that we were engaging, ukuthi by the time you resort to physically hitting your child, you have lost the battle, and I am still in conflict with that point of view. But continue, Uncle B.
Oh, it means
Michelle,
yes, Uncle.
you know, even when corporal punishment was allowed, all right,
Yeah.
I would never get to that point where I don't allow somebody to understand why I'm actually using a lash. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, even at the beginning of the year, because I was responsible for uniform with one as young guys when we started, you know, I would literally say to the guys, let's go and explain to the learner so that it should not be a surprise when we do this thing. Because half the time you'll be beating children because they did not wear a uniform, and you did not tell them that it's casting stone that you should actually wear a uniform. All right. And what I would do, we would go to every class and explain that please don't be surprised when we come here after 2 weeks or after a month, because we understand that it's January. So at least by February, most probably they would have actually bought you uniform. So when we come here, do not be surprised. Now with my kids, I mean, I think my son, I don't know, I mean, it took me over 3 years or even 2 years before I could actually, say, go and fetch the belt. To say, but what you see what you're doing, it's like now you're taking advantage of me as a father, and you are not listening to me. And this is what would actually happen. I explained to him when he did that at some point, I said to him, listen, go and fetch the belt. You'll find it wherever. So the sister went because, when our would literally feel, or in actual fact, Papa, use this one. Precisely because they maybe they have an issue with him on other things that they fought for. And I said, no, not that one. I need this other one, this soft one, so that at least he understands. So I must be honest with you, Michelle. If I almost lost my temper at any given point in time, surely I would not even count it 3 times. All right. I mean, especially with school children. But what I choose to be able to do is to be able to negotiate with them to say, this is where it would actually be able to lead you. But remember, if you continue to do this thing, it means you'll actually get used to do this, and it might also be able to make other people that we live with to be scared of you because you continue to do this thing. So I'm just answering you, Michelle, to say when you know my wife, I mean, half the time I'm the one who says no, don't beat them, all right? But at some point I had to do it, and it's like after I've done that, we never get to a point of going back to the same thing again, because I've talked to him so much, and it's like how I released that, it was just to say, you see, if I go beyond this, it means or you'll literally be able to find yourself in trouble again. So we are not going to go there.
Okay, I think it is different with every child then, because when he
Okay.
was younger, I tried the beating thing, but I saw the trauma in his eyes before I could do it. For him, it was instilling more fear of me, more than him learning the lesson. And then I decided, okay, let me learn this child. Let me learn how he communicates and be able to see him for who he is. And that meant, Ogoti, when I speak to him, I even asked him, like, what does it take for you to understand what I'm trying to say to you? And then he said to me, when you raise your voice, I immediately get blocked and I want to pee. When you want to hit me, I immediately pee because I'm so scared of you. And for me, at that point, that means the lesson is like going over his head. So he's not really understanding what I'm
Yeah,
trying to teach
some
him
are
at
very
that point.
different.
So,
Yeah.
so I had to sit him down. I said, okay, let's work out rules in this house. This is what you are not allowed to do because it leads to this. And then when I speak to you and ask you to do a certain thing, I am teaching you how to respond to authority. And I'm teaching you how to follow someone's voice that is leading you or guiding you. So you need to respond to me when I say this. If I call your name and you are not in my presence, wherever you are, if you hear me calling your name, you are supposed to say, Mom, angithi uyasabela wherever you are, and then come to me because I am calling you. And that is what a child does when the parent is calling. You move wherever you are, you come to me. And then we had to sit down and write down the rules of understanding so that when you stray, we have to come up with a way that you can understand. When I'm saying good, I'm punishing you, then you understand what I'm punishing you for. And then
Why?
not a matter of I'm gonna hit you out of anger and out of frustration because you are not hearing me or because you are not doing what I'm saying you must do. But I'm gonna be disciplining you from a point of you need to get this in your system and let it make sense to you so that you are able to do what you are told. And I found Uguti, I if I call him and he doesn't come, the third time if I have to get up and go get you, I go to him now with a stern voice. I need to we have the conversation in a nice friendly voice. When I come to him not with a high voice, with a stern voice, there's a difference. I speak to him in a stern manner and say, listen, I called you 2 times, you did not come. And when he hears me changing my tone of voice, he immediately knows what now it should be, and
Yeah.
things are shifted. So now I have to get back, and that's when he immediately will stand up and say, Mama, I apologize. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I didn't mean to do this, but please forgive me and it will not happen again. Trust you me, whenever I use that voice, that stern voice, I don't need to punish him or beat him up with anything because immediately for him
It's
it
already
registers.
set. Yeah.
Now my mom it's not manipulation, Brenda, it's communication. There's a difference. I had to learn, as much as I'm a parent, I had to learn what this human being came fully himself. The spirit within that child is a full being. And it's just that the body is getting used and growing up to be the fullness of who he is. It's not manipulation. What we do as parents, because we want things done our way and the way that we know how, now we are conditioning them to become like us and bow down to our laws. But there's a law that we have to bow down to as well. If I'm not teaching my child in the way that he should go, it does not say teach your child in a way that you want him to go. I'm teaching him in a way that he should go. And that means that way that he should go is the way that he has been called by God. He came through me. I'm the vessel that carried him. And he came through me. Mr. Fresh, please. Behave. And 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 I am teaching him how to navigate in this world. And the thing about it, when Uncle B, I have learned not to do what has been done to me, but I am learning because this is what I do. This is me personally. I would say, Lord, you gave me this person. Now teach me how to guide this person. And he's not hearing what I'm saying right now. How must I communicate to this person so that they can understand me? And to tell you the truth, where I started with my child is different now because I have allowed him to be a full human being. And he's able to come to me and give me lessons that are out of this world. And I've shared this with you, Uncle B. And I would send Uncle B the things that he says, or to listen to this child and the things that he says. It's because I'm allowing him to come through as the person that he was created to be, as the person, not a child according to me. But yes, I have authority over him because I am his mother. But understanding that he comes with a specific message, and me conditioning him to be what I want him to be might not be the best decision for kids specifically. That is why ngithi mina, for me, I think it depends with each and every child and with each and every relationship, parent and child relationship. This is why mina ngeke ngene in your house bongs and tell you what to do with your child and how to raise your child. Personally, for me, this works for us, and it does not get to a point where now there's frustration on my side, and I have now an anger issue where now when I'm frustrated, I have to go get a belt. It has not gotten to that part, and it's been since 2018.
Yeah.
I haven't since 2018 because we have an understanding now of how we communicate.
It's almost like when Michelle, we want to find a blanket approach for this parenting thing, more especially when it comes to corporal punishment. Because I'll tell you one thing, my kids, every single day, without fail, every single meal, they will say, "Thank you, mommy, for the food." And a friend of mine observed this when my children were doing it. They will say, "Thank you." He says, I feel like your children are abused. Why do they have to thank you for the food? And I'm like, excuse me? Do you understand? And that person now is an ex-friend of mine because of that. Because my children, like in the same breath that they will thank God for the food that they've received and the person that prepared them, and then they thank their mother for being of service to them. That is my teaching in my household. Now, you cannot come and say, which child do you know that when they are given something by an adult, but particularly food, does not say thank you? And I asked her that. Then manje umuntu akasena response. And I'm like, where's the abuse coming from? Because now you teach your kid through communication because you've understood the physical reaction and the trauma that your child goes through. And you've established a certain way to communicate to your son. And some of us, we have started with communication, and then we resolved to, that 1, 2 on the hand, and then our children know not to do that again. By the time they are teenagers, I will not have the opportunity to do that. So I have already set the ground rule that when I bring up that stern voice, as you say, they already know that this woman, she better not get to the third time she's saying this, because I do not want that. And I think maybe it's what Brenda was saying in the comments, because it's a trauma, because then they even if it's trauma, it's one of those things. I'm willing to say, your child knows your voice. They know
even when my mother is not here, she would not approve of this. I better not do this because I have learned that there are repercussions to this. It's almost like the voice that you carry of your parents when they were reprimanding you of certain things. And sometimes we go back and we say, oh God, I wish I had listened. I would be so far ahead in life. But because so there was no way of saying, Mom, please communicate to me in this way. You never established a way to coexist with your children.
Exactly.
With my
And
children, they are so sad that even when they are with other people, they will say, thank you, so and so's mom, for the food. And other parents are eternally grateful. I don't know how they teach their children, but they are so grateful to have my kids, and they love to have my kids over because but abantwana bakho abasiyo ne-stress. You hardly even feel that they are there. I love having them around. Every little thing they say thank you. It could be that they just taking a bath and say thank you, so and so's mom. Do you understand?
and
So it's these little
Right.
things that you can't get right once they're
Guys,
teenagers. So do you miss it?
it seems like
Uncle
AXA
B,
will charge us for not being able to land this plane at the right time. I mean, it's almost
is it
2
9?
hours now.
Michelle, blame Michelle. Michelle.
It's now 2 hours. So what we'll do
let's
now?
blame ESCOM. Let's blame ESCOM because me and Lunkulu did not enjoy this live fully
Hey,
because of this
The
ESCOM.
petrol is now
the petrol
diminishing.
of this plane is
So
almost finished.
it's almost finished. Can we?
Is that you?
Yeah, but guys, let me hasten to say thank you so much for being here and your valuable contribution as well towards the changing discussion. I mean it's like it changed from the killing of children to um
The training.
to how you choose people, betrayal, and and to a
Yes.
point where we even begin to speak about what God, how He treats us according to Mr. Fresh, but in a good way, to say we need to be able to understand that He's opening us to a wealth of His wisdom, and how we need to be able to be receiving in terms of, and sometimes I think we even said that it's amazing that He will actually give you things when you least expect that you should actually get them, and especially when you're tired about things, and He's like He releases them unto you. But also I will try my utmost that I'll download this and I'll send it to my YouTube channel so that you can access it on my
Please,
YouTube.
please
And
share Uncle B on the book club WhatsApp group, your YouTube channel link. I'm sure we
hey,
would all like to. Please
Oh, so there's a
share
secret
your.
book club. I don't know. This is shady.
Michelle. Okay, so
This
please
is
share on the
shady.
WhatsApp group, yeah, book club, your link to your YouTube thingy, to your YouTube channel, Michelle. But now,
oh, okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. But I thought it would be. But if you allow me to, I'll actually do that because I thought
please say it.
maybe
It's through
it's
me
a
if I
conflict
allow.
of interest.
No
So
problem. Or send it to me. I'll send it to the group.
okay, yeah. Once it is done, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's better. So we will
But
allow
I
Mr.
want to
Fresh.
know
Mr. Fresh,
how come I'm not in a book club?
How I
Why
don't
am I
know.
not in?
You need to explain yourself.
No, who started the book club without me?
Swan.
Why? Why? Uncle, you must
Brenda,
give me
it's
answers.
just another one who acted like she doesn't know. She was like, "There's a book club." I was like, don't be that girl. You know there's a book club." But yeah,
No, but
no,
the book club, no.
I was invited.
no,
Yeah.
Uncle B had no choice. He was forced to join.
More the secret
He,
society. More?
yeah, it's a secret.
Yes, secret. Only the elite.
You guys
Only
have
the
no
elite are
business.
chosen.
But the link
Mina
is
never
in
said to
my
tell
it's in
yet.
my bio if you wanna
Uncle B,
join.
you invited Brenda. You didn't invite me. Uncle B, I blame you.
Oh, Uncle B invited
No,
you,
no,
Brenda.
no, no, no.
Yes.
She was on a live here, Bongs, and I think she was on a
And she
live here, Bongs,
asked, yeah.
and I said, oh, and I know that she's a reader, of course. At that time, it was just situational, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And fresh, we won't finish tonight. A close in prayer, Baba.
So let's ask Fresh to close in prayer, so that we
And
were
then
able to rest.
after Fresh closes in prayer, we move to Bonks's live. That's
Ah,
where we're going after this.
this is war. Uncle B, this is the fruits of your labor. No way.
Ah, somebody say prayer.
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 Mhm. Ah, come on, somebody. You better come on. Anyway, Father, thank you for such a time. Thank you for literally gracing us with our data, time, and
Yeah.
everything else that is actually needed to actually do these lives. I actually ask for the grace to trust you. Give us the grace to trust the process that you literally put us in.
Yeah.
I ask that for your grace to literally stand in the pain that we are in, and we stand in this pain gracefully, and that we will come out of it, oh Father, in the way that you literally want us to come out in, so that we can actually be in the image of your Son, the way that you wanted us from the beginning. I ask that, Father, that may our minds be renewed consistently by your word, by your breath, and by the communities that you put us in. May we never be to a place of complacency, but a place of always being ready to renew our minds whenever you require us to. I ask that may you reveal the idols that we have in our hearts, that also may we also lay them down with grace and with love. That, Lord, that you just ask obedience from us. I also ask, give us the grace for us to be able to say yes before you ask us of anything. So that as we say yes to you, Father, we say yes to your will, and we say yes to your goodness. That, Father, we will know that while we are still walking the process, all things work together for good because we love you and you've called us to your purpose. I ask that every purposed thing come into alignment now in the name of Jesus. I ask that everything that is of purpose in our hearts and our minds will always find us the way goodness and mercy will follow us all of our days of our lives. I ask that as you walk with us, may we be strengthened in you. May we be strengthened in the joy that you give to us. I ask for peace to reign in our hearts and reign in our minds. We don't need to understand, but we just need to understand that you are with us and that you walk with us. That, Father, even if fear may grip us, may we still walk on the water the way that Peter did, and that be able to say yes to your word. I ask in the name of Jesus that open our hearts, open our minds to the inheritance that you have for us. I ask that also may you broaden our hearts to receive your love, and that Christ may dwell in our hearts through faith. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Sure. Yeah, that was so powerful, and
Amen. Amen.
thank you so much, and thank you for everyone that has tuned in, and guys, Ndlunkulu, Brenda, User, Elza, Mimi, Bridget, Joy, Mufe, Tabi, Keisha, Zaza, User 5606, Dunza, Adonzu, User 4273, User 121321, Titima, Gagula, User 3, Get Gadimov, Pumani, and I do, and I see, I've seen that a number of you have been here as long as the lives actually started. Bongs, thank you so much, my dearest sister. Michelle, my dearest sister, and Mr. Fresh, my brother in Christ, I think I will certainly be able to DM you because there's something that I need to pick up with you. Yeah, but we thank the Lord for allowing us to actually continue without even load shedding for some of us. And unfortunately, one would have been the load shedding of age, but we thank the Lord still. It was.
He's not gonna let one go wrong.
No, he's not. He's not.
The way he said it with a straight face.
Did I say anything wrong? Okay. Sorry about that. But I want to say, guys, I enjoy being in a life. I enjoy this family so much, and may the Lord bless you. Until on any life that I would actually start, that would be on a Friday. There, it's a biblical teaching Friday at 10 o'clock at night. And then I think then we will discuss what we thought we would discuss today on Sunday next week, which is, the element of a full cup, which I still have to understand. What is it? I don't know what it is, and I'm struggling to understand. I like bongs on forgiveness. I struggle to understand what is a full cup, but also I also understand that we have thorns, but also in those levels of thorns, we still continue to do what God wants us to be able to do. I think that's what we'll be discussing on Sunday next week. So we are not going to allow anybody to derail us next week. All right, nobody's gonna take over.
Yes.
I get fresh.
We are not gonna excuse what's this load shedding anymore.
Yeah.
Fred, move away from that one.
I am
Just leave that one
planning
alone.
I'm planning to get another network because Otelcom, wow, Otelcom is showing me flames, guys.
Fresh, when people want to take maps, they blame it on Eshcom. So it's fine. We understand. So
Uncle is being shady today.
So much shade. Awako right. Yes, you need to separate this man.
No, it's not.
So next week, I'm certain, or maybe we'll be vying with CLC or Vodacom.
MTN.
Vodacom does not work for me in this area either. So I think MTN is my next step. Because I need to do Telkom and Vodacom. The two did not work today. So I think I'm gonna try MTN.
Yeah. Maybe we'll try MTN, so we won't have any excuse why we should sleep. So yeah, but thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uncle P.
Uncle, send my love to Mpo, please, because I know she's there in the background.
I will.
Bye, everybody.
She should be in the dining room there. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Bye,
God bless
all.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Fresh, thank you so much. You were so refreshing. Fresh.
Oh,
Fresh.
thank you, man. Lock, it is a
That
rock.
was so
It is a rock.
refreshing. Utini Bongs.
Fresh,
What you know? What is he saying, Bongs? Hey, finally, it has ended. Hey.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Finally.
Bongs, next time we shouldn't have Mr. Fresh and Uncle B at the same time. Like
we need to separate
this combo. We need to separate them. This combo is working against us.
This combo, they will attack us and then laugh about it.
In our faces.
I'm sorry. Did you do that, Fresh?
No, I did no such thing.
Of course,
I don't even remember.
Of
Yeah, I just I don't even remember doing anything. I just remember refreshing people. That's all I remember. So
Yeah.
Because you're
Yeah.
fresh.
yeah, because I'm fresh. Oh.
You see, even Noni's back. You see, people have rested. Now they are back. So
Lord.
yeah.
At that time, Chinazia boom. Yes.
Bye, guys. Bye, everyone. Otherwise, this bye is gonna turn into 10 o'clock.
I
Yeah,
know.
no. God bless you guys. Yo, at least it has
Nako.
landed. Yay! It has landed. Bye bye.